Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 2 of What If Naruto Trained 10x Harder? His true potential revealed? This is part 1, so strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 7, Journey to Nami no Kuni. The next morning. It was the next morning and Naruto was up bright and early going over his equipment. He knew he was probably overstressing things, but he felt that being overprepared for something like this was better than being underprepared. After all, it was his first mission out of the village, and it was important to make a good impression on their client. Even if said client was an old drunk like Tazuna. Ugh, Enko's paranoia is getting to me, Naruto thought with a frown as he looked at all his equipment. He shrugged the thought off. Paranoia could only be a good thing for a ninja. Let's see, kunai scroll, check. Shuriken scroll, check. Ninja wire, check. Smoke pellets, check. Flashbangs, check. Food and camping equipment, check. Customized explosive notes. Naruto grinned as he patted the scroll holding his modified explosive notes. Double check. Finding all of his containment scrolls ready to go, Naruto grinned to himself and sealed all of the scrolls into a larger master scroll, which was then sealed into a containment scroll on the left-hand side of his chest. Finished with his preparations, Naruto had only one more thing to do. Naruto formed a ram seal and created a mental image in his mind. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, getting a puff of smoke. When it cleared, it revealed two Naruto clones that were already transformed into Kien and Akira. Naruto channeled chakra into a containment seal on his left hand and unsealed an ink brush and some ink. Alright, turn around you two, Naruto ordered. Knowing what Naruto was doing, his clones turned around. The blonde went up to Akira and pulled her shirt down to expose the back of her neck. Sticking his tongue out in concentration, he began to write the only truly complex seal that was of his own make. It was a seal that he had modified from a basic containment seal. This seal was designed to hold chakra instead of an item of some kind, and continuously release it into the person or object to help reinforce them or it. In this case, it would continuously send chakra into his clone and allow it to last longer than a day, that way it could go work while he went on this mission. It had been something he had been working on since he first got the idea of using Henged Kage Bunshin to earn extra money. Knowing that his missions would take him out of the village, Naruto had realized that if he wanted his clones to keep their jobs, he would need to find some way to make them last longer when he was out of the village. When Naruto finished, he checked, double-checked, and then triple-checked the seal to make sure none of the ink was messed up. Satisfied, he channeled enough chakra to create 30 Kage Bunshins. It would be enough to last for a month, give or take a day. He repeated the process with Kien, before nodding to himself. Alright, done. I want you guys to keep a low profile while I'm gone. Don't do anything stupid. Don't worry, Akira said in her soft alto tenor, giving her creator a beautiful smile. You can count on us. Right, Naruto said with a nod. He had created these clones with a specific personality in mind that was nothing like his. Having read a few stories, Naruto created Akira from a few of the girls he had read about in some of his manga. She was made to be sweet, kind and dependable, always willing to help out others. Kien was created based off of what Naruto thought Sasuke's personality would be like if he ever got that emo stick out of his ass. The process of creating clones that were in truth nothing like him had actually been rather complicated, at least the mental process had. In order to create the clones like that, Naruto had been required to immerse himself in the mindset of the personality he wanted to impose on his clones, and then create the clones. It had required a long and drawn-out process of changing his mindset. He had only been able to really make them perfect around 2 weeks ago. It did not help that he had also been forced to use a seal-less henge on them in order for them not to freak out. He had learned early on that if they were not transformed into who they were, the clones would start to hyperventilate before dispelling, though this problem mainly came from Akira. Not that he could blame her. If Naruto were to wake up and suddenly find himself as a girl rather than a guy, he would freak out too. Well then, I'll see you guys later, Naruto said as he left his apartment and made his way towards the gate where he was supposed to meet his sensei. Like Naruto, Sakura was busy packing the things she felt would be important for her mission. Clothing, extra shampoo and conditioner, her makeup, that cute little dress that she had been hoping to wear for Sasuke-kun. You know, the important things. When she finished packing, Sakura hefted her backpack over her shoulder. She walked downstairs and headed towards the door. I'm going out on a mission, Mom, she said, not waiting for a reply as she left, heading down the street in high spirits. Maybe now that we're going out of the village, Sasuke-kun and I can have some time alone together, Sakura thought with a giggle. Uchiha Sasuke was packing his own belongings in his room in the clan head's home of the Uchiha compound. Despite the Uchiha compound being completely barren and lifeless, he continued to live in it. Of course, he had been offered a place outside of the compound. However, he wanted this place to be a reminder of what he was, an Avenger. I'm finally getting a mission that can help prove myself as an Uchiha, he thought. I'll prove my strength, and use this as a stepping stone to get stronger so I can get my revenge against Itachi. After he finished packing his stuff, Sasuke lifted his pack and left his room and then the house and clan compound altogether, heading for the east gate. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura all found themselves waiting around the front gate with their client Tazuna. Like always, they had been waiting for nearly 3 hours. Where the hell is your Jonin sensei? Tazuna spoke in a disgruntled voice as he paced back and forth. I thought ninjas were supposed to be ready in a timely fashion. Naruto sighed as he flipped another page of his new book, Intermediate Level Ceiling Theory and Composition, by Namikaze Minato. I should have realized that Kakashi-sensei would be late. I wonder why I thought he would be on time just because it was our first C-rank mission as a team. He'll be here, Tazuna-san, however Kakashi-sensei is always at least 3 hours late to anything. In fact, if he could, I'm sure he'd be late to his own funeral. Tazuna looked over at Naruto with an incredulous expression. You can't be serious, can you? I'm afraid he is, Sakura said miserably, for once agreeing with Naruto. Just once I wish he was on time, she thought. Cha! Maybe we need to beat the crap out of him to teach timely manners. Inner Sakura ran. HN, Sasuke Seiya grunted. Naruto flipped another page of his book. Anyways, he should be here in 3, 2, 1 now. Yo! Kakashi said with a wave as he appeared in a puff of smoke. You're late! Sakura screeched, forcing everyone within a 50-foot radius to grab their ears in pain. So what's the excuse this time, Kakashi? Asked Naruto as he stood up. Did a black cat cross your path, forcing you to take the long way around? Close, Kakashi smiled. There was actually a herd of black cats on my doorstep, so I had to wait for them to leave, then walk around my house 3 times before taking the long way around. You know, to stave off the bad luck. Liar! Sakura yelled, once again knocking everyone off their equilibrium as their ears rang in pain. Anyway, let's get going, Kakashi said, picking out his ear as he began to leave. The others soon followed him. However, Kakashi stopped when they got several feet from the gate when he noticed they were missing one. Naruto? Kakashi asked as Naruto had turned around and was looking at the gate. Something wrong? Naruto shook his head. No. Nothing's wrong. It just feels strange. This is the first time I've ever set foot out of the village. He looked like he was about to continue, but shook his head and turned to face the others. Well, let's get going. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously as the blonde passed before shrugging and heading out. The team began moving through the countryside of Hai no Kuni. Naruto in front, Sakura and Sasuke on the left and right respectively, and Kakashi taking up the rear. For a while Naruto looked around at the environment, taking in all the sights he could. However, as time wore on, his excitement about being out of the village began to fade. True, he was out of the village, but everything looked the same. All he saw were trees, trees and more trees. Eventually the green simply lost its splendor. Of course, we're still in Hai no Kuni. Naruto clicked his tongue in annoyance. I should have suspected this. Deciding to amuse himself, Naruto looked behind him towards his teammates. Sasuke was brooding like he usually did, something that Naruto realized would probably never change. Kakashi was reading his porn like normal, the only noise coming from him being the occasional perverted giggle. And Sakura was chattering away, trying to talk to Sasuke and convince the raven-haired Avenger to go out with her. Yet even that stopped when she seemed to realize that Sasuke wasn't even paying attention to her. Naruto sighed. Gah! This is so boring. I thought being out of the village would be cool and exciting. He knew he shouldn't be thinking that way. Shinobi were supposed to always remain calm, cool and collected, something Naruto had been striving to do ever since the Mizuki incident. But even he had his limits. And right now he was reaching the breaking point. Trying to find some way to pass the time, Naruto reached into his pouch and was about to take out his book again, when he stopped. Having spent as much time as he had with Anko in the Forest of Death, Naruto had developed what he had taken to calling his danger sense to a finely honed point. Even the most minuscule trace amounts of killing intent could be detected by him. And right now there was a bit leaking from somewhere. Looking around, Naruto tried to find the source of the killing intent. It wasn't quite large enough to pinpoint, being fairly minuscule, so he was forced to really rely on his eyes. As he continued walking, he spotted a puddle in the middle of the road. Odd, it hasn't rained for several days, Naruto thought with a frown. He looked back to see Kakashi eyeing the puddle before moving on. Naruto shrugged and turned back towards looking in front of him, wondering if he was just being paranoid. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto whirled around when he heard the shriek, and saw Kakashi with a pair of shuriken-linked chains, which were being held by two figures. The two ninja, who were obviously ninja by the headbands on their heads, yanked the cables, resulting in Kakashi getting torn to shreds, sending body parts and blood flying everywhere. For a split second, Naruto hesitated as he entered his first real battle. This gave the two shinobi, both of whom were wearing water-breathing apparatus, tattered black cloaks and a pair of wicked-looking claws with shuriken chains attached to them, to charge forward. He watched as Sasuke threw a shuriken and kunai into the chains, making them stick to a tree, then running up towards the pair before he jumped up and kicked both of the two ninja attached to them in the face. The pair released their chains and charged. Thankfully, Naruto had been expecting some kind of attack, so even though he was surprised, he managed to snap out of the fugue state he had been in from seeing his sensei die. One of the Chunin charged at Naruto, attempting to take him out with his gauntlet-covered hands. Naruto ducked under the claw swipe and struck the gauntlet's wrist, redirecting the attack. This seemed to surprise the man, allowing Naruto to get in close. Before the Chunin had a chance to react, Naruto was in his face, grabbing his head with both hands before bringing the man's face down and smashing it into his knee. The man was sent stumbling back in a daze, his face mask dented from Naruto's blow. It was because of the man becoming slightly disoriented that Naruto was able to close the distance again, smashing several hard punches into the man's rib cage. When Naruto sent a chakra-enhanced double punch to the chest, the man flew backwards, smashing into the tree that was behind him and falling to the ground. Naruto stared down at the unconscious man in a slight stupor. However, he was snapped out of it when he heard a voice somewhat behind him. Yo! Turning around, Naruto saw Kakashi standing there with the other ninja that had attacked them placed in a headlock. Kakashi-sensei! You're alive! Sakura said in relief as she lowered her kunai. Of course, Kakashi said, pointing over to where he had died. Naruto and the other genin saw the remains of a log. He used a kawarimi, Naruto realized with some shock. Then that means the blood and guts we saw was some kind of genjutsu to make it look like he had been violently killed. But what for? Excellent job in defeating the enemy, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi said, turning his head towards Naruto. Are you okay? I saw you freeze up there for a moment. Huh? Naruto blinked a moment before the question registered. Oh. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just surprised that you had died against these two. He gestured to the two unconscious. Kakashi nodded. I'm glad to hear that. Also, you might want to take care of that wound. Kakashi pointed to a cut on Naruto's forearm. Kiri ninja have been known to poison their weapons. Huh. I must have gotten it when I swatted that guy's attack away, Naruto thought, cursing himself for being so careless. Sighing, he pulled out a kunai and without any hesitance stabbed himself right in the wound to let the poison bleed out. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura screamed as she and everyone else widened their eyes at seeing Naruto deliberately injure himself. Naruto just looked up at them and tilted his head. What? I'm just bleeding the poison out. Yeah, but now you might die of blood loss, Kakashi deadpanned. Ha ha. Naruto laughed as he tore the now ripped bandages off his arm and pulled out some extra bandages that he kept in his pouch. Oh, you don't need to worry about measly little wounds like this, sensei. I've had wounds worse than this. Naruto shuddered as he finished wrapping his bandages around his forearm. Far worse, he mumbled, remembering all the times Anko had tried to up his resistance poisoning by having her snakes bite him, as well as the innumerable injuries she had inflicted on him to help his pain tolerance, as she called it. With his hand fixed, Naruto walked over to the two unconscious, pulling out some ninja wire as he did so. I'll take care of these two, Naruto said as he grabbed both by their wrists and dragged them over to a tree, where he proceeded to tie them up. URG. One of the Chunin groaned as he woke up as Naruto finished tightening the ninja wire around them. He blinked and looked around before realizing he was tied up. Well, welcome back to the land of the living, Naruto said with a joyous grin. Did you have a nice nap? The Chunin glared at the blonde. How did you know of our ambush? Are you talking to me? The blonde asked. 'Cause if you are, I can honestly tell you that I knew next to nothing about your ambush. Naruto shrugged. All I could feel was your killing intent, but I couldn't sense where it was coming from. Kakashi-sensei seemed to be onto you though. Naruto paused for a moment as he looked over at Tazuna, who was looking more nervous than usual. Though them being here is starting to make sense, that must be why Tazuna has been so nervous, thought Naruto, having watched the man pacing nervously out of the corner of his eye while the group had been waiting for his sensei. It wasn't that hard, if you know what to look for, Kakashi said with a shrug. Since it hasn't rained in nearly a week, there was no way that a puddle could have lasted very long on a clear day, much less 7. Wait a minute, Tazuna said, looking a bit disgruntled as he glared at Kakashi. If you knew these ninjas were going to attack us, then why did you leave it to the kids? He asked, feeling a bit irked. I could have taken them out before any trouble started. But then I wouldn't have learned anything, Kakashi said as he turned a mild glare onto the man. I wanted to know who their target was, and what they were after. What do you mean? Tazuna asked with a stutter. I mean I wanted to know if they were after us, ninjas attacking ninjas. Or if they were after you, the master bridge builder, Kakashi said as his eyes narrowed. When you made your request to Konoha, you asked for standard protection, from bandits and highwaymen and the like. You never mentioned that ninja were after you. If we had known this, it would have been designated a B-rank mission or higher. Tazuna looked down in guilt under Kakashi's withering gaze. Our mission was to simply get you to your destination and guard you while you built your bridge. If we had known we would have been fending off attacks from ninja, we would have staffed a different squad and charged for the cost of a B-rank mission. Even if you had your reasons for doing it, lying about a mission is unacceptable. As it is, this task falls beyond the boundaries of the mission we were given. We should go back, Sakura said, the idea of fighting an enemy ninja frightening her. This is too much for us. We're not ready for missions like this. Naruto looked over at Sakura with a frown. You can go if you want, but I'm staying. Everyone looked over at Naruto in surprise. It doesn't matter if he lied about the mission, the fact is we've already accepted it. As Konoha ninja we can't go back on our word. Not only would that be disgracing ourselves in Konoha, but it could also cause people to lose faith in our village if we run at the first sign of trouble. Naruto looked over at Tazuna. You don't have to worry about me leaving, even if they do. You think you could protect him yourself? Sasuke snorted. Please, you would be lost without someone like me watching your back. I won't let this opportunity slip by. I will prove my strength here. So that mean you're in time? Asked a grinning Naruto. Sasuke just looked at the blonde with a smirk. Kakashi looked between the two genin and sighed. Why was it that they only seemed to get along when it looked like a fight was brewing? I guess that means we're continuing. Still, the next enemy we run into won't be low-level Chunin. It will be a jonin like myself. In the middle of a large forested area, there was a large fortified structure being held between two trees. Inside that structure, two individuals were having an important meeting. In a room, a tall man with bandages covering half his face lounged in a large throne-like chair. To his left was one of his subordinates, awaiting his instruction. In front of him was a rather short fat man in a business suit, with frazzled gray hair and sunglasses on his face, despite how dark it was inside. What? The short-suited man shouted. You're telling me you failed? I paid a lot of money to hire your group. I thought you were supposed to be some hotshot former ninja assassins. If this is all you're capable of. Quit your whining, the tall man growled as he hefted a large Zabuza-style sword up with one hand, even though it was nearly as tall as he was. Bringing it around, he pointed it at the now pale businessman. Next time I'll be going to finish them myself. And this sword, Kubikiri Hocho, head cleaver, will be the last thing they see. Are you sure about that? Asked the now nervous man. It seems that the target has a high-level ninja guarding him, and now that the Akuma brothers have failed, they'll be on guard for another attack. It will take some extreme skill to. Just who do you think you're dealing with? The man growled, not lowering his sword as he glared at the small fat man. I am Momoichi Zabuza, the Kirigakyu no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist. It was later in the day, and Team 7 along with Tazuna had found a small clearing off the road to Nami no Kuni to rest for the night. Kakashi had made his students split up and prepare the camp. Sasuke had been charged with getting lumber and starting a fire, while Sakura had been ordered to prepare the tents. Naruto was the one who had gotten them some food, catching a few fish from a nearby stream. After dinner, Kakashi looked at his students. Since this mission is now more dangerous than we initially thought, we are going to be taking 2-hour watch shifts. Naruto, you're going first, Sasuke you go second, Sakura will go third, and I will go last. This was a standard watch procedure, letting the students go first so they could have more sleep when they started off again. Sure thing, sensei. Naruto stood up and went to perch himself on a large rock a little ways away so he could keep watch. The rest of you make sure to get some sleep while you can. Kakashi began moving to his tent. Soon everyone else had started heading off too. Naruto put some of his hands up in the ram's seal as he sat down cross-legged, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A few clones puffed into existence only to scatter as soon as they were formed, moving off several dozen feet away in all directions and hanging into random objects and animals. Closing his eyes, Naruto began using a unique exercise he had learned in a book on chakra concepts and theories. The exercise was called Chakra Myaku, chakra pulse, and as the name suggested, the user sent out a pulse of chakra in all directions. This gave Naruto something akin to a 360-degree view similar to the sonar pings a bat used with sound waves. This had two purposes. The first was to allow Naruto to remain alert to everything around him, and the second was to use it as a basic chakra control exercise by slowly lowering the amount of chakra used while maintaining the amount of distance he could pulse his chakra. It wasn't quite as effective in the middle of a forest as it would be elsewhere since the foliage reduced its efficiency. However, that was what the clones were for. Can I help you, Ajisen? Asked Naruto as Tazuna climbed onto the boulder he was sitting on. His eyes were still closed, and he had not bothered to even look in Tazuna's direction as he remained perfectly still, something that had taken nearly 2 weeks to accomplish. Shouldn't you be in bed by now? An old goat like you needs their rest. Hardy har har gaki. Tazuna grumbled a bit about disrespectful brats for a few moments, causing Naruto's lips to quirk upwards in a small smirk. He was silent for a moment before letting his curiosity get the better of him. I was just wondering, why did you agree to come with me knowing I had lied? Isn't that something you should be asking Kakashi-sensei? Asked Naruto. Your sensei wasn't the one who first agreed to continue the mission, Tazuna pointed out. Naruto conceded the point with a nod. He was silent for a few moments and Tazuna was unsure if the blonde would talk or not. Finally, forsaking and abandoning people in need is both dishonorable and cowardly. Below courage there is nothing. Those are the words from the Yondaime Hokage. Finally the blonde opened his eyes and looked over at Tazuna. They are words that I do my best to live by. 3 days later. When Team 7 got to the coast, it was to find a thick fog had rolled in. Tazuna had led them to a man who had been willing to offer them passage across, and now the 6 of them were inside a motorboat to cross the waters and head into Nami no Kuni. Currently the motorboat was off, however, and the boatman was rowing, so as not to attract attention from anyone that may want to cause their group harm. Naruto, who was at the front of the boat, was staring into the thick fog. There's something odd about this fog, he thought to himself. Even for morning fog it seems to be really thick. Of course, since this was his first time being in a coastal region, he supposed he might just be overthinking again. This fog is pretty thick, Naruto commented out loud, wondering what the others thought of it. Yeah, it's actually hard to even figure out where we're going, Sakura said, actually agreeing with Naruto. I mean, the only thing I can even see is the water. She looked off the side of the boat and into the rippling water. We'll be able to see the bridge any minute now, the boatman said in a quiet voice. As soon as you set foot on the other shore, you'll be in Nami no Kuni. As if in his words, the fog parted where they were going to reveal the bridge. The group looked up as the shadow of it loomed over them. Even at the angle they were seeing it at, the large unfinished bridge was a sight for the group of genin. Naruto whistled. All right, I have to admit I'm impressed by Tazuna-san. Thank you, Tazuna said with pride in his voice. I mean, I didn't think a drunk old man like you was capable of building something like this, Naruto continued. Tazuna's shoulders slumped a bit. That wasn't very nice. Naruto snickered. You guys need to keep it down, the man hissed. The whole point of moving through the dense morning fog is so that we wouldn't be spotted. But it doesn't do any good if they hear us. Why do you think we're going like this? Turning off the motorboat and rowing? Naruto looked over at the boatman with a frown. And who would they be? He asked. Naruto brings up a good question, Kakashi said as he turned to Tazuna. I think we've been more than patient enough, Tazuna-san. Before we reach the pier, I need you to provide some answers. The men who are after you, I need to know why. His voice took on a deeper tone, signifying how serious he was. And if you don't tell us, I'll have to end the mission when we drop you ashore. That was the technical limit of this assignment, protecting you until you reach Nami no Kuni. Guarding you until you finish the bridge is left to my discretion. Tazuna unslumped himself and looked up at Kakashi. All right, I'll tell you. No, I want to tell you. You are correct. This is beyond the scope of your original mission. The man who is after my life is a very short man, who casts a very long and dangerous shadow. A very short man? Questioned Naruto with a look of curiosity etched on his face. So we're facing off against someone who would be better off in a circus or something? Kakashi ignored Naruto's jibe as he looked at Tazuna. A man with a dangerous shadow? Who is it? You know him. At least I'm sure you've heard of him, Tazuna sighed. His name is Gato. Gato? Gato of Gato Transports and Shipping? Kakashi asked, a slight widening of his eye the only sign of shock. The Gato? Rumors place that man as one of the richest men in the world. Yes. The very same, Tazuna spoke with a slight nod. On the surface, he appears to be nothing more than a legitimate businessman. However, underneath that, the man is one of the rulers of the criminal underworld. He is known for using gangs and hiring ninja to ruin countries and initiate hostile takeovers of other businesses. He uses his business as a cover for his black market operations, smuggling drugs, contraband, even slaves. This guy is starting to sound like a grade A douchebag, Naruto commented with a slight growl at hearing the man smuggled slaves. He came to Nami no Kuni a little over a year ago. Tazuna ignored Naruto's comment as he gave Kakashi more information. He had used his wealth and violence to enter our country, and before we even knew what was happening, he had managed to seize control of all our shipping and transport. That makes sense, Naruto mumbled, getting the attention of everyone else. He blushed a bit but continued nonetheless. Nami is really nothing more than a string of islands. They have no other way to trade and receive supplies other than their shipping routes. By taking control over that, Gato effectively controls everything. The night before Team 7 had set out on their mission, he had gone over to the library and gotten a geography book and had looked up any information he could on Nami no Kuni. Enko had told him one of the times after their spars that it was important to gather any information he could before a mission began, because there was always a chance that the mission could go to shit, and anything he learned about the mission, whether it was about the climate both geographical and political, the terrain, or any number of seemingly useless information, could prove to be the key that got him and his team out alive. It was at times like these that he was thankful Enko had quite literally beat information into his head. Since when did Naruto get so smart? A shocked Sakura wondered. I've never heard him talk like this. Cha! He's merely trying to make Sasuke-kun look bad. Inner Sakura shouted. Don't fall for his tricks. He merely wants you to think he's better than Sasuke-kun. Shinaro. Yeah. You're right. Well, it's not gonna work. Stupid baka, Sakura nodded her head in agreement with her inner conscience. Listen to the dobe, trying to sound intelligent. Sasuke snorted, not wanting to admit, even to himself, that he was jealous of how quickly Naruto caught that fact. Why does he even bother? All it does is make him look like a fool. He really has come a long way, Kakashi thought to himself. He seems to have put in a lot of effort to change himself from how he used to be. The incident with Mizuki can actually be considered a blessing in disguise with how much Naruto has grown. I think you'd be proud of him, sensei. The Gaki is right, Tazuna said with an imperceptible nod. On an island nation, the man who controls the sea controls everything from finance to government, to our very lives. Anyone who even attempts to stand up to him disappears. However, even Gato has fears, and the one thing he fears is the bridge. Which of course is why Gato is after you, Naruto said with a nod. Once the bridge is complete, it will connect Nami to the mainland, and you won't need ships to get supplies. Since you're the master bridge builder, you're in Gato's way and he wants to off you. That means that this Gato is the one who hired those ninjas, Sasuke said, already planning on what he would do when more ninjas showed up. This is my chance to prove my superiority as an Uchiha. That still doesn't answer my question, Kakashi said as he looked at Tazuna pointedly. If you knew this was going to happen, knew that Gato was dangerous, why did you lie about the mission? That's kind of obvious, isn't it? Naruto asked rhetorically as he thought over some of the things he had read on economics and political maneuvers that could be applied to this situation. If Gato has been here for over a year, that means he's had a year to place a chokehold on all imports that come into Nami. And if he's even half as corrupt as Tazuna is saying he is, then chances are high that he's placed ridiculously high taxes on everything. I doubt this country even has enough for a B-rank mission. Am I right, Tazuna? Asked Naruto, turning to look over at Tazuna. No, you're right, Tazuna said. Our country has never been a major metropolis, and since Gato has come, our country has been reduced to nearly nothing. We are poor to the point of emptiness, even our nobles have very little money, and what they and the rest of us have hangs in the balance of building the bridge. Tazuna sighed. As it is, we poor people are the ones who are paying for this mission. We simply don't have the money to afford a B or higher rank mission. They were too expensive. Tazuna looked up at the group of Konoha ninja. If you drop me off and abandon me when we get ashore, there will be no bridge. Gato will no doubt kill me before I can even get home. A thick silence hung over the ninja as they digested everything. I don't think you need to worry about that, Tazuna-san, Naruto said, getting everyone's attention. I think it was a pretty stupid thing to lie about the mission. You knew you would be up against a man who was not adverse to hiring ninja, and that he could afford to hire ninja that were far more skilled than a group of genin. Had you gone to Hokage and been honest, he would have been able to arrange some kind of agreement to give you a team of Chunin, or even Jonin, and set up some kind of payment plan. Tazuna looked down at hearing that. Naruto sighed and ran a hand through his hair. That being said, I can at least understand why you didn't say anything. You had no way of knowing whether or not we would have helped you if you had been honest, and since we've already agreed to take this mission, and since Imo the Wonder King over here, Naruto hiked a thumb up to point at the scowling Sasuke, was so adamant about us getting a mission, we can't afford to go back without a large black spot on our record. Once again everyone was silent as Naruto spoke, sounding so different than what Sasuke and Sakura remembered him being at the academy. Well, I suppose we can continue the mission, Kakashi said at last. However, if at any point I feel we're out of our league and I order us to abandon the mission, you three will follow my orders to the letter. Are we clear? He asked in a commanding voice. The three genin nodded at their sensei's words. Thank you, Tazuna mumbled as he looked at the group. The boat continued to move silently as they made their way closer to Nami. We're almost there, the boatman said. Just under this archway and past the mangroves and we'll reach the pier. Everyone snapped to attention as they made their way under a large archway, passing through it and coming out on the other side to a small inlet lake. There were several buildings around the bank, and a few sparse trees located around and in the water. As they got closer to the shore, the group found that the buildings were mostly run down, with rot and fungus spreading along them. Some of the buildings even looked burned out, no doubt from Gato's thugs using violence to bring the population under Gato's heel. The boat made it to the dock and the Konoha ninja +1 master bridge builder got off. After Tazuna and the boatman exchanged farewells, the group set off again. For the most part it was silent, only the breathing of the group being heard. Naruto was taking point again, while Sakura and Sasuke were located on either side of Tazuna. Kakashi was taking up the rear, his book safely stashed away in his pocket due to the seriousness of the situation. As they continued moving, Naruto stopped and looked into a bush that rustled a bit. Naruto? Kakashi asked, looking at his student. Something wrong? No. Naruto shook his head and continued moving. They started moving again, with Naruto paying extra attention to their surroundings. As they continued walking, Naruto paused and threw a kunai into a bush, startling the other genin and Tazuna. What the hell, Naruto? Sakura hissed. Why do you have to try and scare us like huh? Naruto walked right past Sakura and moved the bush branches aside, only to see a small white rabbit shaking like a leaf with a kunai stuck right above its head. Naruto baka! Look what you did to this poor rabbit! Sakura finally yelled, grabbing the rabbit and attempting to soothe its rattled nerves. Stop trying to act cool, done. Sasuke commented, it only makes you look even more like an idiot. Shut up, Naruto said, not giving Sasuke the chance to respond. The blonde turned to look at Kakashi. Sensei, I could be wrong about this, but isn't a rabbit's fur supposed to be brown this time of year? We have the same type of hair in Konoha, and they have a brown coat this time of year. He should know after all. He had skinned at least 30 of the critters. Yes, it is, Kakashi said, his mind a whirlwind of activity. A white rabbit at this time of year means it was raised indoors. That could only mean that someone used it for Akawarimi. Both Naruto and Kakashi, who had been using chakra to enhance their senses, heard a whoosh. Get down / hit the dirt. The two shouted at the same time. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke and Tazuna, pulling them to the ground, while Naruto did the same with a shocked Sakura. Whoosh 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 thunk. The group looked up to see a large Zanbatsu stuck in a tree with a man standing on top of it. Said man was shirtless, with 2 cameo-style armbands and pants. His face was half covered in bandages up to his nose and his headband was tilted slightly like Kakashi's, except not covering his eyes, holding up spiky black hair. The symbol of Kiri displayed on the headband with a slash mark running across the center. Well, if it isn't Hatake Kakashi, the man said, in a rough-sounding voice. Kakashi stood up and glared at the man. Momoichi Zabuza, the Kiri no Oni. I never would have expected someone like you to be working for scum like Gato. Zabuza shrugged, it pays the bills. Besides, it's all worth it if I get to fight an opponent like you. You know, back when I was in Kiri, you were listed as an A-rank ninja with a kill-on-sight order in our bingo book. Hatake Kakashi, the man who copied over 1,000 jutsu. I had no idea that our sensei was so famous. Sakura thought. Now that the pleasantries are out of the way, why don't you hand over the old man and I'll let you and your genin squad go, Zabuza suggested. I'm sorry, but you know we can't do that, Kakashi glared at the missing ninja. It wouldn't look very good for Konoha if we just let you have him without even putting up a fight. Zabuza shrugged, don't say I didn't try diplomacy first. Grabbing onto the hilt of his blade, Zabuza kicked off the tree. He landed on the lake a little ways away, and made a hand sign. Let's see how well you can do Kakashi, Kirigakyu no Jutsu, hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist spread across the land, blanketing the already misted area so heavily that no one could see more than a few feet in front of them. Defensive formation U3. Kakashi ordered his genin squad, causing them to surround Tazuna in a frontal triangle formation with Naruto as the point, Sasuke on the left and Sakura on the right. Zabuza is a master of the Muon Satsujin Jutsu, silent killing technique. If you're not careful you'll be dead before you even know it. Protect the bridge builder and leave Zabuza to me. Kakashi turned back towards the lake and began to lift up his headband. It looks like I'm going to need this. Ah. The Sharingan, Zabuza's voice came from within the mist, his outlined form barely even visible. It's an honor to be facing it so soon. How did Kakashi-sensei get that? Sasuke thought in shock. Only members of the Uchiha clan, my clan, can possibly have the Sharingan. Could he? If Kakashi-sensei is using the Sharingan, then this guy must be really strong. Naruto thought to himself, damn, I wish I had gone over that bingo book Enko gave me. At least then I would know a little bit more about this guy. Still, we both know that the Sharingan is useless if you can't even see. The mist began to thicken even more, making Zabuza disappear completely. Damn it, this mist cuts down the Sharingan's effectiveness, Kakashi cursed, trying to peer into the mist. 8 points came the disembodied voice of Zabuza, causing the 3 genin and Tazuna to freeze as an intense killing intent filled the air. The liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, jugular artery, brain, kidney, and the heart. Now, which one shall I choose first? Shit! Naruto cursed. This killing intent is unreal. Way more than anything Enko ever produced. And it makes it even worse with this mist. I can't see and I can barely think straight. The blonde began shaking a bit before catching a hold of himself. Got to remember what Enko taught to counter the effects. Taking a deep breath, Naruto pushed out his chakra to counter the killing intense effects like Enko told him to do. He instantly felt a little better, though it was still affecting him some. This is killing intent, Sasuke thought, struggling to breathe against the killing intent the two were producing. Is this what a high-level battle between two is like? This suffocating feeling. Sasuke began bringing a kunai to his throat. I don't think I can take much more of it. Sasuke, calm down, Kakashi said as he noticed the trouble his genin was having. I won't let any of my comrades die on me. Sasuke seemed to calm himself down, lowering his kunai. You're all talk, Kakashi. Zabuza appeared right in the midst of the genin and Tazuna. Just as he was about to cleave them all with Kubikiri Hocho, however, Kakashi appeared right next to Zabuza and stabbed him in the gut, only for the Zabuza that he had stabbed to turn into water. Mizubunshin, water clone! Kakashi exclaimed right before Zabuza appeared behind him and cleaved him in half, causing Sakura to scream. However, much to Zabuza's surprise, Kakashi turned into water as well. It's over, Kakashi said as he appeared behind Zabuza and brought a kunai to the other ninja's throat. I see, Zabuza chuckled as he turned his head to look at the copy ninja. You created and switched yourself with a Mizubunshin when you made your speech, didn't you? That eye of yours is quite impressive. However, this battle is far from over. Zabuza swung his sword arm around, forcing Kakashi to duck under the powerful swing. Planting his sword into the ground, the mist ninja used the leverage it granted him to launch a powerful kick in Kakashi's face. Kakashi flew through the air with Zabuza following after him. The silver-haired Jonin threw some makibishi spikes as he fell into the water, forcing Zabuza to stop. Makibishi spikes? Zabuza sneered beneath his mask. Come on, Kakashi, are you even trying? Kakashi broke the surface of the water and gasped for some air. There's something wrong with this water. Ha! Now I've got you. Zabuza appeared right next to Kakashi, going through a set of hand seals, Suetun, Surino Jutsu, Water Release, Water Prison Jutsu. Kakashi cursed as he found himself trapped within a water prison. He looked over at his students and began to make orders. Run! Take the bridge builder and go. Oh, they're not going anywhere, Kakashi. Zabuza chuckled as he made a Mizubunshin to deal with the genin. Get out of here! Kakashi yelled at his students. This battle was over the moment I got caught. He can't seriously think we can run, does he? Sasuke wondered. Even if we manage to escape now, he would just kill Kakashi and come after us. Sasuke ran towards the Mizubunshin in an attempt to surprise it. However, as soon as he got in range, the Zabuza clone kicked him in the ribs, sending the young raven-haired genin flying back. Sasuke-kun! Sakura yelled in shock and fear at seeing her crush hit so easily. Sasuke gasped out in pain as he landed on the ground and the air was forced from his lungs. He was about to get up when Zabuza appeared next to him and stepped on him, making the raven-haired genin scream in pain as the Kiri Nukenin began to grind his foot into Sasuke's ribs. You kids think you're a ninja? Zabuza sneered at the pathetic sight of Sasuke under his foot and screamed in pain. None of you are worthy of the title ninja. When you have stained your hands with as much blood as me, then you can be considered a ninja. When you... Futon, Rankuden. Zabuza's speech was cut off as a cannonball-sized ball of wind smashed into the Mizubunshin, forcing it to disperse back into water molecules. You alright, Sasuke team? Naruto asked as he ran over to his teammate and pulled the raven-haired genin up. Yes, Sasuke said, only slightly put off that Naruto had just saved him. Listen, I got a plan. When I tell you, I want you to launch the biggest fireball you can, Naruto said, looking over at Zabuza. So we're going to be working together now? Sasuke asked with obvious sarcasm. Just get ready to launch your fireball, Naruto said, ignoring the sarcasm in Sasuke's voice. No brows Ajizin. Are you done rambling now? What did you call me, you brat? Zabuza seethed at the blonde who dared mock him. You heard me, you eyebrowless freak, Naruto shouted with a grin. It seemed Zabuza was sensitive about his lack of eyebrows. You know, if you're sensitive about your lack of brow hair, I know someone who can help you with that. He's got more than enough eyebrows to spare. You little piece of shit. I'll kill you! Zabuza shouted as his face turned red. He created half a dozen Mizubushins. The Mizubunshin surged forward, running across the water. Sasuke, I could use that fireball, Naruto yelled. Sasuke nodded as he went through some hand seals and sucked in a deep breath. Katon, Gukikyu no Jutsu. A large fireball came out of Sasuke's mouth. Before the Mizubunshin could jump out of the way, Naruto finished his own hand seals. Futon de Tapa. Sucking in his breath, Naruto blew out a large gust of wind that hit the fireball, turning it into a large firestorm. The Mizubunshin didn't stand a chance as the hailstorm of fire hit them, dispelling them and evaporating the water used. Zabuza cursed as he was forced to release the water prison and drop into the water as the massive firestorm washed over his position. Did we get him? Asked Sasuke as he looked into the water. Naruto scoffed, Don't be ridiculous. A jonin of his caliber would take far more than that to defeat. You're right about that brat, Zabuza shouted as he jumped out of the water, charging over to the two genin. Before he could close the distance, Kakashi jumped in front of him. Your fight is with me, Kakashi said, his sharing an eye glaring at the Kiri Nukenin. Zabuza glared at Kakashi before jumping back and placing his Zanbatsu on his back. Fine by me. I'll just kill the brats after I kill you. He began going through several hand seals, moving faster than any of the genin could follow. However, Kakashi could see them, and was managing to copy hand seals that Zabuza was doing with relative ease. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu. Both Kakashi and Zabuza shouted at the same time. Two large water dragons with glowing yellow eyes formed in front of the two shinobi, clashed against each other with a loud roar, canceling each other out. Zabuza growled as he started doing more hand seals. As he did, however, he saw Kakashi begin doing his own hand seals. What's this? It's like he can read my mind? Kakashi finished copying Zabuza's hand seals at the same time Zabuza himself was doing them. Zabuza snarled as he attempted to speed up his hand sealing. I won't let some copycat monkey like you beat me, the two shouted at the same time. As they continued hand sealing, Zabuza stopped and stared as he found something behind Kakashi that shocked him. Is that me? As his own figure appeared behind Kakashi in a wavy apparition. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Water Vortex Jutsu. Kakashi shouted, sending a huge vortex of water at a shocked Zabuza. Zabuza was blasted through the air and only stopped when he hit a tree with enough force to the bark. Before anything else could happen, several kunai were launched at the Kiri Nukenin, hitting him in his arms, left leg and torso. Zabuza coughed up blood, staining his bandages as it leaked out of his mouth. A presence above him made him look up to see Kakashi crouched down on the tree branch with a kunai in his hand. Can you see the future? Zabuza asked, not quite sure why he had asked that, only that it seemed to fit with what he had seen. Yes, Kakashi said with his mixed eyes staring at Zabuza, and I see your death. Before Kakashi could finish Zabuza off, several saman pierced the man's neck. Zabuza's eyes rolled up in the back of his head as he fell to the ground. You were right, said a voice that came from Kakashi's left. Turning, he saw a young person whose gender was hard to tell due to the blue robes that covered her form. On the person's face was a mask that Kakashi recognized as a hunter ninja mask from Kiri. This was going to be his final battle. Kakashi grunted as he leapt off the branch and made his way over to Zabuza, checking the man's pulse. He's dead, he mumbled, turning to look at the hunter ninja. You're a ninja hunter from Kiri? The hunter ninja bowed. I am. I would like to thank you for stalling him for me. I have been after Momoichi Zabuza for a long time. Kakashi sighed as he brought his headband back down over his Sharingan. His genin squad came up behind him, looking at the hunter ninja curiously. The hunter ninja disappeared in a swirl of water, reappearing next to Zabuza's fallen body. Bending down, the hunter ninja picked up Zabuza, pulling the man's arm over her shoulder. Now, if you'll excuse me, this body has many secrets, so I need to go and destroy it. Naruto frowned as he watched the hunter ninja disappear in another swirl of water. I get the feeling I'm missing something here. Kakashi sensei. Turning around, Naruto saw Kakashi fall face first onto the ground, his one visible eye closed. Rushing over to him, Naruto placed a hand on his neck. He's alive, Naruto said to Sakura, who had come up to them. He's just unconscious. Signs indicate chakra exhaustion. Sighing, Naruto stood and brought his hands in the ram's seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones puffed into existence and lifted Kakashi by the arms and legs. Tazuna-san, we need to get to your home now. Think you can lead us there? Asked Naruto. Yeah, Tazuna said as he tried to get his bearings. It's just this way, follow me. Sasuke, you take points, Naruto said. Sasuke looked at him for a moment before deciding to comply. Normally he wouldn't, but being pointed would allow him to prove his superiority, in his mind anyway. The 3 Konoha genin followed Tazuna as he led them to his house, with the 2 clones carrying the unconscious Jonin following close behind. Kirigakyu no Jutsu, Hidden Mist Jutsu, a C-rank supplementary jutsu. Normally used by Kirigakyu, Hidden Mist Village, Ninja, this jutsu creates a thick fog by having the user saturate his/her chakra into the moisture in the air. Some of the more experienced practitioners of this jutsu can create a mist so thick that even Dijitsu like the Sharingan and Byakugan can be fooled. Mizu Bunshin, Water Clone, C-rank clone jutsu. The user infuses chakra into the water in order to create a clone in the user's likeness. Unlike regular clones, this one is not an illusion, but a solid copy made from water. The clone is always created with 10% of the user's strength no matter how many are made. Unlike Kage Bunshin's, this clone does not pass experience onto the user when dispelled. Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Jutsu, an A-rank attack jutsu. The user creates a water dragon that will attack the enemy it is directed against. This jutsu is one of the few water attacks that are truly devastating, normally tearing through a person as if they were paper. The size and strength of the jutsu is relative to the control one has over water elemental manipulation and the amount of chakra they put into it. Sura no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Prison Jutsu, a B-rank supplementary jutsu. This jutsu is used to capture opponents by placing them in a circular prison made of water. In order for this jutsu to be used, the one casting it must always have at least one part of their body in the water in order to continuously channel chakra into it. Daibakufu no Jutsu, Water Release, Great Water Vortex Jutsu, an A-rank attack jutsu. Creates a powerful vortex of water that can blast anything and everything in its path. This jutsu is extraordinarily destructive, and can cause mass amounts of property damage and/or blunt force trauma to an opponent. Chapter 8, Meeting the Family. After the battle, the group arrived at Tazuna's house. Said house was a decent-sized 2-story house that was sitting on a dock just a little over the ocean. As the group walked up to the house, Tazuna banged on the door. "Tsunami. It's me, open up." The group could hear a quick shuffling of feet on the other side before the door opened, and a beautiful woman in her mid to late 20s with dark blue shoulder-length hair and brown eyes could be seen. She was wearing a pink sweater and a blue skirt. "Tu-san," the woman said in relief as she saw him. "Thank goodness you're all right." "Of course I'm all right," Tazuna said with a large relieved smile at seeing his daughter. "It's all thanks to these ninja here." Tsunami looked over Tazuna's shoulder to see the group with him. "Thank you very much," she said with a bow before she noticed the group of triplets carrying Kakashi, who was still completely out of it. "Oh my. Is he all right?" she asked. "He's fine," Naruto said, deciding to take charge for the moment. "He just has a bad case of chakra exhaustion. Speaking of, is there anywhere we can let him rest?" "Of course," Tsunami said as she opened the door for the group to enter. "I will show you to the bedroom where you can put him." Naruto nodded as he and the other genin followed Tsunami up a set of stairs and into a hallway. She opened the first door on the left and let the Naruto clones in. Walking over to a closet in the room, she opened it and grabbed a bedspread that she set out on the floor. "Here you are," she said. "Thank you," the clone in the front replied as they set Kakashi down. With their job done, the 2 clones dispelled the surprising Tsunami, who looked at the smoke where the clones had been in surprise. "What the?" "Kage Bunshin," Naruto answered as he leaned against the wall next to the window, making the woman turn to him. "They're just solid copies of myself." Figuring it was some kind of ninja thing, she nodded her head as Sakura sat down next to their sensei. Are you going to be alright, sensei? She asked. Yeah, Kakashi said in a somewhat strained voice, having woken up sometime in the past few minutes. I just won't be able to move for a week or so. What? Sakura said in surprise. It's because of the Sharingan, Naruto said as the others looked over at him. It's an amazing bloodline, but because Kakashi-sensei isn't an Uchiha, it puts a great deal of stress on his body, since it's not built to harness the Kekkai Genkai's full potential. Sakura and especially Sasuke looked surprised by Naruto's knowledge. Sakura looked from her blonde spiky-haired teammate to her sensei. The Sharingan sounds like an amazing bloodline, but if it puts that much stress on the body, I guess you have to think before using it. Dope, Sasuke said, getting the blonde's attention. How do you know so much about the Sharingan? Naruto looked over at Sasuke and shrugged. I've been reading a lot lately. Naturally, reading about Konoha's most famous clans was one of my subjects. While there is little about how the Sharingan works, I know the basics. Like how the eyes are able to see through and copy any ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu and be able to turn any technique back on the original user. Aside from that, Kekkai Genkai come from specific families, or clans. If someone who is not a member from a clan gets a bloodline such as the Sharingan implanted in them, it simply can't be used properly. I'm guessing that's why Kakashi-sensei has to keep his eye covered, right, sensei? Kakashi tried nodding, but when he found it impossible just spoke. That's right, Naruto, I am pleased to see you're studying so hard. He Naruto gave an embarrassed laugh as he rubbed the back of his head in a sheepish manner. The group was silent for a little while after that, thinking about all that had happened and what their next move should be. Well, at least we defeated that strong ninja this time, Tazuna said with a relieved laugh. So we should be safe for now. By the way, who was that masked kid? Asked Sakura. She had remembered reading something about ninjas who wore those masks before. That's the mask worn by Kirigakure's special hunter ninja team, Kakashi answered. They are also known as body erasers. Their duty is to completely dispose of a body without a trace. A ninja's body within it has many secrets that can be revealed with a proper examination of a medical ninja. Things like ninjutsu, different chakra types, herbs, and many other secrets that will reveal things about the village. For example, if I died, the secrets of the Sharingan could be revealed. If you're not careful, there's the danger that the enemy will steal your jutsu. Naruto nodded to himself. He had recently read about the hunter ninja forces. Konoha had its own force of hunter ninjas, designed to hunt down missing ninja and kill them before they could become a problem. That's why the hunter ninja are around. The rest of the group turned towards Naruto. In order to protect the secrets of their village, hunter ninjas have the job of going into the world and hunting down the missing ninja of their village. They're specialists who guard their village's secrets. So that Zabuza has been chopped up and disposed of? Sakura asked with a pale complexion as she spoke. Scary. Naruto shook his head. I'm not so sure. What do you mean? Asked Sakura as she looked over at Naruto. What are you not sure about? Naruto frowned as he remembered what he had read about hunters. When a hunter ninja disposes of a body, it's supposed to be on the spot. That way no one has a chance to discover the secrets they might hold before they can get rid of it. They usually cut off the head and then burn the body with a katan jutsu. However, his mind went back to their encounter with the hunter ninja. However, that ninja didn't do that. Instead, he left with the body in tow. On top of that, he used Samban to kill the target. Having spent as much time as he had with Tenten, Naruto knew a lot about ranged weaponry. After all, when someone is throwing weapons at you and has a huge fetish for said weapons, one tends to learn more than they initially bargained for, and it didn't look like he was carrying any kind of heavy equipment that could decapitate a person. It seems odd that a hunter ninja would be so ill-equipped to deal with the disposing of a body. You're absolutely right, Naruto, Kakashi said, sounding proud that his genin had been able to figure all of that out. I've been wondering about that myself. And I have a theory. Within the forest just a little ways from where Zabuza had fought the Konoha ninja, the hunter ninja looked over Zabuza's body. Reaching into a pouch, the hunter took out a tool kit and unrolled it on the ground. The ninja grabbed a pair of clippers and brought them towards Zabuza. First, I'll cut off the mouth cloth and drain some of the blood. The ninja mumbled, carefully bringing the clippers to bear near Zabuza's clothed face. Just before the hunter could cut the cloth, Zabuza's hand shot up and grabbed the hunter's arm. That's all right, I'll do it myself, Zabuza said in a slightly gasped breath. Oh, the hunter said, sounding both surprised and amused. You've already come back to life. Zabuza grunted as he grabbed the samban in his neck and gave them a yank. Damn, you sure are rough, he grunted as he pulled them out. Oh, you're pretty rough yourself, pulling them out like that. You may really die if you pull them out so carelessly, the hunter said. Zabuza just gave a non-committal grunt. How long are you going to wear that stupid mask? He asked. I like this mask, the fake hunter replied. It reminds me of the old days. Despite that, the fake hunter reached up and pulled the mask off, plus it was useful for this act. If I hadn't saved you, you would have definitely been killed. Zabuza glared at his partner, and decided to let the fake hunter know just what he thought of the hunter's selection of pressure points. If you were going to put me to death, you didn't have to aim for the neck, you know. You could have used a safer acupuncture point. The Kiri missing ninja put the cloth back around his mouth. You're brutal as always. His partner merely smiled. You're right. But we both know how you would get angry if I scarred that flawless body of yours. And the neck doesn't have much muscle. It's easier to hit the acupuncture point there. The fake hunter examined Zabuza's vitals to see how much damage was done to him that both the fight and the temporary death state had given him. The man had a lot more wounds than usual due to who he was fighting, but the hunter determined he would live. You shouldn't be able to move much for about a week. But knowing you, you'll probably be up and about sooner. Zabuza looked at his partner out of the corner of his eye and smirked. You're so pure and clever, that's what I like about you. Of course, his partner smiled, I'm just a kid after all. The fake hunter ninja stood up and looked around. The mist has cleared. Looking down, the fake hunter ninja asked a question. Will you be alright next time? Zabuza's eyes narrowed and let out something akin to growl. Next time I will defeat the Sharingan. What do you mean Zabuza's alive? Sakura screeched, causing everyone to hold their ears and the windows to rattle. Keep your voice down, Sakura, Kakashi said before clearing his throat. Think about it, the hunter ninja used samban to kill Zabuza. But unless it hits a vital organ, the probability of actually killing someone is low. It's an item used by doctors in acupuncture. Hunter ninja have a thorough knowledge and understanding of the human body. So putting a person in a momentary death-like state would be easy. Let's look at the facts. First, he carried away the body of the much heavier Zabuza. Second, he used a weapon that has a low probability of killing. So basically what you're saying is that Zabuza is alive, Sasuke stated, though it almost sounded like a question. Kakashi nodded. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. The announcement that Zabuza was alive seemed to have varying levels of effect on those in the room. Sasuke was smirking, thinking he would get another chance to fight a strong opponent and prove himself as an Uchiha, as well as bringing himself one step closer to Itachi. Sakura looked around in worry, not feeling anywhere near as confident as her crush. She knew that she had no chance of helping in a fight like this. Naruto was surprisingly deep in thought, replaying what he had witnessed in Kakashi's battle with Zabuza. He knew that he had no chance against a man who could go toe-to-toe with his sensei. What's more, Kakashi had almost been defeated, and were it not for the timely intervention of him and Sasuke, Zabuza underestimating them and a shitload of luck, they would have definitely lost. Don't you think you're overthinking this? Asked Tazuna, now worried that the really strong ninja might actually be coming back. I mean, hunter ninjas are supposed to kill missing ninjas. One of the shinobi rules is to always prepare for the worst possible scenario, Kakashi stated. And even if Zabuza is dead, it just means that Gato is likely to hire an even stronger ninja. Either case points to the fact that we need to prepare. But what can we do? Asked Sakura, frightened of even the thought of seeing Zabuza again. This whole mission had gone from bad to worse for her, and she was starting to feel completely overwhelmed. I mean, we're just genin, and you can barely even move. Hee. Kakashi chuckled as if he somehow found this whole situation funny. You guys will be doing some training. Huh? Training? Sakura said in surprise. Sensei, what's a little training gonna do? Our enemy is someone you struggled against, even with the Sharingan. Cha! He's trying to get us killed! Inner Sakura shouted. Sakura saved me while I was trapped in that water prison? Kakashi asked in a slow tone. The question was rhetorical, but it was obvious what he was trying to get across. You guys have all improved a great deal. The Cyclopean Jonin looked over at Naruto and gave him a nice smile. Naruto, you've improved the most. Naruto blushed in embarrassment as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, I have a lot of people who've helped me. Everyone looked over at him, wondering who was helping him. He does seem to be a lot better, Sakura thought begrudgingly. And smarter the way he was talking, it's almost like he's a completely different person. Of course, Sakura was still convinced that Naruto was an idiot who was simply trying to act smart in order to make her Sasuke-kun look bad. I can't believe the dove managed to do so well, though admitted Sasuke, recognizing that what Kakashi said was true. He must be getting some kind of help, otherwise there would be no way the dove could have gotten this good. Who is it though? And why does he have someone teaching him privately, while I, and Uchiha, does not? Obviously this is just training for you guys to get better, Kakashi continued, unaware of the thoughts two of his genin were having. Even if I train you, you won't be able to beat Zabuza without me. But sensei, if Zabuza is alive he could attack at any time, Sakura protested. So should we be training? Don't worry, Kakashi assured her. You have to remember Zabuza was injured too, more so than I was. On top of that, he was put into a death-like state. His body will take a while to recover from something like that. So we'll train until then. Finally, Naruto said, breaking out into a grin. I didn't think you were ever gonna train us, sensei. Naruto, I have trained you guys. Kakashi defended himself. Yeah, in teamwork exercises, and even then you continue reading that porn of yours. Naruto shot back. I'm talking about training to up our individual skills. Teamwork is important, Kakashi said with a small shrug. I don't deny that teamwork is important, sensei. Naruto resisted the urge to roll his eyes. However, we both know that individual ability is just as important. If we can't even fight properly on our own merits, it won't matter if our teamwork is flawless. And you know that had Zabuza not underestimated us because we were kids, Sasuke and I would have been killed before we even had time to blink. Kakashi conceded that point with a nod. Naruto was right, individual skills were important. However, the silver-haired had wanted to pound the idea that teamwork was the most important aspect of a shinobi. Why do you guys even bother? Everyone turned to the source of the new voice to see a depressed-looking little kid of about 6 to 8 years of age. He had blue coveralls over a yellow shirt and a fishing hat on his head. Oh, Inari. Where were you? Tazuna asked in greeting, holding out his arms as Inari ran to give him a hug. Welcome back, Grandpa, Inari said before glaring over at the Konoha ninja. Inari, say hello to these people, Tsunami said, placing her hands on her hips. They're the ninja that protected Grandpa. But Mom, they're just going to die. Everyone looked surprised and or angry when Inari said that. Tazuna and Tsunami just sighed. There's no way they can beat Gato. Man, this kid's more emo than you are, Sasuke team, Naruto commented, grinning when he received an angry grunt from his Uchiha teammate. Listen here, kid, there's no way some idiotic, rich, midget bastard is going to be killing us. When Gato tries to get your grandpa here, I'm going to beat his ass back to the age of the Rakuta Sennin. There Naruto goes again. Kakashi's sweat dropped at his blonde student's shift in attitude. Genius one moment, loudmouth the next. It's almost like he has some kind of two people inhabiting that body or something. PFT, Inari huffed. You must be some kind of idiot, thinking you can go against Gato. Inari turned around and made his way to the door. If you don't want to die, you should leave. Inari, where are you going? Asked Tsunami in a worried voice. I'm going to look at the ocean, Inari said before leaving, slamming the door shut on his way out. I'm sorry about that, Tazuna said in a depressed voice as he looked over at the Konoha ninja. Whatever, that kid needs to get his shit together, Naruto commented. Seriously, anyone who broods more than Sasuke team, the emo king of brood over here, has a serious problem. Shut up, Naruto baka, Sakura yelled as she attempted to hit him. Naruto sighed as he caught the pink-haired girl's fist. How long would it take for her to get he was not going to allow her to hit him anymore? Seriously, Sakura, haven't I asked you to stop hitting me like 200 times already? I'm not going to let you hit me anymore. I'm not your personal punching bag. Naruto let go of Sakura's fist, seeing as how she was too shocked to do anything. I swear she never changes, Even after this has happened, Kami only knows how many times. In the past month his crush had been getting less and less appealing. Naruto did not really know why he no longer really cared for Sakura, except that the more time he spent with her, and the more time he spent with her and Sasuke, the less he seemed to like her. Of course, it could have been her abusive personality, and the fact that she always hit Naruto, but he had been dealing with that for years. He assumed that it was because he was spending time with girls that seemed to actually enjoy being with him. Tenten and Anko actually took time out of their days to talk to him. Oftentimes when he was done training with either one of them, they would stay out a little longer and just talk. Sometimes they would even go out to get something to eat, even though that consisted mostly of ichirakus. The blonde shook his head and banished the thoughts. Anyway, I think I'll be going to get some rest. In that case, there are a few extra rooms for you on the right if you want to take one of them, Tsunami said helpfully. Naruto gave her a smile, thanks. He left Kakashi's room, moving to one of the ones Tsunami had said was open. As he passed by Inari's room, he heard crying. Curious, he stopped and channeled some chakra to his ear. Tusan. Naruto frowned when he heard Inari's sobbed whispers. Sighing, he began walking to one of the open rooms again. The next day, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke followed Kakashi, who was using crutches, outside to begin their training. As they stood in the clearing, Kakashi turned around to look at the three. Okay, we will now begin our training, he informed them. About damn time, sensei, Naruto grinned, masking his excitement. I've been waiting for you to get your sorry ass into gear. No need for such language, Naruto, Kakashi said with a sweat drop. I think Anko's really being a bad influence on him. Now, before we begin training, I want to talk to you about chakra, Kakashi continued on with his lesson. Why even bother asking us that? Naruto asked. We already know about chakra. Well, since you seem to know it so well, how about you explain what chakra is, Kakashi suggested. It's the energy we use to create jutsu, Naruto said in an uncaring manner. And? Prompted Kakashi, trying to get more out of the blonde. And nope, that's it, Naruto said with an indifferent shrug. Kakashi's sweat dropped again, definitely a bad influence. Right, well, I suppose we should just get to training. Kakashi decided it would just be best to get started. So what are we going to do? Asked Naruto. Kakashi gave all of them a nice smile. You are going to be learning tree climbing. Sasuke and Sakura's face faltered. Meanwhile, Naruto resisted the urge to sigh. How is climbing a tree supposed to help us get stronger? Sasuke asked with his perpetual scowl in place. So he doesn't know tree climbing yet, Naruto thought with a smirk. This should be fun to watch. I'm glad you asked, Sasuke, Kakashi smiled at his raven-haired student. Aside from the simple fact that you'll be able to fight on a vertical surface, tree climbing also helps in your chakra control. Kakashi crouched his way over to one of the trees in the clearing. Bringing up a hand sign for focus, he channeled chakra to the bottom of his feet. He put one foot on the tree trunk, then his other foot. Soon enough he was walking up the tree, seemingly defying gravity. He stopped when he climbed onto a branch and hung upside down. Looking down, he saw Sakura and Sasuke looking shocked, while Naruto looked bored. Could he already know this exercise? Kakashi asked as he stared at Naruto. The feet are considered to be the hardest place to channel chakra to. Therefore, if you can master tree climbing, you can master any jutsu, theoretically at least, Kakashi explained. Hey sensei, I already know this exercise, Naruto informed them, causing Sasuke's eyes to narrow and Sakura's to widen. I see. Well then why don't you show me? Kakashi gestured to a tree on his left. Naruto shrugged as he walked up to the tree, subconsciously channeling chakra to his feet as he began to defy gravity and climb up. He continued walking until he was a little higher than Kakashi and then, like him, hung upside down on a branch. Naruto looked over to Kakashi and gave him a cheeky grin. See? You may now bask in the greatness that is Uzumaki Naruto. Well, it looks like you've got a head start on chakra control. Kakashi figured this must have been one of the many things that Anko decided to teach him. Very well, since you seem to be so good at it, you can teach it to your teammates. What? Sakura and even Sasuke yelled. Naruto narrowed his eyes at how his sensei was trying to dump his work on him. Or how about I leave a Kage Bunshin with them, and you help me with something I've been working on? Kakashi actually looked surprised at the suggestion. However, he thought about it for a second before nodding. With his chakra nearly depleted, he could not do much more than what he was doing now, but he may be able to give his students some advice. Very well, I don't see a problem with that. Though I need to see what you're working on in order to help you. Nodding his head, Naruto released the chakra from his feet and flipped over in the air, landing on his feet in a crouch. That's fine, sensei. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones appeared beside Naruto before bringing themselves over to each of his teammates. These clones of Naruto's will help you learn this exercise, Kakashi said as he threw two kunai at the two genin's feet. Use those kunai to mark your progress. I suggest you start by running. Nodding to himself, he walked back down to the ground as well. So why don't you show me what you're working on? He suggested as he looked at his blonde student. Naruto nodded. Alright, but we should probably go somewhere else. That way we won't be a distraction to the other two. Naruto didn't wait for an answer before he started walking. After a few seconds, Kakashi shrugged, pulling out his book and hobbling along after the blonde. Sasuke watched Naruto go with a seething expression. How? How can the dove be so much better than me? I've always been the best, an elite member of the Uchiha clan. Yet Naruto knows something I don't. Sasuke looked over at a tree and glared at it, as if hoping it would spontaneously combust. I won't let the dove beat me. Picking up a kunai, Sasuke ran to the nearest tree. When Naruto was sure that he and his sensei were far enough away that the noise he made would not reach his teammates, he turned to his sensei. There are actually two things I want to work on. The first is I want to start working on my wind manipulation training. You're already training in elemental manipulation? Kakashi's one eye widened in surprise. He had not realized that Naruto was working on something so advanced. You do know that's a Jonin level exercise, right? Naruto nodded. I know, but I already have several jutsu in my repertoire. I don't think I need any more. Rather, I want to be able to use the jutsu I do know more efficiently. That would make sense, Kakashi nodded his head. This kid is so weird. One minute he's acting like Minato-sensei and the next he's reminding me of Kushina-san. And you say you're a wind user? He asked. Yes, Naruto took out a piece of chakra paper and made it split with his chakra to emphasize his point. I actually wasn't planning on training in this until I got back home. I was told that Sarutobi Asuma is also a wind user, and I was going to ask him for some advice. But if we're going to fight Zabuza and that hunter ninja, I want some kind edge over them. Well, I don't know how far you'll be able to get. Kakashi looked thoughtful, knowing the boy would be able to get a decent start on his elemental training due to his Kage Bunshins, but he would not likely be able to complete it. Chances are Zabuza will be back in action within a week. But it certainly can't hurt. Kakashi paused for a minute before continuing. Now, I'm not a wind user, so I can't actually give you any tips. Thankfully my sensei was, and I got to see him training in his element on occasion. Bending down on the ground, Kakashi picked up one of the fallen leaves and twirled it in front of him. Your first step is to slice a leaf in half using wind chakra. That doesn't seem too hard, though I'm guessing it's a lot harder than it sounds since it's considered a Jonin level training exercise, Naruto mumbled to himself. Kakashi nodded. Elemental training is a Jonin level skill. Most shinobi and kunoichis don't even think of starting this until they've been a chunin for at least a year or two. Got it, Naruto said. He paused and looked at his sensei for a moment before speaking. I was also wondering if you could show me the hand seals for the Shunshin, body flicker. Shunshin, eh? Kakashi said, once again surprised. A Shunshin was only a chunin level jutsu, but once again it was a jutsu that people didn't bother with until they at least reached chunin. Yeah, I suppose I can show you the hand seals. Kakashi spoke. After all, it wouldn't hurt any, and Naruto may even learn it from just that. If he's anything like his parents, he'll have the jutsu down before the week's end, possibly sooner. The Shunshin is simply the ram seal, much like your Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kakashi explained, however unlike the Kage Bunshins where you imagine multiple clones of yourself. For this you must picture yourself moving at very high speeds. I find it helps if you visualize where you want to be when you use it. Naruto nodded, thanks Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi gave Naruto a nice smile. No problem, Naruto. Now then, I'm going to go check on your teammates. Kakashi said as he hobbled back towards the clearing his two teammates were still in. He's probably just going to read his porn, Naruto thought with a sigh before perking up. Well, whatever, I've got work to do. Bringing up his hands in the ram's seal, Naruto began channeling mass amounts of chakra. Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, mass multiple shadow clone jutsu. Back in the clearing, Sasuke's feet hit the bark of the tree. He channeled chakra into his feet and began to run up. 1 step, 2 steps, 4, 8, 10, 15. He felt the bark blast off of the tree, forcing him to mark his spot before he fell. Sasuke flipped back down and looked at his progress. 15 steps. Damn it! Why is this so hard? You're using too much chakra. Sasuke turned around and glared at the clone. What? He asked in a scathing voice. The clone sighed. He seriously could not understand how the boss dealt with this shit every day. You use too much chakra, that's why the bark exploded. If you use too much, it pushes you off, too little and you slip off. Hey Sasuke-kun. Look up here. Their conversation was cut off as they both turned to the female voice, to see Sakura sitting on top of the first tree branch on her tree. Well, it looks like she's got good control, Naruto mused. Sasuke looked at Sakura with a glare, which did not go unnoticed by the pinkette. Oh no! Sasuke-kun looks mad, and I thought he would be impressed. What am I going to do? Sasuke team, stop glaring at Sakura and get back to work, or you'll never be able to get this exercise down, the Naruto clone spoke in an annoyed voice, making the raven-haired genin turn his glare on him. Hey, don't talk to Sasuke-kun like that! Sakura shouted, defending her crush despite said crush giving her a scathing glare that looked like he was trying to burn a hole through her. Sakura! The clone who was helping Sakura shouted. I know you want to be the center of Sasuke's attention, but I need you to focus on your training. Sakura blinked in surprise. Naruto's clone was not acting anything like him. Well, not acting like his idiotic self, she corrected, remembering the way he had been talking recently. They were more like he was when talking about something he was knowledgeable in, something that was still taking some getting used to. But I already did the training, Sakura said with a scowl. Acting smarter or not, there was no way she was going to let Naruto, or his clones, talk to her like that. You saw me, I can already climb the tree. Really? The clone asked with a raised eyebrow. So if I asked you to walk all the way to the top and back down, you could do it? Well, Sakura hesitated. Running up to this branch had tired her out as it was, she was not sure if she could actually walk to the top. Exactly, Naruto said as he hesitated to answer. You may have been able to get up there, but that's only because you have such good control of your chakra. However, this also means that there is something else you are lacking. Sakura frowned, not liking how Naruto seemed to be insulting her. Are you insulting me? She asked in a threatening tone. For the love of Kami! Naruto's clone nearly facepalmed. No, Sakura, I am not insulting you. Like Sasuke, you have both good qualities and areas where you are simply lacking. Only your situation is reversed. Sakura gave him a confused look. What do you mean? You have perfect chakra control. This is because your chakra reserves are so small, Naruto said with a shrug. It's not all that surprising, since you come from a civilian family. Larger reserves are not in your genetics like it would be if you were an Uchiha. Sasuke, on the other hand, has larger than average reserves, which equates to a lack of control. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to Naruto actually sounding smart, Sakura thought as she listened. So then what am I supposed to do? She asked. We need to get your chakra reserves up, Naruto said as if the answer was obvious. The only way to do that is to work on chakra control exercises, but go for endurance, rather than simply learning the exercise. Now, I have a friend who helped me when I learned tree climbing. She said that you haven't mastered tree climbing until you can fight on a vertical surface for 1 hour like you were fighting on a horizontal surface. Naruto said in a quote. Sakura gulped a bit, causing Naruto to smile. Don't worry, we're not going to be doing that yet. Right now you don't have the reserves for it. What I want you to do is to start running up and down the surface of the tree. I want you to do this until you're exhausted. You can take a small break when you tire out, but once you're rested, you're going to start over again. Sakura paled a bit at what Naruto was suggesting to her. Seeing this, Naruto decided to add some incentive. If you prove that you can be useful to Sasuke, he may pay more attention to you. That seemed to do the trick as Sakura started running up the tree. As Sasuke glared at him, the Naruto clone sighed. You know glaring at me won't help you with your tree climbing. I suggest you use a little less chakra than before. I don't need your help, done, Sasuke said. He turned back to the tree and began running up it, albeit he used less chakra. For a while it seemed to be going fine until he slipped. He marked his progress and jumped back down. Looking up, he glared at his mark. It was only 5 steps above the first one. Damn it! Sakura got this in one try. I'm an Uchiha and I haven't even gotten half as far as she has. Sasuke thought as he glared at the tree. You need to relax, Sasuke, Naruto's voice came from behind him. When Sasuke once again turned his glare on him, Naruto sighed. Look, I'm trying to help you. I said I don't need your help. Sasuke shot back. I'm an Uchiha, this is no problem for me. That's not what it seems like from where I'm standing. Naruto shot back. I said I don't need your help, done. Sasuke grit his teeth. Naruto looked at Sasuke for a moment before he shrugged. Fine, I'll just be sitting over at that tree, watching as you continue making a fool of yourself. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as the Naruto clone sat down and leaned back against the tree. He turned back to the tree he was working on. He would complete this exercise without the Dobe's help. He was an Uchiha. As Sasuke continued working, none of them noticed the small figure who was staring at them as it left. Within their base, the hunter ninja watched over the bedridden Zabuza, mixing some of the herbs they had. So even you have come back defeated. The hunter ninja turned his head to see Gato standing in between 2 thugs. One of them was shirtless with a black hakama and an eye patch on his right eye. His left shoulder was adorned with a vine tattoo pattern, while he had barbed wire tattoos running down his arms. The other was wearing a baggy gray jacket festooned with many pockets, a pair of black shorts and a black beanie on his head. Both of them had a hand holding the sheaths of their swords, trying to make themselves look menacing. Zabuza's partner thought the pair looked pathetic with their posturing. It looks like the Kiri ninja are pretty pathetic. Gato continued as he moved into the room, feeling confident now that Zabuza was bedridden. You can't even avenge your men, how pathetic. And you call yourself a devil? Zabuza said nothing, causing both of Gato's Ronin to start unsheathing their blades. Hold on for a moment, Gato held up a hand as he continued walking up to Zabuza. He stopped at the bed and looked down at the Kiri missing ninja. Hey! There's no need to stay silent. Gato began to reach out his hand towards Zabuza's throat, but before it could get there, the hunter ninja grabbed onto the businessman's wrist. Don't touch Zabuza-sama with your filthy hands. The hunter ninja snarled, giving him a glare that looked like it would burn straight through the fat businessman. Hey, let go! Let go, you fucking ARGH! Gato shouted, only to scream as the hunter ninja snapped his arm, then tossed him back. The 2 Ronin moved their hands towards their swords. However, their eyes widened when they found the hunter ninja between them, holding their own swords against their throats. You shouldn't do that, the hunter ninja said. I'm really pissed off right now. Gato and both his cronies began to sweat. One more chance! Gato shouted as he stood up and shook his unbroken hand in a fist. I'm giving you one more chance to complete this. If you fail, I'll make sure that every ninja in Kiri knows where you are. Gato and his 2 thugs left, slamming the door on their way out. Haku, Zabuza said, getting his partner's attention. You didn't have to do that. I know, Haku said with a smile, spotting the protrusion in the sheets that showed Zabuza was holding a kunai. But it's still too early to kill Gato. If we cause a commotion right now, the hunters will be after us again. We must be patient. Zabuza sighed. Damn, I hate it when you're right. Right about what? Hearing the voice, Haku and Zabuza looked over as the door opened to see the Akuma brothers walking in. Later that night, the Konoha ninja were sitting at the dinner table with Tazuna and his family. Naruto and Sasuke were shoveling food down their throats. Sakura had her head on the table and looked like she was going to pass out. And Kakashi was, much to the displeasure of the tsunami, reading his porn. So Sasuke, Sakura, how's training going? Kakashi asked as he flipped a page of his book. He would have left since he finished eating almost as soon as the food had been set in front of him, having eaten so fast no one could even see him take off his mask, but it would be rude to leave while the others were eating. Sasuke grunted, somehow still able to make that sound despite his mouth being full of food. Ugh, Naruto's a slave driver, Sakura groaned, not even bothering to lift her head up. Out of all the genin, she had had it the hardest, since she did not have the stamina of the others. Really? Kakashi asked, turning to look at Naruto, who was on his 4th serving of rice. So how was your training, Naruto? Naruto stopped shoving food down his gullet and swallowed what he already had in his mouth before answering. Well, I am making some progress, but it's slow going. Naruto frowned as he thought of his training. I'm doing better at learning the Shunshin than elemental manipulation, however. What? He's learning Shunshin? Sasuke questioned in his mind, just adding another reason to be mad at Naruto. That's natural, Kakashi said. After all, elemental manipulation is a Jonin-level training technique. Naruto's going through Jonin-level training? Sakura wondered in shock. Sasuke seethed even more at hearing that the dove was learning something that a Jonin normally learned. Standing up, he stomped out of the house, slamming the door closed behind him. I should have seen this coming, Kakashi sighed. I probably shouldn't talk about Naruto getting stronger in front of Sasuke. I wonder what crawled up his ass and died. Naruto looked over at the door Sasuke had stormed out of before shrugging. Though I'm surprised it could with that 20-foot pole he's already got sticking in there. Naruto baka. Don't make fun of Sasuke-kun like that, Sakura shouted, standing up and rearing her fist back to hit the blonde. Naruto just looked at her. Do you want me to double the amount of training you're going to be doing tomorrow? Sakura's mouth snapped shut as she sat back down, not wanting to even go through the training the blonde had placed on her again, much less have it doubled. That's what I thought. Naruto nodded his head and turned back to his food. Actually, Naruto, Kakashi started. Since you seem to be much farther than your teammates, I was hoping you could go with Tazuna-san tomorrow. Naruto blinked for a few seconds before shrugging. Sure thing, sensei. It would just mean he had to wake up earlier and get his Kage Bunshin working. He looked over at Tazuna and gave the man a reassuring grin. Well, it looks like you'll be saddled with the best protection we've got, old man. I won't be letting any of Gado's thugs near you. I'm sure, Tazuna chuckled at the boy's cocksure attitude. After having seen Naruto come up with that plan to help his sensei, he no longer doubted the blonde shinobi. Everyone continued eating for a little while longer, until Sakura noticed something about the picture hanging on the wall behind Tazuna. Hey Tazuna-san, what's with that picture on the wall over there? She asked, pointing to the picture of Tazuna and his family. It looks like a piece is missing. The 3 family members tensed at the mention of the picture. An air of sorrow seemed to fill the air. It's my husband, Tsunami said after several minutes of tense silence, her voice sounding a little choked up. The man they called the hero of Nami, Tazuna added in a solemn tone. Inari abruptly stood up after hearing that and ran up the stairs. Inari, Tsunami said in a worried tone. The woman turned on her dad with an angry expression. Father, you know you can't talk about that man in front of Inari. What's wrong with Inari? Asked Sakura, feeling depressed for causing such obvious pain to someone else. Inari lost someone he loved, didn't he? Asked Naruto, surprising the others at the soft tone of his voice. That meant our husband was important to him, right? There seems to be some kind of story behind this, Kakashi added. Care to share? Tazuna sighed as he began to tell his tale. Inari had a friend that he was real close to, a man who was a father in all but blood. They were very close, like a real father and son. Inari was always laughing and smiling back then. Tazuna paused as he clenched his hands. But Inari changed since that incident with his father. The word courage has been stolen from the people of this land. And from Inari, ever since that day because of that incident. That incident? Asked Kakashi. What happened? Before I get to that, I first need to tell you about the man who was called the hero of Nami, Tazuna said. Hero? Asked Naruto, getting interested in hearing more about someone who had done something amazing enough to be called a hero. It was about 3 years ago that Inari met that man, Tazuna said. Some bullies were picking on him, trying to steal the dog that Tsunami and I had gotten for him. After arguing, they threw the dog into the lake, and then they pushed Inari into the lake as well. That's horrible, gasped Sakura. No more horrible than smashing your fist into someone's head for no reason, Naruto mumbled loud enough for only himself and Kakashi to hear. Tazuna ran a hand through his hair as he gave a sigh, and it was worse because Inari couldn't swim. However, right then as Inari was drowning, the pooch remembered he could dog paddle. Inari almost drowned that day, however, a wandering fisherman managed to save him. His name was Kaiza. He was a fisherman who came here to follow his dreams. After that, Kaiza and Inari became very close. It may have been because Inari's real father had died before he could get to know him, but he and Kaiza were inseparable, like a father and son. It was only a matter of time before Kaiza became a part of the family. And Kaiza was also a man the city needed. There was one time that the dam was overrun with water, and was going to flood the city. Kaiza swam out to the dam by himself and closed it. Kaiza was called the hero of this city. And Inari could not have been prouder. Tazuna paused in his story as his face took a darker tone. But then Gato came to this city. Gato killed Kaiza, didn't he? Naruto said, causing the others to look over at him in surprise. Tazuna nodded. Yes, only it was much worse than that. Gato had Kaiza executed in front of everyone, including Inari. Gasps were heard from Naruto and Sakura, both surprised and appalled that Gato could do that. Kakashi just looked down. He already knew of the hardships of the world, and he knew things like this happen more often than others would like to admit. From that day Inari changed. He stopped believing in heroes that day. The day the whole city lost hope, Tazuna trailed off. For a moment the Konoha ninja were silent as they digested what they had heard. It was definitely a sad story, hearing that a child saw his father figure murdered in front of him. Naruto stood up and began making his way towards the door. Where are you going, Naruto? Asked Sakura. If you're thinking of training, take the day off, Kakashi said. If you use up too much chakra you could die. Don't worry, sensei, I'm just going to have my Kage Bunshin do some work while I sleep, Naruto reassured his sensei. Kakashi nodded while Sakura and the others looked confused. But I need to get some training in, otherwise I won't be able to prove to Inari that heroes still do exist. Chapter 9, New Ideals. The next morning after Naruto had woken up and created several hundred clones to work on his jutsu and his elemental training, while he had left with Tazuna to head over to the bridge. When they got there the place was already fairly busy and Naruto was forced over to one of the sides of the large unfinished bridge so that he could watch the master bridge builder work while at the same time not getting in the way of him or the others working on the bridge's construction. Naruto looked over at all the construction workers who were doing construction on the unfinished, but still impressive, bridge. He had been here for several hours and had to admit he was getting kind of bored, really bored if he were honest with himself. Standing around watching an old man and a bunch of people running around working without doing anything himself was really boring. Naruto sighed as he looked up at the sky. I'm really beginning to regret letting Kakashi-sensei talk me into this. Even staying with Sasuke team and Sakura would have been better than this. You seem kind of bored standing around here all by yourself, Tazuna commented as he carried a large piece of construction metal from one side of the bridge to another. Naruto turned to look at him with a grin. Are you kidding? I'd much rather deal with an old drunk like you than a girl who would rather smash my face and then say even one kind word, and a brooding emo theme who only speaks in one-syllable grunts. Ha ha ha, you know kid, you're alright. Tazuna laughed as he set down the construction metal for the other workers to grab and weld to the end of the bridge where they were extending the length that would eventually reach the mainland. Hey Tazuna! Naruto and Tazuna turned to see one of the workers coming over to the old bridge builder. A man wearing an outfit similar to Tazuna's who was bald and looked around the same age as the bridge builder himself was. HN? Tazuna scratched his ear as he looked over at the man. What is it, Chichi? Chichi looked at Tazuna with a small frown. I've been doing a lot of thinking recently, and I'm thinking about stopping my work on the bridge. What? Tazuna yelled in surprise. This is so sudden. Why would you do this? Tazuna, we've been close friends for a long time now, Chichi started, and Naruto sensed a but coming. I want to help you, but if we continue this work Gato will notice us. And if you get killed then what's the point? Naruto walked over to the two of them with a small frown. He did not like this man's cowardice. It seems Tsunaga-san was right. The people here have lost their courage. We should quit building this bridge while we're ahead, the man continued on, trying to impress the reasons he wanted to quit upon his friend. I can't do that. Tazuna placed a hand on his construction helmet and tilted it down as he looked at the man. This bridge is our bridge. This is the bridge we started building together, believing it would bring resources to our super poor country. The man looked at Tazuna imploringly. But if we lose our lives, dash. It's already noon, let's stop for today, Tazuna interrupted Jichi, turning around and leaving the man before he stopped and spoke without looking back. Jichi, you don't have to come back tomorrow. Naruto found himself frowning as he followed Tazuna into the city and took a look around. Said city looked more like a hovel than anything else. The buildings were run down and in a state of total disrepair and looked even more dilapidated now that he could see them up close. The grocery stores had very little in the way of food, and what they were selling was unfresh and rotten. People were looking over their shoulder as they walked, almost as if they expected to be attacked or stabbed in the back by some unknown enemy. Parents were shooing their kids down the streets in an effort to get home faster. But worst of all were the many people who obviously had nowhere to go, and were simply sitting on the street sidewalks and alleyways. Some of them held signs that said they were willing to work for food, some just sat or leaned against buildings looking like they had not eaten in months. Many of these people who were starving appeared to be children. Looking at this place and seeing how bad the people here had it brought pain to the young blonde's heart. It reminded him a lot of his childhood, the year after he had been kicked out of the orphanage and had been forced to look through the garbage in the hopes of getting a decent meal. Fortunately, he was snapped out of his reverie and growing depression by Tazuna. I'm supposed to bring home food for lunch, he started saying as he and Naruto made their way to what looked like it was supposed to be a store, if it weren't for the fact that there was only a small amount of food and it was almost all rotten. Here we are, Tazuna said as he entered the store. Naruto followed in and watched as Tazuna looked around at the meager amount of food they had. There's hardly any food here, the blonde thought to himself. Naruto had known what it was like to starve, having been kicked out of the orphanage when he was 5. He had lived on the street for a year and had taken to eating out of the trash can. In fact, it was because he had gone to try and get something out of the trash can at one Ichiraku's ramen that Naruto had been able to get an apartment. It had been a stroke of luck that the Sandaime Hokage had been eating there at the time and had spotted Naruto. After getting the story from the blonde, Sarutobi had made sure to get the boy his own place to live. Seeing the poor amount of food and the state said food was in made him wonder whether it was better to have food all around you, but not be able to eat it. Or better knowing there was not enough food to feed yourself with. It probably doesn't matter in the end, he said to himself as Tazuna finished buying his goods and left the store. Naruto followed soon after and as they began to walk down the street again, felt a small tug on his leg. Stopping, the blonde turned around and looked down to see a child, who couldn't be more than 5 or 6, he was twig thin and wearing nothing but dirty rags. He had his hands sticking out in front of him, making it obvious what he wanted. Hey Tazuna, Naruto said in a soft voice, but still loud enough for the bridge builder to hear. The man turned around to see Naruto looking at the small child. I'm sorry, but do you think I could stay here for a while? Tazuna looked from Naruto, then to the child and back to Naruto again. Sure thing kid, Tazuna said, realizing what was going on. Naruto smiled as he created a ram's seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he said, causing a clone to appear next to him. My clone will escort you back home. Tazuna nodded to Naruto as the clone caught up with him. When the two of them started leaving, Naruto looked down at the odd kid who was looking at his retreating clone and smiled. Do you have any friends or family that are also hungry? Naruto asked. The kid looked away from the direction his clones took off and looked at him. I've got my Oniai-chan, and lots of friends who are. He trailed off and looked down. Naruto nodded in understanding as he held out his hand. Why don't you show me where they are, and I can make all of you some food. The child looked at Naruto's hand for a second before taking it and leading Naruto to where the other orphans and homeless people he knew were. Tsunami! I'm home! Tazuna called out as he entered the house, taking off his helmet and putting it on the coat hanger next to the door. Kakashi, who was reading over on the couch, looked up and frowned underneath his mask. Tazuna-san, where is Naruto? Oh, the kid, Tazuna rubbed the back of his head and gave an excuse to cover for the blonde. Don't worry about him, He made one of those clones to escort me. He said he still had some things he needed to do in the city. Kakashi's frown deepened. Naruto has grown a lot in the past month, so I don't think he'll do anything reckless. Still, this is Naruto we're talking about, so it may be good to err on the side of caution. Thank you, Tazuna-san, Kakashi said as he stood up and made his way towards the door. I think I'm going to check and see how my other students are doing. Tazuna watched as Kakashi left before shrugging and moving into the kitchen where Tsunami most likely was. When Kakashi left the house, he bit his thumb and began to make several hand signs. He sighed as he felt some of the small amount of chakra he had left him. He would only be able to use this once until his reserves were completely recovered. Slamming his hand into the ground as he called out a jutsu. Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. As soon as his hand touched the dirt, a seal array appeared on the ground under his hand. There was a puff of smoke, and when it cleared, Kakashi saw a small pug sitting there. The pug was wearing a blue vest with a Konoha headband, and had a lazy expression on its face. Yo Kakashi, the pug said as it lifted a paw in greeting. You haven't called me lately, is there something you need? Pakin, Kakashi greeted, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a small torn bandage. I need you to find the person this scent belongs to. Come back and tell me if he's alright. Pakin nodded as he took a whiff of the scent. Putting his nose to the ground, he sniffed around a bit before looking up. I got the scent, Kakashi. I'll see you later. As Pakin took off, Kakashi looked after him before sighing and going back inside. And then the Inn of our village all started chasing me around the village. Naruto finished telling the story of his grandest prank of defacing the Hokage monument to the kids who had gathered around him. The child who had come up to him begging for food had led Naruto to where a group of 15 people ranging from the ages of 5 to 12 had been, all of them wearing the same rag-like clothes that he was and all of them starving from lack of food. With a talent for showboating that only a prankster of his caliber could have, Naruto had proceeded to wow the entire group by creating 50 clones of himself. He had divided them up into groups. Group 1 was 25 clones who had used his still-fledgling water-walking skills to stand above the water with a net and catch as many fish as they could. Clone Group 2 had been 20 clones split into 2 groups of 10. One group had gone to get firewood, while the other built several fire pits to cook the food caught. The last group had been 5 clones who were given the task of helping Naruto play with the children. They had done everything from playing tag to giving piggyback rides. Naruto had even shown them some of his less destructive jutsu, such as the jutsu he had now taken to calling the Kage Henge, shadow transformation, due to the fact that Enko had told him his jutsu was not an illusion like the standard henge, but a real transformation. Once the clones had finished cooking, Naruto had gotten the children to settle down, and he and his clones had passed out food to them, watching in a mixture of amusement and sadness as the group of ragtag kids devoured their meal as if they had not eaten in months. The blonde suspected that this was actually very close to the truth. That's so cool, Oni-chan, one of the kids said, a little girl with long brown hair and green eyes. Naruto grinned at her. Yeah, it was, until Irika-sensei caught me at least. He finished with a bit of a sheepish expression. Who's Irika-sensei ni-chan? Asked another kid. He's the person who taught me to be a ninja, Naruto replied, leaning back on his hands as he looked at the group that was gathered around him. He's pretty cool, except that he always seems to have this magical ability to find me after my pranks. Naruto stayed with the kids for the next several hours, regaling them with tales of his pranks. He had to admit it was nice to have a receptive audience who loved to hear about his pranking career, since before it had never really been seen in any way except a negative light aside from his rival for Hokage Konohamaru, but he had only seen the kid a few times in passing since he became a ninja. Looking up at the sky, Naruto frowned when he saw that the sun was starting to set. Well, it looks like I have to get going. He stood up, much to the disappointment of the kids. Oh. Do you have Oni-chan? Asked the one who had led him here. Naruto smiled and ruffled the kid's hair. Yeah, I do have to help protect the bridge builder. He's going to save this country from Gato, to make sure that you guys can all live happy lives again. Really? The boy said in an odd tone. Naruto gave the boy his foxy grin. Of course. Which is why I have to protect him, that way Gato doesn't try to pull anything funny. Wow, you're like a hero, one of the girls said. Naruto chuckled a bit. hiding the small amount of hurt those words gave him. Sarutobi had said he was the hero of Konoha, the one who protected it from the Kyuubi, but none of the people saw him like that. However, there were people he had just met, kids, but people nonetheless, that thought he was a hero. It was both a heartwarming feeling and slightly depressing. You think so? Maybe, Naruto said, giving the little girl a smile. It's nice to know some people think that anyway. Less than 15 minutes later, Naruto walked through the front door to Tazuna's house. I'm back, Naruto called out as he went over to the table where his team along with Tazuna and his family were sitting, eating dinner. Kakashi looked up from his book and gave his blonde student the ever-famous eye smile. Ah? Naruto, did you take care of whatever business you had? Naruto nodded as he sat down and began piling food onto his plate. Yep. It's all taken care of. I think I should have realized something like this would happen, Kakashi thought to himself as he went back to his book, but didn't read in favor of his thoughts. Given that while different, the situation a lot of these people are in is similar to Naruto's earlier years. Kakashi had been able to find out what Naruto was doing through Pakken. What he had found was both surprising, and at the same time not so surprising. Having been in the ANBU at one point, Kakashi was one of the people who Sarutobi had placed as a guard for Naruto after giving the boy his apartment. It was an unnecessary precaution for the most part, as most people would follow the law and only a few would try and break it, mostly drunks that he and the ANBU dealt with before they became a threat to Naruto. The blonde had rarely ever been able to get any food for himself. Most if not all of the stores refused to sell to him, and the one store that did charge triple the price for rotten goods. Even after having this reported to the Hokage, nothing had changed for Naruto, especially since the civilian council had managed to hoard more political power after the Kyuubi's attack before Sarutobi had reclaimed his position and now controlled nearly all of the stores, and those they did not were blacklisted if they allowed Naruto entrance, making it very hard for his student to get food. That he would already be working on water walking is impressive. It still looked a little shaky, but the fact that he can already stand on water shows he's training hard. Kakashi was actually impressed with the initiative of his blonde student, as most would wait for their sensei to begin teaching them. That Naruto had taken to learning things himself showed that he was willing to go above and beyond to learn and grow stronger. Kakashi looked over at his other two students, both of whom did not have the same motivation and determination the blonde had. Hopefully he can help me with the other two. As everyone began eating again, Naruto looked over at his two teammates. Sakura did not look like she had done nearly as much as he had her do the other day. Obviously Kakashi had not been going as hard on her. He probably stayed in the house and read his smut, the blonde thought with a sigh. The problem Naruto had realized when he had his Kage Bunshin helping Sakura was that she lacked the motivation to actually train. During the time his Kage Bunshin had been training her, the pinkette had taken to complaining about how he was a slave driver and how all this training would make her look manly. It did not help that she refused to eat properly, preferring to diet rather than remain skinny and toned by exercising. His eyes then landed on Sasuke, who was once again bruised and dirted, and scarfing down food even faster than him. At least one of them knows how to work hard. While Naruto did not feel Sasuke had the proper motivation to get stronger than Naruto did, he knew that the raven-haired genin always worked harder than the others on what he was being taught than the others that had been in their class. Hey team, Naruto said, making Sasuke pause mid-bite to eye the blonde. How's that tree climbing coming? Naruto asked with a cheeky grin. Sasuke glared at Naruto as he swallowed. His tree climbing wasn't coming all that well. He had only managed to get 10 steps higher than yesterday. Better, Sasuke lied with a smug look, not wanting to give Naruto the satisfaction of knowing he was having difficulties with the exercise. Pretty soon I'll have this exercise complete. Oh? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. So you call 10 steps higher than last time better? I didn't realize that an elite Uchiha felt such a small amount of progress was something to be proud of. Oh no, Kakashi's sweat dropped as his blonde student began antagonizing his raven-haired student. This doesn't look good. Naruto baka. Stop. Sakura did not get to finish as Naruto tossed her a small glare laced with killing intent, not in the mood to listen to her shouting. Sasuke stiffened in his seat as he glared at Naruto. How did you know that? Were you spying on me? Hardly, Naruto scoffed. I have several clones stationed around the house for added protection. One of them simply saw you training. And what do you care about? Sasuke hissed, angry that the dove was making fun of him, and that the dobe had surpassed him in something he should be able to do easily. You're my teammate, of course I would care, Naruto said with a shrug, surprising Sasuke and the others. I may dislike your stuck-up attitude, but you're still my teammate. Naruto looked over at Sasuke, the sides of his mouth twitching upwards a bit. And if you ask nicely, I may just be willing to lend you a hand. Everyone looked over at Sasuke, who seemed to be having some kind of inner debate. The raven-haired genin looked over at Naruto to see the blonde looking at him with a calm expression. When did the dove become like this? He asked himself. Ever since that genin test he's been like this. And no, I think he was like this even before that. But I don't know how or when. When did he change? Sasuke closed his eyes for a second as he tried to decide what to do. Sasuke paused, as if what he was going to say next was some kind of sin. I would like your help. Those who thought Naruto might say no just to string the Uchiha along were surprised when the blonde just gave a nod. Then wake up around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and we'll get started on tree climbing. Kakashi looked at the two and gave a small smile that went unnoticed under his mask. I guess there was nothing to worry about. Naruto seems to be getting through to Sasuke after all. What's going on? Wondered Sakura as she looked between her two teammates. 1 minute Naruto Baka is insulting Sasuke-kun, and the next he's offering to help him? Does he have some kind of multiple personality disorder or something? Cha. That's got to be it. Why else would he act like such a baka? Shinaro. Inner Sakura ranted, seemingly in agreement. However, one person there was getting fed up with the way these ninja were acting. Tears began to form in Inari's eyes as he glared at Naruto. An act which did not go unnoticed by said blonde. You got something you want to say, kid? Asked Naruto as he eyed the now ready to burst Inari. Inari stood up and slammed his hands down on the table. Why do you guys bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you're no match for Gato's men. No matter what glorious claims you make, or how hard you work when facing the strong, the weak will only end up getting killed. Naruto smirked at the kid. You know you're exactly right. Everyone who had been expecting some kind of outburst looked over at Naruto in surprise as he spoke. The weak will always be defeated by the strong. The blonde looked up at Inari, his smirk widening a tad. Gato and his men are weak. There is nothing but cowards who pick on people who can't even put up a fight against them. They can only fight against people who don't have the strength, or the will to fight back. Against a fully trained shinobi, a bunch of thugs means nothing. Naruto put his head down on the table as he looked away from Inari. We are not weak. Don't lump us in the same category as you, we're nothing alike. Inari's tears began to run down his face even harder than before as he glared at Naruto. I'm glad we're nothing alike. I'd hate to be like you. You don't know anything about this country, yet you keep being so nosy. What the hell do you know about me? I'm different from you. You're always acting so happy, like you don't even have a care in the world. You don't know how hard life can be. Naruto lifted his head up and glared at the kid, unconsciously channeling killing intent into his gaze, enough so that Inari's eyes widened and he began to shake. Having never experienced killing intent, Inari was unable to properly defend himself and was forced to sit back down, as his legs were no longer capable of supporting him. Listen to yourself, bitching and moaning about your life. Thinking you've got it so hard, Naruto's voice was soft, an almost unnoticeable whisper. Yet it somehow managed to carry across the entire room, and was thick with a rage that even Sakura, oblivious as she normally was to Naruto, could hear. Several of the people in the room flinched, including Inari. Naruto stood up and walked over to the kid who was too frightened from the blonde's killing intent to move. Naruto's glare seemed to increase as his mind went back to the children he had met in Nami. The ones that had nowhere to go, whose parents had disappeared, most likely due to Gato having his men kill them. You sit here in this home with your loving family, with a mom who cooks for you, and worries about you, and loves you unconditionally. You have a grandfather who is building a bridge so that you and your country can be free of Gato's reign. Naruto snorted at the boy in disgust. What a hard life. Oh, my Tusan died, boo-hoo, look at me whine and bitch like some little pussy. Having enough of her teammate berating the kid, Sakura stood up and glared at Naruto. Naruto Baka th. Shut up. Naruto punctuated both words with a harsh glare, his killing intent turning on Sakura, who paled and sat down as she found her legs unable to support her. Naruto turned his gaze back on Inari. I bet you've never even stepped foot outside this little sanctuary, have you? Never even been into the town recently, where children even younger than you have lost their parents, both of them. Children who don't have a mom to cook them food, or a grandfather who's willing to stand against a tyrant for them. Naruto remembered his own past, being kicked out of the orphanage at a young age, living on the street for nearly a year. Not being able to buy food from the stores unless it was rotten, being forced to find a lot of the stuff he owned in the garbage cans from the people who had thrown their stuff away. But most of all, he remembered the loneliness he had to deal with. The glares and harsh whispers people had given him. Look, it's him. Who does he think he is, walking around this street like he owns the place? Listen, you are not to go near that boy again. I'm so glad he didn't become a ninja. Yet could you imagine what would happen if he did? I mean, he's the dash. Naruto gritted his teeth as voices flashed through his mind. I'm glad I'm nothing like you. You're nothing but a pussy, sitting here whining about how hard your life has been when there are people in your own town who have it far worse than you. A sniveling little bitch who disgraced Kaiser's name. Inari's eyes widened as the blonde mentioned the name of his father figure. Naruto snorted in disgust before turning around and heading towards the door. Naruto, where are you going? Kakashi asked as the blonde opened the door. Destructive therapy, Naruto yelled as he slammed the door shut. Everyone stared at the door Naruto had left through, wondering what had caused the blonde to have such a strong reaction to Inari's words. Inari sniffled several times before he too ran out of the door. This is a disaster, though I can't say I'm surprised that Naruto reacted like that, Kakashi thought as he stood up, putting his book down for the moment. He stood up and walked out the door. Walking around to the back, he saw Inari sitting with his feet dangling over the water. Can I join you? Asked Kakashi, causing Inari to turn his head. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. There was a large puff of smoke that covered the clearing as Naruto summoned over 400 clones. Without preamble, Naruto unsealed his bow's staff and charged them, smashing into their midst with a fury that seemed to give his namesake new meaning. The clones who had been surprised by the sudden and brutal attack began to retaliate, striking out with limbs and kunai in an attempt to take down their creator. Naruto snarled as he dodged some attacks, blocked others, and then retaliated with a vengeance. A strike to the head for one clone, a dazzling set of spinning maneuvers that ended up taking out a horde of the Naruto copies. The blonde shinobi did not stop at just using his staff, however. He used feet, elbows, headbutts, knees, anything he could think of as he tore through his Kage Bunshin. He did get a hit a few times, several kunai got stuck in his torso, a few cuts appeared on his arms, and bruises came to his face. However, Naruto continued on, fighting like a man possessed until the last clone had been killed. When they were all gone, Naruto stood there, hunched over and panting. His eyes began to droop as he fell onto his back. One last thought passed through his mind as he fell into blissful unconsciousness. The nerve of that brat, thinking I don't know what it means to suffer. It seems we're out of medical herbs, Haku mumbled with a sigh. Closing the pantry, the hunter ninja walked back into Zabuza's room. Walking over to the bed, Haku looked down at him. You were far more injured than I thought. We're all out of herbs. What's your point? Grunted Zabuza. My point is I need to go out and get some more for you. Haku gave the man a blank stare, slightly irritated by Zabuza's cavalier attitude. I'll be back sometime around noon. I should be able to get enough for you to finish healing. Whatever, Zabuza grunted, trying to shift his position in the bed despite the sharp pains he felt as he moved. Haku looked over at the Akuma brothers. Take care of him while I'm gone. If I find out that you've let him bully you into letting him so much as sit. The two brothers gulped at the implied threat. Don't worry, Haku, we won't let him talk us into anything, said Gozu, the older brother. Haku looked away. You said that last time as well. Not waiting for a reply, Haku left the room. Haku hummed a small tune while walking through the forest, looking for the herbs that the fake hunter ninja had found a few days ago. After passing a particularly large tree, Haku found the herbs. Bending over to pick one up before pausing, having caught sight of a figure lying on the ground a little ways away. Acting cautious, Haku approached the prone figure to see who it was, recognizing the blonde that had come up with that plan and used the collaboration jutsu to nearly kill Zabuza. The hunter's breath hitched, wondering what should be done. Kneeling down, Haku looked the figure over. The boy had tears in his cloak and clothing, showing off the blonde's surprisingly muscular figure underneath. There were also a lot of kunai and shurikens strewn around him, and dried blood over his clothes and on the ground. Haku reached a hand out to the blonde's throat. The boy was a hindrance to Zabuza's plan. The best option would be to remove him before he could cause a problem. However, Haku paused midway to Naruto's throat, sighed and gently began to shake the blonde's shoulder. "Hey, wake up. You'll catch a cold if you sleep out here," Haku said. Naruto stirred. Stifling a groan, he opened his eyes. And the first thing he saw was... "Tenshi?" he asked as he saw a beautiful girl with a heart-shaped face and a set of chocolate-brown eyes. His slightly groggy and his sleep-addled mind came to what he obviously thought was the correct conclusion. Haku blushed at being called an angel. "I'm afraid not. If I was, you would have to be dead in order for us to meet." Naruto blinked a bit as the blurriness to his vision began to clear up. Sitting up, he stretched his arms above his head as he let out a loud yawn. Bringing his hands back down and leaning against them, Naruto turned to look at the person who had woken him. It was a young woman who looked to be maybe a year or two older than him. She had long dark brown hair and chocolate brown eyes. She was wearing a pink yukata with blue floral designs on it. A small black choker was around her neck. She was currently smiling at him with a kind smile. Naruto blushed a bit. "I'm sorry. He said, unsure what to say. Haku giggled a bit. "That's perfectly alright. Though, you should be more careful. If you stay out here all night long, you may catch a cold and die. Then you really would be seeing angels." "How is that?" Naruto asked, scratching the back of his head. "I didn't know colds could kill. And in any case, I've never been sick a day in my life." He paused as he looked over at Haku and tilted his head and gave an expression of curiosity. "So what about you? What are you doing this early in the morning?" Haku smiled and lifted the basket she was holding. "I'm picking some herbs from my friend who got injured a while ago. I'm gathering these to help in his recovery." "That's actually pretty cool," Naruto said, gaining an interested look in his eye. "I've been reading about herbs since I picked up a small hobby in gardening a while ago, but I don't really know too much. Do you need any help picking them?" "That would be nice," Haku said as she bent down, setting the basket back on the ground and grabbed a few of the herbs. Nodding his head, Naruto formed a quick hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A clone appeared next to Naruto before it hopped off towards the house. Bending down, Naruto looked over to see Haku looking at him curiously. "It's a clone," he explained, figuring that was why she was looking at him. "I had offered to help my theme of a teammate with his training. If I don't show up, he'll probably come looking for me." Haku nodded at the explanation, and feeling this would be an opportunity to gain some insight into Zabuza's enemies, the fake hunter decided to start a conversation. "So you're a ninja?" she asked. Sasuke frowned as he looked around the living room and saw no sign of Naruto. "I should have known that idiot wouldn't be here. He probably realized he couldn't help me and left." "Well, that's not very nice theme," Naruto said as he walked in the door. "If that's the way you feel, then perhaps I shouldn't help you." Sasuke grunted, looking away from Naruto. He looked back after a few seconds. "Why were you out already?" Naruto looked over at Sasuke and shrugged. "I usually wake up this early in the morning to do my own training." Sasuke smirked. "You sure you didn't just fall asleep in the forest?" Naruto blushed in embarrassment. "Shut up. Are we gonna do this or not?" Smirk still in place, Sasuke left with a grumbling Naruto following him. "I can't believe I'm actually going to help this team with his training," the blonde mumbled. "If I wasn't a Kage Bunshin and given orders to help this prick, I would kick the boss's ass." Naruto looked up and blinked as he registered the question. A second later he grinned. "Yeah, I am. I bet the totally awesome headband gave me away, huh?" "Maybe a little. That and the clone you made," Haku said with a smile. "So why did you decide to be a shinobi?" Naruto paused as he grabbed a herb. He shook his head and pulled it out. "I became a shinobi so I could gain the respect of my village," he said enthusiastically. "I plan on becoming the greatest Hokage to ever grace the elemental nations." Haku raised an eyebrow as Naruto jumped to his feet and pumped his fists into the air. I see that's quite a grand dream. Haku paused for a second before plunging in. So what's a ninja doing out this early in the morning? Naruto blushed a bit as he remembered his destructive therapy session. Training. He answered with enthusiasm. After all, destroying several hundred copies of oneself can constitute training, right? Haku noticed the lie but let it slide. So why are you training? To become strong, of course. Naruto shouted with a wide grin that stretched across his face and closed his eyes, making him look like a fox. Haku looked the blonde up and down, noticing the tightly packed muscles underneath Naruto's cloak. You seem plenty strong now. Naruto shook his head. Maybe, but I'm not strong enough. I have to become stronger. To become Hokage? Asked Haku. Naruto nodded. Not just Hokage, but the greatest Hokage. Are you doing this for someone else? Or yourself? Asked Haku. Sitting back down, Naruto looked at her curiously. Eru? Was his rather unintelligent reply as he scratched the back of his head. Haku noticed the look and covered her hand to her mouth as she released a giggle. Hey! Naruto shouted, a blush adorning his face at the sound of Haku's giggle. What's so funny? Nothing, Haku replied with a smile. So do you have someone who is important to you? Someone important? Naruto asked in a questioning and perplexed tone. Haku nodded, remembering the day Zabuza had come and gave her a purpose. When a person has something important to protect, that's when they become truly strong. Naruto paused in his herb picking as he looked up at Haku. Listening to those words, Naruto remembered Irika sensei protecting him from Mizuki and allowing him to graduate afterwards. His mind flashed to Hokage Ajisen, who had been with him ever since he had been kicked out of the orphanage. And he remembered the Ichiraku family, who owned the only restaurant, aka food stand, that did not kick him out. More images played through his head. Enko helped him with his tour training in the Forest of Death, sparring against the literal fighting Hurricane Rock Lee. His growing improvement with a bow staff and recently a katana, thanks to Tenten. And her father Kaido, who sold him goods at the same price as everyone else, and had given him said staff for free. They were all people who he had grown close to. He would easily fight to protect them, even give his life. I know exactly what you mean, Naruto said solemnly, his usual enthusiasm and occasional snarky attitude diminished. You'll get strong, Haku said, seeing the understanding light enter Naruto's eyes. Standing up, Haku looked at Naruto. By the way, I am a boy. Naruto froze for a second, his eyes went wide, his face turned green and he felt like he wanted to vomit. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no! If I call the boy Angel I'm gonna. He paused mid-rant as Haku began to walk away and his nose caught a scent. You're lying, Naruto stated, causing Haku to freeze and look back at him. Grinning, Naruto stood up and walked over to her. You almost had me fooled, but there is no way you can be a guy. Haku kept calm and merely raised an eyebrow. Oh? What makes you say that? Well, the first thing is you have no Adam's apple. Naruto had been reading up on human anatomy, and so he knew that was one of the differences between male and female. The other differences are. He shook his head, mind out of the gutter. Naruto. Looking back at Haku, he continued. Second, you're far too pretty to be a man. He grinned as Haku blushed. It's too bad I can't make Enko turn red like that guy. He shook his head again and cursed Enko for corrupting him. And finally, no self-respecting male would ever smell of lavender and lilac. Izzy, was all Haku said, too surprised that someone had called her out to actually say anything, though a part of her mind was trying to come up with an excuse for posing as a boy. I'm guessing you're posing as a male because of Gado's reign of tyranny over the island? Naruto asked. Haku felt herself relax as the blonde unwittingly provided a cover story. Yes, Gado's men have been known to do things that were less than savory to women that they catch alone. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I could imagine that slime who already works for someone as slimy as Gado would do things like that. He tilted his head for a second before smiling and thumping his chest. I know. Why don't I escort you home? That way if any of Gado's goons even try to touch, I'll beat the shit out of them. Haku giggled but grew worried as she tried to find a way out of this situation. That's okay. I don't want to interrupt your training. I have already taken too much of your time. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but Haku cut him off. Please do not concern yourself with me. I have been evading Gato's men in the morning ever since he came here. Oh, well, okay, Naruto said in a somewhat dejected voice. He perked up again after a few seconds. Looking up, he saw Haku walking away again. Wait! He called out as he ran to catch up with her. Yes? Haku asked as she turned around, wondering what the blonde would want this time. Well, I was just, Naruto blushed and squirmed a bit before pressing on. I was just wondering if I could see you again, like tomorrow maybe. Haku bit her lip as she was presented with this new dilemma. On the one hand, this would be a good opportunity to learn more about Zabuza's enemy. On the other hand, she would be playing with a young boy's heart, someone who for some odd reason reminded her of herself. However, her desire to help Zabuza overrode her desire to keep the young blonde from being heartbroken. I can do that, she said with a smile, even as her stomach churned a bit. What time would you like me to meet you? How about 7 o'clock tomorrow morning? Naruto suggested with a smile, relieved that she had not turned him down. Though he had hung out with Tenten a lot, and gone out to get dango with Enko, he had never actually considered those to be dates. Though I'm not sure if this would be considered a date, he thought to himself before shaking his head and dispelling the thought. It really didn't matter if it was or wasn't. Okay, Haku said, I'll meet you here tomorrow at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Until then, she gave him a small bow of her head before leaving Naruto alone. Sighing, Naruto scratched his head. So what should I do now? He could start training again. He had not been able to train his body yesterday because he had been protecting Tazuna, and he did not actually count his enraged clone's slaughter last night as training. Yeah, that's exactly what I'll do. Time for some training, he shouted as he pumped his fist in the air. Then his stomach growled. Perhaps I should train after I eat something. In another clearing, Naruto watched Sasuke run up the tree with a frown. The raven-haired genin had made some decent progress, going 20 more steps up the tree. But it still was not anywhere near the top. Sasuke grunted as his foot was blasted off the trunk from using too much chakra. He scratched the spot with his kunai before rebounding against several trees before landing on the ground. Looking up, he scowled. I only made it 4 more steps. How can I gain the strength needed to kill Itachi when I can't even do this? It looks like you're still using too much chakra, Naruto commented. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Shut it, doe. Don't yell at me. Naruto glared at his raven-haired teammate. I'm here to help you. Sasuke scoffed. Some help you are. All you do is tell me I'm using too much chakra, he said in seeming imitation of Naruto. I see. Naruto paused for a moment. Fine then, I guess you'll do better off without my help. Turning around, Naruto began to leave. Wait. The blonde stopped and looked back at Sasuke, who looked like he was swallowing something vile. To him, I am sorry, he mumbled out at last, please help me. It sounded like he was choking on the words, Naruto thought with a mental chuckle. Well, I suppose I could. Walking back into the clearing, Naruto stopped in front of Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. Your first problem is you're using too much chakra. Sasuke scowled but did not say anything. I think the reason is you're not thinking with a clear head. Whenever I did this exercise, if I thought about anything other than climbing the tree, I lost my control and would fall off the tree. He paused to see if Sasuke understood his words. Receiving a nod, he continued. So what you need to do is clear your mind. Don't think of how you can't do this, or how superior you are to everyone else, or even of how you want to kill your brother for what he did to your clan. How do you know about that? Sasuke asked with a glare. I read a bingo book and your brother was in there. It said he was wanted for killing the Uchiha clan, Naruto said with a shrug, patting the pouch where his bingo book was located. It wasn't hard to figure out who the man you intend to kill was after that. And while I can understand why you want to, right now thinking about him is merely a distraction for you. Now clear your mind and channel your chakra. Sasuke sighed and decided to do as asked. It couldn't hurt more than anything he had been doing recently. When all thoughts, even the many plotted ways he would kill Itachi, were gone, he channeled his chakra to the bottom of his feet. Feeling ready, he ran at the tree. Jumping on and sticking his feet to the trunk, he began to move up 2 steps, 4 steps, 10 steps, 15, 30, 55, 60. Before Sasuke knew it, he had reached the top of the tree. Blinking in a bit of surprise, he grabbed onto the top and swung himself on the topmost branches. He looked out over the forest, seeing how far it went on. He looked back down to see Naruto looking at him with a smirk. Unbidden, a smirk came to his own face. It looks like the dove has his uses after all. Later that night, Naruto came in with a beaten and battered-looking Sasuke. Said raven-haired Genin's arm was around the whiskered blonde shoulder as Naruto held him up and walked over to the table. "Sasuke, you in?" Sakura screeched as she saw Sasuke. Everyone winced and covered their ears at the loudness of her voice. Except for Sasuke, who was simply too tired to cover his ears, and Naruto, who was holding Sasuke up. "Naruto Baka. What did you do to Sasuke-kun?" "Quiet down, Sakura," Naruto said in an annoyed tone. "I was just helping Sasuke with his training." The blonde looked over at Kakashi. "He can reach the top now, so we're working on perfecting his tree walking." Kakashi raised an eyebrow as he looked up from his book. "What do you mean perfecting?" he asked in curiosity. Naruto grunted as he set Sasuke down at the table, said raven-haired Genin, resting his head on the table as soon as he was seated. "What I mean is perfecting. I was told that the tree climbing exercise is not truly mastered until you can stay on a vertical surface for 1 hour, while in combat," the blonde answered as he grabbed a plate and some food. "That's actually a good idea," Kakashi said, looking over at Sakura. "Sakura, tomorrow, Naruto and I will be guarding the bridge. I want you and Sasuke to work on mastering tree climbing." Sakura paled a bit at the thought of doing what Naruto had said, but nodded as it would not be wise to go against her sensei. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei." "Good." Smiling, Kakashi turned to Naruto. "You don't have a problem with this, do you, Naruto?" Naruto shook his head. "That's fine. I can get my training done early in the morning before we leave." "Excellent," Kakashi said with another eye smile. "I'll be counting on you to back me up in case something happens." Naruto grinned. "You just want me there so that if something does happen, you can read your porn while I do all the fighting." "Now you know that's not true, Naruto," Kakashi said with a fake tone of hurt, which may have been more believable had he not gone back to reading his porn. "I would never let a comrade fight on his own if I could help it." Hush, sure," Naruto rolled his eyes as he began eating. "You would be more convincing if you weren't reading your precious Ika right now, sensei." "Well, you never know when I'll get another chance," Kakashi said as he turned the page and dutifully ignored the glares from the 2 females in the house. "Especially if something happens tomorrow. I have to use my time wisely after all." "Ha!" Naruto laughed. "Just admit it. You're a lazy-ass bastard who simply doesn't want to do anything other than read his porn." Throughout the whole conversation, Sakura, who had been getting increasingly red, spoke up. "Would you two shut up? I don't want to hear you talking about Sensei's porn addiction." "Cha! I don't want to hear about our dirty old Sensei reading porn." "Shinaro!" Inner Sakura raged. Kakashi and Naruto looked at each other before shrugging. "Sure, Sakura," Naruto said, another grin coming to his face, one that Kakashi recognized as the grin when the blonde was doing his pranks. "If you want, we can talk about how you have a shrine of Sasuke hidden in the back of your closet instead." As soon as Naruto said that, several different things happened. Kakashi dropped his book as he fought to keep from laughing. Tazuna did laugh. Inari looked confused as he wondered why someone would have a shrine of another person in their closet. The Tsunami blushed a bit as she wondered if Sakura might have some kind of mental problems. Sasuke blanched, turning as pale as a ghost and praying to every kami he could think of that Naruto was lying. And Sakura, "Nah, are you too?" was red with anger, red enough to make a tomato seem pale, wondering how he knew she had a shrine dedicated to Sasuke in her closet that she paid homage to every morning. "You're dead." Chapter 10, Calm Before the Storm. The next morning saw Naruto getting up bright and early, making some breakfast in the kitchen while everyone else slept. He flipped the pancake currently on the frying pan, while at the same time put a few spices on the sizzling pieces of bacon that was in the other pan. Having been cooking for nearly a month, he had gotten good enough to make a fairly decent meal. Nothing extravagant, but now he could eat his food and actually enjoy the flavor, rather than eat his food and wanting to gag. Normally Naruto would have had a clone make him breakfast while he got ready to start the day. Since he had started taking his training more seriously, he had found himself having less time, but this was special, at least to Naruto it was. He was making it for someone else, not just himself, and for whatever reason, felt that it would not be the same if a clone made it. It was a pretty odd notion for him, considering he had no clue why he felt this way, but he had never been one to question things like emotions and feelings and usually just went with the flow when it came to these things. And so, here I was making breakfast. When all the food was done, he put it in a container before sealing it, and a blanket he had gotten from a closet, in a scroll. Putting the scroll in his pouch, Naruto hurried out of the door and began making his way towards the clearing that he was going to see Haku in. Haku put on her yukata after she finished taking a shower, this time not wearing the chest bindings she had worn to conceal herself with. She looked in the mirror for a moment as she grabbed her brush and began to comb her hair. As she did, she thought about why she was doing this. Not going to see Naruto, her mind was clear on that. Zabuza had always told her to know thy enemy to allow for an easier victory, though she was sure he was just quoting from someone else. The man may be a skilled shinobi, but he was nowhere near intelligent enough to come up with a saying like that. No, what she was wondering was, why was she getting so dressed up? She often took care of her appearance, as evidenced by the blemish-free skin and silky black hair. But she had never before bothered to truly comb her hair other than the necessary times she needed to get knots out. Nor had she worn makeup before, something she was now wearing, though it was really just a hint of lipstick that she had found in her bag for the time she had to go somewhere in disguise to gather information for Zabuza when he asked her to. She shook her head as she realized that thinking about it wasn't going to help. Finished with her brushing, Haku stood up and left her room. Naruto! Naruto turned around and grinned as he saw Haku walk into the clearing. Hey Haku-chan! How are you doing? He blinked when he noticed that her chest was decidedly larger than last time. Now, having spent as much time as he had with Anko, he was now well aware of the female figure, so it was not a surprise that he had noticed this rather easily. However, since Haku had been wearing her bindings yesterday, Naruto had not even noticed them before, and the difference was extremely noticeable. Haku, who happened to take notice of where he was looking, blushed, and despite being fully clothed, covered her chest. You know, it's kind of embarrassing when you look at me like that. Huh? Naruto looked at her face before his eyes widened as his face took on the hue of a tomato. Oh, no. I was surprised because of yesterday and all. And I. Haku giggled as Naruto got completely flustered, her embarrassment fading a tad as the blonde continued sputtering out excuses. It's okay, I suppose it would be surprising. I usually wear chest bindings to hide them. Oh, Naruto said in realization. So how about we start again? He asked sheepishly. How are you doing? Haku brought a hand to her mouth as she giggled from Naruto's behavior. I'm doing well, thank you. And what about you, did you have a nice sleep? Naruto grinned. Yeah, it was good, better than sleeping out in the woods like I did last time we met. To be honest, I think sleep is overrated. The blonde grinned for a moment, though I did have some fun yesterday, beating the crap out of Sasuke team. Haku blinked at the blonde and tilted her head slightly. Sasuke team? Yep. Sasuke team, the spiky-haired shinobi gave a grin. Who's that? Naruto looked at her strangely for a second before remembering that she did not know who his teammates were, having never met them before. Sasuke is one of my teammates. All Konoha ninja operate in 4-man cells, 3 genin and a jonin. Sasuke team is one of the other genin on my squad, and let me tell you, the prick is a real piece of work, though he was surprisingly docile after our training. Of course it could have been because Sasuke had been far too tired to actually get angry, not that it mattered to Naruto. Haku giggled a bit before getting curious. So would you beat the crap out of your own teammate? Training, Naruto chuckled a bit. I was helping him with his tree climbing. Tree climbing? The raven-haired girl asked in a voice that was a mixture of idle curiosity and awe. She knew what tree climbing was, of course, she could do it too, but appearances had to be kept in order to stave off any suspicion that Naruto might gain. Yeah, it's an exercise us ninja do. Naruto thought about the best way to explain it. Basically, we ninja use an energy called chakra for all of our cool jutsu, by channeling chakra to the bottom of our feet, and this allows us to climb up a vertical surface. That sounds pretty amazing, Haku commented. I suppose it is, Naruto said before grinning. I remember after I had helped him get all the way to the top. He looked so smug, thinking he was all badass. I had to burst his bubble by telling he hadn't mastered the technique until he could fight on a vertical surface for 1 hour as if he was standing on a horizontal one. Naruto smiled as he looked up at the sky and remembered the beatdown he had given Sasuke. I remember after that Sasuke was pretty pissed for a while. That look on his face was priceless, he looked so disgruntled? Haku suggested it when she noticed Naruto having some trouble finding the right word. Nah, I'm sure he was disgruntled. But he really just looked constipated, Naruto said as he reached into his kunai pouch. Haku tensed when she saw his action but covered it with a giggle. Well, that type of training does sound pretty hard. Naruto nodded as he pulled out a scroll. Yeah, it can be. I remember when my friend Anko was teaching it to me. Naruto shuddered as he laid the scroll on the floor and unrolled it. She had me run across a single tree while she threw kunai, shuriken and snakes at me while laughing. She sounds kind of crazy, Haku commented as she watched him channel some chakra into what she recognized as a containment scroll. There was a small puff of smoke as the contents were unsealed, and Haku saw a container of steaming breakfast, pancakes, bacon and a pitcher of orange juice, all of it laid out over a blanket. Breakfast? Haku asked in surprise. She had not expected him to do something like this. It was oddly heartwarming. Naruto looked up and gave her a sheepish grin as a small blush spread across his face. Well, I thought since I asked you to meet me here and all, it would only be proper that I make you some breakfast. He looked away as he finished. A small blush spread across his face. Haku also found herself feeling a little flustered as a tint of pink reached her cheeks. Thank you, she said, smiling as she sat down. No problem, Naruto grinned at her, handing her a plate as he put some food on it. Haku accepted the plate and watched as Naruto dished himself some food as well. She looked at the food for a few moments, not ruling out the possibility of the food being poisoned. Such a tactic was often used among ninja when doing assassinations. Usually ninja would do this when their mission was to assassinate small-time thugs or merchants since they would not have enough money to afford someone to check for poisons. This meant that there was a good chance that hers was. However, she did not think Naruto was the kind of person to do that. Aside from the fact that there was no way he could know who she was, he seemed far too kind-hearted to use such an underhanded tactic. Sometimes you're too soft, Haku. Like me, Haku thought as she remembered some words Zabuza had said whenever she refused to kill her opponents, something she still could not do to this day. It was the one area she felt she had failed her master. She had never been able to kill anyone. It did not matter if they were enemies or not. In battle she had always just knocked her opponents unconscious. That way they could complete the mission without needless death. You okay? Asked Naruto as he noticed the odd look on Haku's face. Why aren't you eating? Is it bad? He hoped it wasn't bad, but maybe his clone's cooking skills hadn't passed over to him. That would really suck. All that time they spent cooking and others still can't eat it. Huh? Asked Haku before she realized what Naruto had said. Oh no! She picked up her fork and began to grab a decent-sized piece of food with it. I was just thinking about something. Not wanting to be rude, she took a bite. The food wasn't amazing or anything, but it was good. It's good, she complimented, taking another bite of her food. You think so? Naruto asked as he rubbed the back of his head in a sheepish expression. I only just started cooking a month ago, so I wasn't really sure how good I've gotten. Well, you don't need to worry, Haku said with a smile. It's definitely good, especially considering you've only started cooking for a month. A little more practice and if you didn't want to be a ninja, you could end up being a chef. Naruto put a hand to his chin in mock thought. Now there's a thought. Maybe I could work at Ichiraku's if I ever decide to retire after being Hokage. Ichiraku's? Asked Haku in curiosity, having never heard of such a place. What's that? Naruto looked up and grinned. Only the best place in the world. The very place that makes the ultimate food of the gods, and Kami's gift to man. Haku giggled a bit as she saw fire light up in Naruto's eyes as he spoke of a place that obviously sold his favorite food. And what food do they make? She asked. Ramen, of course. Naruto shouted as he held a fist up to his face. There is nothing better than the noodle goodness that is ramen as it slides down your throat, or the broth that tastes of heaven while you drink it. Ramen is the gift that Kami has bestowed upon man, in order to grant us unworthy mortals a small taste of heaven before we die. Ramen is the food of the gods. Haku's sweat dropped a bit at the boy's obvious obsession for the unhealthy noodles. Sushi's better, she said with a shrug. What? Naruto shouted as he looked at her with a shocked look. How could you possibly think that rotten fish could be better than a gift that Kami herself bestowed upon us? Sushi is not rotten, Haku shot back with a glare. And it's far better than those disgusting and unhealthy noodles you eat. She gave Naruto a smirk. It also doesn't make me short. Hey! I'm not short! Naruto shouted. How dare she insult him for his height? Ever since he had entered the academy, Naruto had been the shortest person in class, so one could imagine that he may be a little oversensitive about the subject. I've grown a whole 2 inches since he paused for a moment before his cheeks burned, with embarrassment, since I started eating things other than ramen. Haku giggled before it turned into a laugh. Naruto scowled a bit as Haku lay on her back and held her stomach, trying to regain her breath. It's not funny, Naruto mumbled in embarrassment. So what if it makes me short? It's still the food of the gods, he said to himself, reaffirming his belief in ramen. I'm sorry, Haku apologized as she struggled to get herself under control. But you have to admit, it was funny. She sat up and looked at Naruto with a smile. Naruto tried to glare at her Uchiha style, but ended up giving her a sheepish grin. Yehey, I guess it was. They continued eating for a while in silence. Normally Naruto would find any kind of silence uncomfortable, even with his recent changes in personality. Whether it was the sound of his clones shouting out jutsu, or his own sarcastic remarks while training, or Anko's sarcastic remarks while she was beating the crap out of him, Naruto always needed some kind of noise. Yet the silence here was oddly comforting, as if he didn't need to have any noise around Haku in order to be comfortable. It was perplexing. So this Ichiraki you mentioned, Haku started, getting the blonde's attention. Are the people there important to you? Yep, Naruto said with a grin. In fact, they were the first of 3 people to ever become precious to me. His grin faded into a small frown. Isn't it well liked in my village? Haku's ears perked up when she heard that, as well as catching the hurt in his tone. For some reason people hate me, and I never knew why. He decided to leave out the part about having a 9-tailed rampaging fuzzy sealed inside of him. After all, it was supposed to be a secret. He shook his head and continued, they were some of the first people to look at me like I wasn't some kind of monster. I remember they would often give me free meals when I didn't have enough money to buy food. Haku looked at the blonde next to her wide-eyed. The tone of his voice, the way it sounded so helpless. It was the exact same tone she herself had before Zabuza found her. It was then she realized why this boy had reminded her so much of herself. A part of her should have realized it sooner, and was now berating herself for having not seen it. She looked into his eyes and saw the same pain she herself had felt before she was given a purpose. The pain of loneliness, the feeling of having people hate you for something beyond your control. The blonde had the same eyes that she had. I had people very dear to me, Ansi, a long time ago. Naruto looked over at Haku in surprise as she started talking. My parents. I was born in a small snowy village in Mizuno Kuni. My parents were very kind people and I was happy. But when I grew up and began to learn the ways of the world, something happened. Naruto noticed Haku's expression getting depressed. You don't have to tell me something like this, just because I shared some of my past with you, he told her as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Haku looked up and her eyes widened as she realized what she had just been about to tell him, something that only Zabuza knew of. She was about to heed his advice and stop, but for some odd reason felt compelled to tell him. Like there was some kind of force that was pulling the words out of her mouth, compelling her to let the blonde know of her past so that he would understand that he was not alone. No, she shook her head. I want to tell you, Ivy kept this in for so long, maybe telling someone will help. Naruto looked at her before nodding and offering a smile. So, what happened? My father, he had gathered a mob, and then he killed my mother. Naruto gaped at her as she told him that, not even able to truly comprehend what she was saying. Then, he tried to kill me. What? Asked Naruto, sounding like he didn't understand what she was telling him. The country of Mizu has had endless civil wars, and those with Kekkei Genkai came to be hated. Because of these, clans with Kekkei Genkai bloodlines were used as weapons in countless battles. As a result, these clans were blamed for the cycle of war that had plagued the country. After the wars, these clans were forced to hide their Kekkei Genkai, or be willing to risk getting butchered by the hunter squads specifically designed to kill Kekkei Genkai clans. You have a Kekkei Genkai? Asked Naruto as he realized where this was going. Yes, Haku said, my mother was from one of the clans that carried a Kekkei Genkai. My father discovered this because I had been careless enough to use it. A few tears came to Haku's eyes, but she wiped them away. I had discovered my Kekkei Genkai's powers and had gone to show my mom. I had thought they were so cool at the time and wanted her to be proud of me. I remember her slapping me for it and telling me to never use it again. However, my father had also seen me use my abilities. I remember coming home one night and my father had killed my mother and tried to treat too. Haku had to pause as more tears came and she cursed herself for showing such weakness, and in front of an enemy no less. Someone she shouldn't even be telling this to. She should not have even told him this much in the first place. Not only did she have nothing to gain from telling him, but he could use this information against her and Zabuza should he figure out who she was. She was shaken from her thoughts when Naruto came closer to her and wiped away the tears on her face. I think I understand, he said, looking at her with a look of understanding and compassion. He too had noticed the look she had when she was talking about her past. He had seen her eyes whenever he looked in the mirror, more often than he cared to admit, and more often than anyone else would ever know. When the pressure of the villagers' hatred became too much, he would gain those eyes, and considering how much hatred they had for the blonde, he looked like that quite often. He shook his head and focused on the girl in front of him. You don't have to say any more. She knew she should follow the young man's advice, as there was no reason to tell him potentially harmful information. However, Haku shook her head. No. I wanted. She took a deep breath before continuing. After that he had tried to kill me and too was forced to kill my own father, and the rest of the mob that was with him. In my panic I had accidentally activated my Genkai and used it to kill them. After that Irani ended up living on the street, scavenging for food from the trash cans every day, coming a little closer to death until I wanted to die. Naruto was not sure how, why or when it happened, but before he knew it, Haku had bowled him over, clutching to him like some kind of lifeline. For several minutes Naruto was too shocked to do anything other than lay there, his eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Thankfully, his experience with Enko, while so completely different from this new situation it was not even funny, had enabled him to know what to do when a member of the opposite sex was hugging you. Either hug back, or make a smartass comment about the person hugging you being a child molester. Naruto decided to go with a hug. He wrapped his arms around Haku's shaking form, one hand going to the small of her back and the other going into her hair and running through it, much like how his grandfather figure, Sarutobi, would hug him when he was depressed. It's okay, Naruto said in a soft voice, let it all out. Naruto was not sure how long he had stayed like that, with Haku lying on top of him crying. Not that he particularly cared. It was obvious she had suffered even more than he had. If he knew his parents, and they had tried to kill him, he probably would have broken up a long time ago. That she had survived was a testament to how strong her spirit was. I'm sorry, Haku sniffled out eventually, after getting all the crying out of her system. I don't know what came over me. In all the time she had been a tool for Zabuza she had never cried, and now here she was bawling her eyes out not only on some stranger, but an enemy she would have to do battle with when Zabuza recovered. Shaking her head, Haku sat up and set her hand in her lap, looking down at them as if remembering the past. Sock, Naruto said with a small smile. Wanting to comfort Haku in some way, the spiky-haired blonde moved on instinct and brought an arm around the raven-haired girl's shoulder. Haku smiled as she leaned into the blonde, resting her head on his shoulder. Even knowing he was an enemy, she felt an odd sense of peace settle over her. Enough so that she had dropped most of her defenses and guards. Maybe it was the odd aura the blonde exuded, the strangely warm and comforting presence that he held. Or it could have been the similarities that she had seen between him and her, the look in the eyes and the general presence of someone who has lived a life of loneliness. However, whatever the cause was, Haku honestly did not care and just wanted to feel some form of comfort no matter how fleeting it was. They stayed like that for a while longer until Naruto asked the question. So do you have someone important to protect? I do, Haku said, closing her eyes as she continued resting her head. However, I don't think he would understand anything, if I were to tell him this. She had tried once when he asked her about it. However, all Zabuza had done was give her this blank stare, as if he did not understand. Not surprising considering he did not even remember his parents, and most of his memories were bloody and violent, most of said violence being instigated by Zabuza himself. Yeah, she doubted that even smacking him in the face with her past would help him understand. Ah, Naruto said, sighing as he leaned his head on Haku's. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, enjoying Haku's scent. The only other person he had been this close to was Anko, and she smelled like blood, snakes, dango, and sake. Not the most pleasant mixture of scents. I should probably go, Haku commented after a while. They had been here for over an hour. No doubt Zabuza was wondering where she was since she had never taken this long to do something as simple as gather herbs, which was the excuse she gave him. Naruto nodded reluctantly and let go of Haku. Yeah, I should too. Chances are my sensei is most likely looking for me by now. The two stood up and Naruto created a clone to clean the picnic supplies. The two looked at each other for a moment, unsure what to do. After all, what do you say when someone essentially just bared their heart to another? Haku was the one to move first, wrapping her arms around him in a hug. Naruto was a little embarrassed since Haku was at least 3 inches taller than he was, making him reach her shoulder. Not that it stopped him from hugging back, and enjoying the feel of someone hugging him. Thank you, Haku said as she backed away and gave Naruto a smile. Naruto grinned as he rubbed the back of his head. Hee, don't mention it. Getting hugged by such a pretty girl, I think I should be thanking you. Haku blushed at the compliment the blonde gave her. Having posed as a guy for so long, she had never received compliments from anyone. It felt nice. She managed to reduce her blush to manageable levels and smiled at Naruto. I had a nice time. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow? She asked. Haku knew it was wrong to be so close to the enemy, but he understood her, something she was sure that even Zabuza could not do. I'd love to, Naruto said with a large grin, excited that she actually wanted to see him a second time. Same time tomorrow? Yes, Haku said, her smile widening a tad. You're late, Kakashi commented to the blonde as he read his book with a disgruntled Tazuna at his side. We've been waiting for over an hour, you know. Naruto shrugged as he walked up the two. Sorry, I ran into one of Zabuza's accomplices and had to fight them to the death. Kakashi stopped reading and looked at him for a second. Naruto became nervous, wondering if he had seen through his half-truth. His wonderings were banished when Kakashi smiled. Naruto, I am so proud of you coming up with such an awesome excuse. I now feel like my time being this team's sensei have truly borne fruit. Naruto's sweat dropped. Yeah, let's go with that. So he grinned. Are we gonna get this show on the road or what? We would have done that an hour ago if you had been here, Tazuna mumbled. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that and assume you said, gee, I'm glad he's not 3 hours late like Kakashi. Naruto shot back with a small glare. Kakashi shrugged as they began walking. Well, don't worry, I'm sure if you work on it a little more, you'll be 3 hours late too. Naruto face-faulted at his sensei's words before getting up and running a hand over his face. Sometimes I worry about you, sensei. 3 days later. It had been 6 days total since Naruto and the others had escorted Tazuna to Nami no Kuni, and in those 6 days the 3 genin had grown much stronger. Thanks to Naruto's tort training, Sakura had actually managed to increase her reserves a fairly decent amount. She had not mastered tree climbing, but had managed to at least double her reserves, though she still refused to do any physical exercise in fear of looking manly. Both Kakashi and Naruto had tried to get her out of that phase, however neither had any luck with it, and eventually gave up. Sasuke had improved much more drastically than Sakura. While his reserves had not improved much, he had mastered tree climbing. He had also admitted, even if only to himself, that Naruto was alright. He had noticed that the more time he had spent with the blonde the stronger he got, and so did not complain or let his jealousy get to him too much. Not that it had changed the dynamics of their rivalry. Naruto still thought the raven-haired genin was the archetypical brooding theme. And Sasuke still believed that Naruto was a blonde idiot who was inferior to him, even if he knew that was not true, as the two were fairly close even when it came to their physical prowess in hand-to-hand combat. Naruto himself had probably improved the most. Not that anyone other than Kakashi would know that, since the blonde preferred to keep his training secret in order to avoid any jealousy on his team's part. He had managed to learn Shunshin, and could even do it without hand seals, giving him an edge when he needed extra speed. He had also mastered water walking and was now adding the leaf floating exercise to it. He had also increased his training seal to level 2. Of course, he had found level 2 nearly impossible to move in for the few 2 days. Naruto had learned that in order to properly use the training seals, he had to enhance his body with a constant stream of chakra so that his body could move when the resistance seals were on. Once he could move through a set of taijutsu katas at the speed he could normally, he would slowly decrease the amount of chakra he was using to keep himself moving. It was a slow-going process, especially because he had to sometimes take the seals off so he could get used to his body's speed without them, but he knew that once he started getting the hang of it, this form of training would allow him to use his training to its maximum effect. His elemental manipulation had unfortunately not gone as well as he had hoped. So far, Naruto was only able to slice the leaf 1/3 of the way through. Thankfully, some good did come out of the training, as all of his wind jutsu took less chakra to use and he had better control over some of the higher level ones. Things had also gotten a little better at the house as well. Inari, though still quiet, no longer made comments against Naruto. Sometimes the whiskered blonde had even caught the kid watching and following him when he trained, though the blonde had no idea what that was about. His relationship with Sakura had remained unchanged. She still seemed to either ignore him or try to hit him on some occasions. Though this may have been on the account that Naruto had begun finding amusement in torturing the girl every chance he got with comments on her obsession with Sasuke. He and Tazuna got along pretty good. They would often tell jokes, and Naruto, in a bout of inspiration, had used his Tajua Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to make a 100-man strong workforce, much to Tazuna and the workers' amazement and delight. Kakashi also seemed to be treating him well, not that he hadn't always, but the man seemed to respect him more. Something Naruto suspected came from when he had made that excuse for being late. Naruto had also spent more time with Haku, who had come to meet him in the same clearing every day since they had met. The two had grown extremely close despite the short amount of time they had been together due to their similar experience they shared from their past. They had never spoken of the time Haku had mentioned her past, and in truth, they didn't need to, having come to understand each other well enough due to the similarities in their lives. Instead, Naruto would often regale her in tales of his pranks. How he had started his pranking career in order to get back at all the people who had ignored and made fun of him, though the main reason was a little darker than that. He would tell of her setting up stink bombs in restaurants, small explosives in toilets that would go off when someone flushed in the academy, painting the Hokage monument in broad daylight, and other pranks he had pulled throughout the years. Haku had never laughed so hard when he had told her some of them. If she were honest with herself, being with Naruto would have been the most fun she had ever had. It depressed her to know that this happiness and content she was feeling with the blonde would end soon. Looking out the window from her room, Haku sighed as she finished getting ready to meet up with Naruto. It was the last day they would get to see each other as friends. Zabuza was now completely healed and had told her the plan to kill the bridge builder would commence tomorrow, which had been why she decided on having dinner with the blonde instead of breakfast like normal. Looking herself over in the mirror one last time, Haku tried not to let her emotions spill before she looked away and left her room. Going somewhere? Haku stiffened as she turned around and saw Zabuza leaning against the wall. You're going to see that boy again, aren't you? He asked. How did you know? Haku asked, knowing better than to lie to Zabuza. She had never been able to lie to Zabuza, not that she had ever tried to before. Zabuza looked at her before casting a careless shrug. Since you came back the second time to get herbs and had this odd glow about you. He put up quotation marks when he said getting herbs. From what I understand, that only happens when a girl becomes a woman. Haku blushed a bit at the implication. We haven't done anything like that. Zabuza chuckled in amusement at seeing Haku actually get embarrassed about something for once. There are other ways to become a woman. And you would know? Haku asked in a slightly snappish voice. Whoa, looks like the claws are out today, Zabuza said, hiding his surprise with a laugh. I don't think you've ever snapped at me unless I hurt myself. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama, Haku said, looking contrite. Meh, it's fine, Zabuza replied, not really caring that she was a bit snappish. He paused and looked at her intently. You know I don't approve of this. Getting close to the enemy unless you're going to assassinate him is not what a ninja would do. Haku winced and looked down. However, I am not going to stop you, should you wish to see him. That caused Haku's head to snap up so quickly Zabuza was sure she would snap her head. You won't? She asked in a guarded voice. You're not a child, Haku, Zabuza said. You can make choices for yourself. I'm not going to stop you. He began walking away, but still managed to toss a parting comment over his shoulder. Just be ready to not let your feelings get the best of you when we take down the bridge builder, and everything will be fine. Going somewhere, Naruto? Asked Kakashi as his blonde student left the dinner table and went over to the door. Naruto stopped and turned his head to look at Kakashi. Just going to get some fresh air, sensei, he replied as he scratched the back of his head. You said that tomorrow, chances are Zabuza will be healed. I admit I'm feeling a little nervous. His other two teammates looked at Naruto in surprise. The old Naruto would have never admitted to being nervous about anything. Kakashi, however, narrowed his good eye as he saw through Naruto's lie, though what he was lying about Kakashi was unsure of. He decided not to press the issue for the moment and shrugged. That's understandable, just don't stay up too late. We're waking up early tomorrow. Bah! You worry too much, sensei. Naruto whined, waving his hand in the air. I'll be fine, and even if I'm late I'll just tell Zabuza about the black cat that crossed my path, forcing me to take the long way around. I'm sure he'll understand. While everyone else in the room face-faulted, Kakashi smiled, perhaps, but I don't think he would get the joke like I would. Whatever, Naruto said as he left. Walking into the clearing, Naruto saw Haku was already there. Haku-chan, Naruto said with a smile as he walked up to the beautiful raven-haired girl. Haku gave Naruto a smile of her own as she gave him their by now customary hug. It's good to see you, Naruto-kun. Naruto grinned as he broke the hug. You make it sound like we haven't seen each other in years rather than yesterday with a tone like that. Haku just gave him a sad smile, something that Naruto noticed but ignored as he grabbed her by the hand and led her to one of the trees. Sitting down, Naruto leaned against the tree while Haku sat in between his legs, leaning her head against his chest. This had been something that they had started doing on their third meeting. It had been amusing when Haku had first begun snuggling into the blonde, who had felt his face about to burst, something that the fake hunter ninja had found surprisingly amusing. Though after the first 15 minutes of blushing, stuttering and trying not to pass out from the feeling of having a beautiful young woman pressed against him, the whiskered blonde had gotten used to, and came to enjoy the cuddling they did. Naruto wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her as close as possible without making her uncomfortable as he put his head on hers. He took in a deep breath as Haku's scent filled him, letting out a sigh as he nuzzled deeper into her hair, causing Haku to giggle a bit. They stayed like that for nearly half an hour before Naruto broke the comfortable silence. You work for Zabuza, don't you? He asked. He felt Haku stiffen his arms and aimed to reassure her. Don't worry, I don't care if you do. Knowing Naruto enough to realize that he was not the type to lie to her, Haku relaxed, melding back into Naruto. Yes, when did you figure it out? She asked curiously. The moment you told me about your past, Naruto said, shrugging a bit. A girl from Kiri with a Kekkei Genkai, and a former Jonin turned missing ninja from Kiri wanted for the attempted assassination of the Sandaime Mizukage. It wasn't all that hard to figure out. He complimented himself on reading up about Zabuza in the bingo book, otherwise he probably would have not even considered that Haku may have been working for him even after she had told him of her past. Despite being surprised that Naruto had known for this long and not done anything against her, Haku nodded. Or maybe she should not be so surprised, especially since she had known Naruto was her enemy from the moment they met, and did nothing against him. How is Zabuza, by the way? Naruto asked. Haku sighed. He's fully healed. Then I suppose you'll be attacking the bridge builder tomorrow, Naruto hypothesized. Yes, Haku commented in a quiet whisper. I wish you wouldn't know, Naruto said, his grip on Haku tightening a bit. Haku buried herself even deeper into Naruto, her head nuzzling into the blonde's neck. I know. She tried not to let her sadness get to her. Are you angry? No, Naruto sighed. I know you can't help it. This battle is necessary. Zabuza is your precious person. I know I can't stop you. Having spent as much time as he had with Haku, her ideals had been permanently imprinted and taken into his own ideals, namely her thoughts and beliefs on true strength coming from protecting those who are precious to you. You know, you don't have to fight if you don't want to, Haku suggested. She knew it was unlikely, but she really hoped Naruto would not participate in the battle. Naruto smiled. However, the people here that I care about. Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade and his family. And even my teammates, much as they annoy me, have become my precious people. Naruto paused and tilted Haku's head so she was looking at him. He gave her one of the genuine smiles that only she, Anko, and the Hokage had ever seen, just as you are. Haku bit her lower lip as a few tears spilled from her. She put her head back in the crook of Naruto's neck. You know you're going to make it that much harder for me to fight you. Sorry, Naruto apologized. Am I precious to you as well? He asked. Of course, Haku said in a whisper. Naruto bit his lip as he made a decision. Haku, he said, making said girl look up at him, I have something important I want to tell you. Haku looked at him for a moment and saw the hesitation in his eyes. She smiled at him, reaching out a hand, and she began to gently stroke the whisker marks on the left side of Naruto's face. Kawaii, she thought with an inner squeal as Naruto began to lean into her hand and purr. What do you want to tell me? She asked. Naruto opened his eyes, which he had closed when Haku began her whisker stroking. He grabbed her hand to stop her, finding it difficult to concentrate due to her ministrations. Haku blushed a bit when she realized what her actions were doing to the blonde. Taking a deep breath, Naruto began to tell her something that no one in his age group knew. The day I was born, the Bijou known as Kyuubi attacked my village. Kakashi looked at the three genin, all of whom were looking ready to go. Are you three ready? He asked. Sasuke said / grunted with a smirk. He felt more than ready to prove his might as an Uchiha to everyone. With all of the training he had done, the raven-haired genin had never felt stronger. Yes, sensei, Sakura said, looking a little unsure of herself. Truthfully, she felt nervous and sick to her stomach, but she wanted to prove to her Sasuke-kun that she could be a valuable comrade. Naruto? Kakashi asked, looking at the blonde who had been uncharacteristically quiet. Something's missing, Naruto murmured before the proverbial light bulb snapped. Aha! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 24 clones appeared with a puff of smoke before spreading out around the house. Just in case that midget Gato decides to send some goons to deal with Tsunade's family while we're away, he explained upon seeing the questioning glances. That's a very good idea, Naruto, Kakashi said with a nice smile. You know, with the way you're all talking, it sounds like this Zabuza character's going to come back right now, Tsunade said with a nervous laugh. Sorry, Kakashi replied, just being careful is all. So are you ready to go, Tsunade-san? Tsunade nodded. Of course, I want to get this bridge done. And with the Gaki's help it should be possible to finish the bridge in no time. You can count on me, a binge-drinking old man, Naruto said with a two-fingered salute. That's not a very nice name, Tsunade complained with his head down. Naruto grinned, masking his nausea from knowing what's to come. Let's go. Is the ambush ready? Gato asked from his cell phone. On a small boat under the bridge, the Akuma brothers, Haku and Zabuza, didn't bother listening as Gato began squawking for them to answer him. Are you ready, Haku? asked Zabuza. Haku hesitated as she put on her mask. Yes. I need you to get in the game, Haku, Zabuza said. We can't afford to get careless around Kakashi and his brats. I understand, Zabuza-sama, Haku said. Zabuza looked at her while the Akuma brothers looked confused. Very well, let's get this show on the road. What is this? Tsunade shouted as the mist was covered in a thick fog. So much so that the only thing visible beside the bridge were the bloody bodies on it. Thankfully they were still alive. Tsunade ran over to one of them who was conscious and lifted the man up. What happened, Ed? Monster, the man choked out before passing out from blood loss. So he is back, Kakashi muttered. The mist began to thicken and Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Here they come. Defensive formation. Kakashi and the three genin pulled out their weapons and surrounded Tsunade, as the mist became so thick they could not see more than 10 feet in front of them. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura shouted as fear began to take her again, but she quickly steeled herself. This is Zabuza's Kirigakyu no Jutsu, alright, Kakashi said, wearily eyeing the surroundings even though he could not see very far. Long time no see, Kakashi, came Zabuza's disembodied voice. I see you're still with those brats, and look at that one still shaking. That's just 'cause the team forgot to take a piss before we left, and had to go real bad," Naruto said, keeping Sasuke from saying something cool. "You wouldn't mind if he goes over the bridge before we get this party started, do you?" "Dope," Sasuke grunted with embarrassment. "Naruto baka," Sakura shouted with an angry blush on her face. "Looks like that brat's still got a mouth on him," Zabuza commented. "Perhaps I should fix that." After he said this, a dozen Mizu Bunshins appeared around the group, all of them holding the swords attached to their back. "Hey team," Naruto commented with a smirk forming on his face, "want to see who can kill the most first?" "HN, you're on," Sasuke smirked. The two disappeared in a burst of speed, reappearing at their original positions several seconds later as all the Mizu Bunshin dispersed. "I think it's 6 for 6, Naruto mumbled before turning to Zabuza and shouting, "Hey no Browajizen, think you can make another one for the tiebreaker?" "TCH, cheeky brat," Zabuza muttered, appearing in the mist. "They saw through my Mizu Bunshin. My how you brats have grown, it's a good thing I've got my backup with me." On cue, Haku and the two Akuma brothers appeared within the mist as well. "What the fuck? Didn't we deal with those losers before we got here?" asked Naruto as he saw the Akuma brothers. "It looks like they managed to escape their confinements," Kakashi said. "I thought the ANBU would have picked them up." "I take it you want the blonde brat, Haku," Zabuza said. "Yes," Haku replied. "You're too soft, Haku." Haku did not reply as she stepped forward and prepared to face Naruto in combat. "It's a good thing both Naruto and Sasuke have grown up. I didn't take the Akuma brothers actually escaping into account," Kakashi thought. "I'm gonna have to talk to the ANBU about getting a quicker response." "Sasuke, with your increased speed you should be able to deal with the Akuma brothers," Kakashi said. "But be wary, last time they were caught off guard because the element of surprise they were going for didn't work. That won't be the case this time." "HN, whatever," Sasuke said. He had wanted the hunter ninja. However, 2-on-1 was just as good. He tightened the grip on his two kunai and charged. "Naruto." "I know," Naruto interrupted his sensei. "I've got the hunter ninja." Kakashi looked at him for a moment before nodding. "Good luck," he said before running off into the mist. Unlike the others who had run off to fight, Naruto calmly walked away from Tazuna, moving several meters away from the bridge builder and Sakura to start his battle. Haku followed him, stopping when they were unable to see the others. "Naruto-kun," Haku started. "Don't," Naruto interrupted with a head shake. "We both knew this was going to happen. I don't regret meeting you, even if this battle was inevitable." "I feel the same," Haku said, her masked face looking down. "Haku, do you think you can take off your mask? I want to see that pretty face of yours even if we're supposed to be enemies," Naruto said. "Still the charmer even in battle," Haku replied, taking off her mask to see a tear-stained yet smiling face. "Hey now, no tears," Naruto said. "If you start crying, then I'll start crying and then I'll be considered a hypocrite for calling Inari a crybaby." Haku made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. "Sorry," she said, wiping her eyes. "Don't be. I'm barely holding myself back from bawling like some snot-nosed brat here." "You've got nothing to be sorry about," Naruto flipped his kunai into a reverse grip. "It actually makes me feel kind of special, knowing you can cry for me even though we have to fight each other." "Then I'm glad I can do this for you at least," Haku said. "I suppose we should start." Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes, yet opening them again, he looked at Haku and charged. Haku did the same and the two met in the center of the arena, Naruto's kunai clashing against Haku's Saban. The Battle of the Bridge had begun. Chapter 11: The Battle on the Bridge. Kakashi was just barely able to duck under a swing from Zabuza, the attack coming so close he actually felt the top of his hair get chopped off. He cursed as he realized his Sharingan was useless in this mist. He had only managed to catch a glimpse of Zabuza, and that was always right before he attacked. So far all Kakashi had been able to do was dodging the attacks when he felt them coming. "That was a close one, Kakashi?" came Zabuza's amused voice. "I've got closer," Kakashi replied nonchalantly while trying to come up with a plan to defeat Zabuza. Any thoughts on plans stopped when Kakashi rolled under a sword swing that came from his front, flipped over another swing that came from behind and sidestepped a third one that he caught out of the corner of his eye. He's using Mizu Bunshins to attack from multiple directions. Great. You know, your brats don't stand a chance, Zabuza conversed lightly, as if they were not in a life-and-death battle. You guys may have gotten lucky when they ambushed you, but the Akuma brothers are a force to be reckoned with, and they won't be underestimating them this time. And Haku is my secret weapon. I think you're underestimating my genin, Kakashi said, ducking under another sword swing, before sidestepping the next. Damn it, where is he? Kakashi gave a mental curse, though he did not let his inner thoughts be known. After all, Sasuke is from one of Konoha's most powerful clans. Ah yes! The famous Uchiha clan, though I hear he is the last, Zabuza replied. However, even an Uchiha can fall, and that boy is still nothing more than a runt. Don't underestimate Sasuke, Kakashi said, trying to keep him talking so he could find him through hearing. He's not one to be trifled with. As for your secret weapon, I'm afraid Haku has met his match. Despite not looking like it, Naruto is the strongest of my genin. He won't be taken down so easily. Zabuza snorted in amusement at the man thinking some brat could possibly contest with Haku. Though in truth he knew that she would be unable to actually kill the kid after spending nearly an entire week sneaking out of their base just to see him. I think it's you who underestimates their chances for survival. And don't think I haven't noticed what you've been doing. I know how to project my voice, trying to find me with your ears isn't gonna work. Also, that Sharingan of yours is useless. Since I am a master of Muon Satsujin Jutsu, I don't need to use my eyes to fight. Shit! Kakashi swore as he was forced to roll away from another sword swing. He should have realized this battle would not be the same as last time. He began dodging more attacks as he tried to come up with a new plan. Sasuke ran at the two Akuma brothers. The demon's brother smirked before Gozu, the older brother, shot right, and Meizu, the younger brother, went left. Sasuke was forced to stop as he tried to keep both of them in his sights. It didn't work as Meizu came in behind Sasuke, making the raven-haired genin roll left. When he came up, Gozu was in front of him, slashing at Sasuke with his clawed hand. Sasuke jumped up and managed to kick the claw away with his left foot. At the same time he spun around and smashed his other foot in Gozu's face. Gozu stumbled back and glared at Sasuke, a lucky shot. Sasuke said with a smirk as he charged back in. However, he had forgotten about Meizu, who came in from the left and slightly behind him. It was only Sasuke's fledgling danger sense that allowed him to dodge, jumping back and to the right. Meizu continued on, jumping over Gozu before turning around. The two then came at Sasuke in a crisscross weaving pattern, forcing the genin to try and divide his attention between them. Meizu came in high with a slash from his claw, while Gozu came in low. Sasuke managed to duck the high slash, block the low slash by using his hand to redirect Gozu's hand, placing it on the man's forearm and pushing it over his head. However, he ended up getting hit when Meizu continued on, jumping over Sasuke and kicking him in the face. Sasuke's head snapped back as he stumbled backwards a few steps, his nose now bleeding as he glared at the two. He began going through several hand seals and took a deep breath. Katon, Gakkaku no Jutsu! A large fireball spewed from Sasuke's mouth, barreling towards the two. The Akuma brothers just smirked and began going through their own hand seals, Suetun, Teppadama, water release, gunshot. The two shot out two large cannonball-sized bullets of water, which combined and doubled in size. It struck the fireball and the two jutsu cancelled each other out and burst into steam that began to mix in with the mist, making it even harder for Sasuke to see. Said Uchiha was now forced completely on the defensive as the Akuma brothers used their impressive teamwork and the thick mist to attack. Sasuke just barely managed to jump back from another claw swipe, only to be forced away from a jab with another claw. He blocked a kick, but was hit in the face with a thankfully unclawed fist. On and on this went as the two brothers worked in perfect synchronization to keep the young Uchiha heir on the defensive, never giving him a moment's rest with their relentless attacks. Jumping back, Sasuke tried to gain some room to think of a plan. However, the two were not about to give him any breathing room. Gozu came in with a low kick, high kick combination. Sasuke ducked the high kick and then blocked the low kick, only to see Meizu come at him from slightly behind and to his left. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke channeled chakra to the bottom of his feet like he would do with tree climbing, only this was to give him an extra boost in power and speed. Using Gozu's leg for leverage, he jumped up in a corkscrew-style twist, spinning until his body was parallel to the ground. The raven-haired genin brought one foot to bear on Meizu and smashing under his chin, the force of which lifted him a few inches into the air before stumbling backwards. Using the small distraction, Sasuke turned on Gozu, launching a feint with his left fist. When Gozu went to block, Sasuke kicked him in the leg, making Gozu wince and lurch slightly, allowing the raven-haired genin to smash his fist into the man's breathing apparatus. Gozu stumbles back and Sasuke smirks. "Lucky shot?" he asked with a cocky grin. "I think I'm getting the hang of this. Itachi, I'll catch up to you soon." "Grr. That's it. No more playing around," Gozu growled. "Meizu. Time to teach this punk a lesson." Meizu appeared at his brother's side and the two of them began to attack again, their moves even faster and more unpredictable than before. Haku and Naruto continued to clash against each other, using their speed to move around and dodge each other's attacks. Naruto would come in with a powerful and unpredictable combination, while Haku would use her speed to either dodge or redirect all of the attacks. Haku would come in with her graceful fighting style, aiming for vital points with her Senbon. However, Naruto was more than up to the task of fending them off with reflexes he had gained from fighting against Lee and Anko. The two seemed to be evenly matched. Haku had an advantage over speed and more experience, whereas Naruto was stronger, had an unpredictable style that Haku couldn't follow, and better reflexes. The battle looked almost like a dance, more beautiful than deadly as the two continued to clash. The only sign that it was otherwise were the even number of bruises on the pair's faces and the tears on their clothes. The two jumped back after clashing again. The battle had felt like it had been going on for an hour, when in truth it had only been 2 minutes. "Damn, you're really good, Haku-chan," Naruto said, his breathing only slightly heavy. "Thank you, I learned from the best." Haku held up her Senbon as she prepared to attack. "Yeah, no Browsajisen is pretty tall." He cut himself off as he looked out into the forest. Haku used his apparent loss of focus to close the distance between them, lashing out with a kick. Naruto barely had time to jump back and only just dodged her. "You shouldn't take your eyes off of your opponent, Naruto-kun," Haku said as she tossed a few Senbon at him. Naruto blocked them with his kunai before throwing it at Haku, who managed to catch it and throw it back, forcing him to dodge. "Sorry, my clone's just dispelled. It seems your employer sent some of his goons to try and capture Inari and Tsunami." Haku frowned in thought as she wondered what Gato was thinking, since that had not been part of the plan. Her thoughts were cut off as Naruto came at her. He lashed out with a high kick, forcing Haku to jump back. As she did, Naruto used Shunshin to get behind her. Haku only had time to notice Naruto disappear before he kicked her in the back of the head. Haku tumbled forward but changed it into a roll. Coming up, she saw Naruto coming at her. She blocked his right fist, redirecting the attack away from her. At the same time, she came in with a kick. Naruto managed to block it by bringing up his leg, but was caught off guard when Haku hooked her leg with his and pulled him into a punch. Naruto stumbled back, shaking his head to clear the cobwebs out of it. When he looked up again, his eyes widened as Haku appeared right in front of him. She aimed the Senbon in her hand at Naruto's neck, but the blonde was able to move out of the way, twisting his body just enough to let the Senbon holding hand pass before grabbing onto it, and pushing it away at the same time. Jumping back, Naruto threw a kunai and went through several hand seals, kunai kage bunshin no jutsu. 10 more kunai appeared and headed towards Haku, who went through her own hand seals. She managed to create an ice mirror that formed from the puddle at her feet, said mirror being created in only a second. The raven-haired girl managed to step through it, and the moment she did, the mirror melted before the kunai could hit it. Naruto grabbed another kunai before whirling around and blocking Haku's Senbon. The two pushed against each other for a moment, using the small respite to breath. "Seems we're fairly evenly matched," said Naruto. He pushed against her Senbon a bit, and noticed that she moved back slightly, letting him know that in a contest of physical strength at least, he was the stronger of the two. "It would appear so, but I have the advantage," Haku said, seemingly not concerned that the blonde was pushing her back. "Oh?" asked Naruto, pushing Haku back a little more. "Yes," Haku replied as she channeled chakra through her muscles to strengthen them and hold Naruto long enough to do what she needed. "The first thing is we are surrounded by water, the second is you only have one hand," Haku surprised Naruto as she used one-handed seals. Sensatsu Suisho, death by 1,000 flying water needles. Haku stomped on the ground, causing the water on the bridge to shoot up before forming ice needles which charged at Naruto. Naruto used a shunshin to get away from the attack and reappear behind Haku, lashing out with a kick towards her legs in an effort to knock her off balance. However, Haku had already predicted that this would happen and spun around, swatting the leg away and sticking several senbon needles into his joint. Hissing in pain, Naruto jumped back. Damn it, that hurts. Naruto grunted as he pulled the senbon out of his kneecap, wincing even more as he felt it heal. That was a low blow, Haku-chan, Naruto said, pouting at her. So is attacking someone from behind, Haku returned. Naruto winced to Shay. He jumped back and went through several hand signs. Well, since we're using jutsu now, allow me to show you one of mine. Futon, Kaze Senbon. Several dozen senbon needles made of wind formed in front of him before shooting off at Haku, who began to dodge and wave in between them. Naruto charged forward, hoping that the senbon attack would distract her long enough that he could knock her out. His hope was dashed as she spun around while dodging the last wind, blocking his hand and redirecting it to the left before kicking him in the chest. Naruto winced a bit but was able to lash out with his own kick that caught Haku in the legs, sending her to the ground and forcing her to roll back. She flipped back up onto her feet at the same time Naruto regained his balance. The two paused for a moment, watching each other wearily for a moment, before they shot towards one another again. Kakashi cursed as he blocked and dodged several more strikes, channeling chakra into his kunai so that it could compete with the power of the Nukenin's sword. This was getting ridiculous. He had been unable to really catch more than a glimpse of Zabuza since the battle started, making his Sharingan almost useless. On top of that, he was starting to tire. He had several dozen cuts along his clothing, though none of the attacks had gotten any more than a passing lance. On top of that, his Sharingan was draining a lot of his chakra. Kakashi knew that if he did not end this soon, he would be in trouble. Getting tired, are we, Kakashi? Zabuza said with a smug tone. Not at all, Kakashi shot back. In truth, he was getting really tired. Heh, we both know this battle is over, Zabuza said. Even if you could hold out, your brats won't last much longer. Kakashi was forced to dodge several more slashes from Zabuza's Zanbatsu before the man disappeared into the mist again. The Konoha Jonin waited for several moments before he felt it, a small fluctuation in the air current that told him the former Kiri Jonin was coming in from behind him. Spinning around, Kakashi dodged that large Zanbatsu, letting it smash into the concrete where he had previously been, cracking it from the force of the blow. The copy ninja then stepped on the blade and closed distance with Zabuza, his kunai in a reverse grip. Kakashi plunged the kunai into Zabuza's neck, noticing that said ninja was leaking out water rather than blood. A second later, the Zabuza he had stabbed burst into water and Kakashi was forced to jump back as another Zanbatsu slashed into where he had just been. A moment later, the large sword along with the person holding it wavered in the mist before disappearing. You can keep thinking that if you want, Kakashi said, eyeing the mist despite knowing it would not do any good. And even if there is not, you forgot one important fact, Zabuza's voice seemed to echo from everywhere. Oh? And what's that? Asked Kakashi. My mission, was Zabuza's laughing answer. Mission? I don't get it. His mission is to Kakashi's eyes widened, the bridge builder. Sakura stood in front of Tazuna with a kunai drawn. Her entire body was shaking as the three battles went on around her unseen. But just because she could not see them, did not mean she could not hear them. The pinkette heard everything, from the clang of metal, the sounds of flesh hitting flesh, grunts, screams. All of it was nearly enough to overwhelm the poor girl with fright. This is all too much, Sakura said to herself, her eyes darting back and forth as she tried her best not to let her fear get to her, and continue her job to protect Tazuna. I feel so out of my league, like I'm completely useless and at any second I could just die. On top of that, Sasuke-kun and even Naruto are fighting out there, while I'm just sitting here doing nothing. She was so worried about what could happen to her that she never noticed Zabuza appear behind her and Tazuna until it was too late. Zabuza hefted his blade off his back just as Sakura and Tazuna turned around to see him. As the giant Zanbatsu was about to cleave into the pair, Kakashi appeared in front of them, using his body to shield the pair from attack. Too late! Roared Zabuza as his blade came down. Kakashi's eyes widened as the blade came down. There was a splash of blood and Sakura screamed. Sasuke stumbled back as he received another fist to the face from Gozu. His breathing was getting ragged and his clothes were torn and ripped from the many close calls he had with the pair's poisoned gauntlets. It seemed they had been toying with him. After that second punch Sasuke managed to land, the two had seemingly turned up the heat. Now they were nearly twice as fast, twice as vicious, and had used it to their advantage, turning Sasuke into what amounted to a glorified rag doll. Sasuke rolled out of the way of another attack, moving into a series of flips, knowing from experience that Meizu would be there to attack him from behind. As soon as he landed on his feet, he was forced to dodge to the left, but ended up running right into Gozu, who hit him in the face. Sasuke shook his head and jumped back as Meizu came towards his position. He would have thrown several kunai, but Gozu appeared on his left and came at him with his clawed hand. Sasuke was forced to backpedal right into Meizu, and only barely managed to dodge the claw swipe he sent. Damn it! Sasuke cursed as he dodged another attack, only to be knocked back by a kick to his chest. Sasuke skidded across the ground before pushing himself up. How am I supposed to beat these guys if I can't even follow their movements? They mask each other so well that I can't predict them. As Gozu came in with another lunge, Sasuke tensed and timed his attack until the last second. Pushing the clawed hand down, Sasuke used it to jump over Gozu and smash his foot in Shunin's face. Landing on the ground, Sasuke had no time to celebrate as he was forced to dodge Meizu's relentless attacks. I've got to concentrate, Sasuke thought as he tried to focus on the pair, to see their movements and react accordingly. They're fast, but if I can just see their movements and predict where they're going to be next, I can beat them. Sasuke watched Meizu's attacks and tried to follow them. The man came in with a claw swipe that the raven-haired genin managed to dodge by spinning on the balls of his feet to the left. As soon as he dodged, Gozu was right in front of him, set to impale the Uchiha survivor with his clawed gauntlet. Sasuke jumped up and over the claw, using one of his hands to give him an extra push skyward by planting it on the gauntlet. Landing on his feet behind Gozu, Sasuke saw Meizu already coming at him. As the younger brother came in with a claw swipe, time seemed to slow down for the raven-haired genin. Everything became much clearer and he could pick out all of the little details on Meizu. From the small details of the missing Chunin-level ninja, to the small twitches and muscles movements as he came in. Sasuke also noticed a small flaw in the man's attack. Sasuke waited until Meizu was attacking him with another claw swipe and this time, ducked under a punch. Getting inside Meizu's guard, Sasuke managed to nick him with a kunai. Though Meizu was fast enough to not get too hurt, getting only a small cut on his torso. Sasuke panted as he eased off his attack. It was only for a moment, but I managed to see his moves. I'm getting the hang of this. Meizu jumped back as Gozu came up to him. You alright, brother? The older one asked. Meizu nodded. Yeah, he just nicked my side. Still, we can't let him get away with that, Gozu yelled. The two shot towards Sasuke again, but this time it was just a little easier. Sasuke managed to block Meizu's next punch, dodge Gozu's kick, and then he jumped over the foot of Meizu. Using the foot as a springboard, Sasuke jumped up and smashed one foot each into the two Chunin's faces by doing a small split kick. Flipping back, Sasuke landed on the ground and smirked. I can see their movements now. Damn. Is it just me, or is that kid getting better? Meizu asked, getting confused. They had been pulverizing this kid just a few seconds ago, but now it felt like the kid had suddenly gotten this huge leap in ability. I think you're right, Gozu said as he stared at Sasuke, frowning, not that it could be seen beneath his breathing mask. Though I don't know how with his eyes bleeding like that. Did you get him? I'm bleeding? Sasuke questioned as he ignored the rest of their banter. My eyes don't feel like they're bleeding unless. Sasuke looked down at the puddle at his feet and grinned. His eyes were now red with one tomo in the left eye and two in the right. He had the Sharingan. Naruto and Haku skidded back from yet another failed attack. They had been going at this for a while now, and even Naruto's legendary stamina was being pushed. Naruto had long since lost his cloak, and his shirt had several rips in it. Haku had likewise received numerous rips and cuts on her body, one of which had cut off the chest bindings she had been wearing. Something that had instantly caught Naruto's attention, causing his attention to move towards her chest. Noticing his distracted state, Haku launched herself at Naruto. She aimed a kick at his head that the blonde was barely able to dodge. However, He could not dodge the next kick that hit him in the face, sending him tumbling back. It's not wise for a shinobi to be distracted on the battlefield, Naruto-kun, Haku commented. Naruto grunted as he wiped away the blood from his already healed lip. Sorry, but it's not every day I get to see such a beautiful sight. Well, technically I see it all the time with Enko, but who's counting? Haku looked down and noticed that her chest bindings had been ripped up, revealing her mid-C cup chest, and there was a rip in her battle kimono exposing the lower part of her left breast. She blushed a bit before looking back up at Naruto. Pervert. I'm not, Naruto defended himself. I was merely saying it's distracting. Besides, I thought we already established your beauty when we first met Tenchi. Haku blushed a bit but shook it off as she looked at the blonde with a small smile. Only you could say that in the middle of a battle, Naruto-kun. I figured as much, Naruto grinned and gave a careless shrug. It's just 'cause I'm awesome like that. They ran at each other again. Naruto came in with a low kick to the kneecaps, but Haku jumped over it and attempted to kick Naruto in the head. Bending backwards slightly, Naruto let the attack pass over his head. Turning around, he lashed out with a fist while Haku was in the air. But she managed to swat the attack away, landing on the ground and coming at him with a kick of her own. Naruto backpedaled, letting the kick pass him by a few inches. He stopped his reverse momentum, jumped forward and came in with a punch to Haku's face. The raven-haired girl swatted the attack to her left and tilted her head slightly to let the attack pass by. It was close enough that she could feel the rush of air as the blonde's fist brushed against a few strands of her hair. Closing the distance between her and Naruto, she managed to hit him in the ribs with 2 quick jabs. However, the attack cost her, and she was unable to retreat in time to get away from the blonde's counterattack, said counter being Naruto grabbing onto her head with both hands and smashing it into his knee. Haku stumbled back and shook her head in an attempt to clear it. When she did, it was to see Naruto coming at her hard. He sent a kick, punch, elbow, knee combination at the raven-haired girl. She managed to bend backwards slightly to dodge the kick, letting it pass a few inches from above her face. She came back up and brought out her left hand, twisting her body at the same time as she pushed the attack to her left. Despite being overextended, Naruto used the slight forward momentum it granted to come in a little faster and launch an elbow at the girl's face. Haku had other plans, however, and ducked under the attack. As soon as she ducked, the blonde stuck out his knee and tried to hit her in the face. Realizing she could not block this attack and did not have the time to dodge, she put her arms in a cross guard, taking the attack. Haku was pushed back as Naruto's knee collided with her forearms, with said attack being forceful enough to send her backwards into a tumble. However, she managed to plant her hands on the ground before she completed her first somersaulted roll and pushed herself back onto her feet. As she landed, she saw Naruto coming towards her and began making several hand seals. Hijitsu, Kori-Kiri, secret technique, ice mist. Haku inhaled a deep breath before exhaling. As she did, Naruto noticed that the mist in front of her turned white and looked like the small water molecules were becoming crystallized. It only took a second for him to analyze what she was doing. She's freezing the mist by infusing it with her chakra. If I get caught in that, I doubt even Kyuubi will be able to heal the frostbite I'll receive. Not wanting to become a popsicle, he kawarimi with a clone he had created when the Zabuza Mizu Bunshins had attacked them. The clone froze in his place, turning pure white as it became a crystalline structure. Haku ended the technique and waited for the mist to clear, before walking over to the now frozen Naruto. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I did not want to do this to you, she apologized. That's alright. Haku's eyes widened as she turned around and saw Naruto right behind her. She was unable to dodge the blow to her face, however, despite her surprise, she was still able to counter and catching his foot with her own as she stumbled back, forcing the blonde to catch himself when he got tripped up and make sure he could not counterattack, allowing her some time to work out a plan. The point became mute as Naruto began a set of hand seals, Futon, Kamikaze Seiken. Linking his fists together, the blonde thrust them out, and a powerful blast of concentrated wind in the shape of his fist shimmered as it pushed through the mist. Haku jumped out of the way, feeling the air get displaced as she dodged the attack. But Naruto knew she would and had only used it as a distraction while he closed the distance between them. He managed to get in front of her and plant a knee into her stomach before she could react. The fake Kiri Hunter ninja gasped in pain as she coughed up a mixture of spit and blood as the attack folded her over Naruto's knee. However, Haku was not about to be outdone and latched onto his leg, using one of her own to trip him and send the blonde sprawling to the ground. Naruto's back hit the concrete with a small oomph from the whiskered blonde as the wind was knocked out of him. As he tried to regain his breath, he saw Haku throwing a punch at his neck with several saban being held between her fingers. Rolling out of the way, Naruto was able to dodge the attack and pushed himself onto his feet several feet away from Haku. This is getting us nowhere, Naruto muttered to himself. They were simply too evenly matched, and nothing they did seemed to affect the other for long. Haku seemed to be having the same thoughts. He truly is a strong opponent. I really don't want to use this, but to help Zabuza-sama I have to. You really are a strong Naruto-kun, Haku said as she began more single-handed seals. But I'm afraid that means I have to use my secret weapon on you. Makio Hyosho, demonic ice crystal mirrors. Naruto watched as he became surrounded by a dome of ice mirrors. Haku stepped inside one of them, and an image of her appeared in all of them. Naruto looked around at all the Hakus. Well shit, he said as they all brought out saban. This is the end, forgive me Naruto-kun. Haku said before all of the Hakus disappeared and Naruto found himself being hit by dozens of saban at what felt like almost the same time. It was only because of his spars with Lee that Naruto was able to tell they were not at the same time, being maybe several tenths of a second from each other. Though with the pain he was feeling from getting stuck with several dozen saban needles, he was unsure if that tidbit of information really mattered. What the hell? Naruto said as they all appeared in the mirrors again. I could barely even see what happened. Are these copies of herself that are attacking me, or is this some kind of speed technique? Naruto pulled out the saban that he could reach and threw them on the ground. I need to figure out what kind of technique this is so I can beat it. The Hakus disappeared again, and Naruto found a dozen more saban sticking out of him. That is if I can survive this. Naruto dropped to his knees, wincing as he pulled out even more needles. Please surrender Naruto-kun, I don't want to have to kill you, Haku begged, her voice not bothering to hide her emotions. I don't want you to kill me either Haku-chan, Naruto winced as he stood up. But I can't let Tsunaga-san die. I won't give up. Kai, release. Several seals spread across Naruto's skin, invisible to the naked eye due to the Genjutsu seal on them, and all the weight in his wrist and leg bands dropped. Naruto felt about 150 pounds or so lighter, which was an almost accurate estimation of how much his weights weighed. This should help, Naruto mumbled. While Haku had been fast, Naruto had been fighting fast opponents for several months now, one of whom was faster than Haku. It's time to get this fight really started. Haku was not sure what Naruto had done, but decided not to give him a chance to try something against her. She attacked? Sasuke grinned as he dodged another set of attacks. Jumped over Gozu and smashing a foot into the back of his head. This was getting much easier with his Sharingan. Now he could see all the attacks sent his way and predict them. Even though it's incomplete, it's more than enough to deal with them. You know I'm getting pretty bored here, Sasuke said with a smirk, feeling confident now that he had his Sharingan. Maybe you aren't as good as I thought you were. This battle's just getting started, Gozu shouted with false bravado. He and Meizu had been giving it their all for a while now and nothing seemed to work on the genin anymore. Sasuke smirked, moving into his Setsujutsuken, interceptor fist, of the Uchiha clan before giving them the come on gesture. As the two charged, Sasuke began following their patterns, using his Sharingan to track them both. So long as they did not move too far away from each other, he would be capable of keeping track of the two of them. Gozu was the first one to reach him, coming in with thrust of his clawed hand in the hopes of impaling the Uchiha heir. However, Sasuke sidestepped the attack as if he had known he was going to do this before he even started, grabbed Gozu's arm and kicked him in the face. Hard. Both Sasuke and Meizu heard the other Akuma brother's neck snap. Sasuke blinked as he saw the now dead body fall to the floor. Brother Meizu muttered before turning a glare on Sasuke. I'll kill you! Sasuke broke out of his shock as Meizu closed in on him, already in his face, and shoving his clawed hands towards Sasuke's throat. Sasuke's eyes widened as he acted on instinct, redirecting the hand and stabbing a kunai into Meizu's neck, killing him. Unfortunately for Sasuke, Meizu's forward momentum was not halted and the Chunin rammed into Sasuke, sending the two of them flying through the air. Sasuke hit the ground hard, his head smacking against the pavement of the bridge and knocking him unconscious as Meizu's corpse landed on top of him and pinned him to the ground. As Haku attacked, Naruto strained his eyes to see her, hoping to catch just a glimpse so he would know where the attack was coming from. He soon found her. She was nothing more than a blur that was closing in on the left. As soon as he found her, the whiskered blonde made liberal use of the shunshin to get away from her Senbon attack. He reappeared several feet away, and saw the mirrors reflecting Haku before she disappeared again. Again Naruto used shunshin to get away just in time, and continued this over and over until his eyes began to adjust to Haku's speed. Soon he could at least make out her form enough to see the limbs moving. Realizing that long-range attacks would no longer work on the blonde, Haku came in and tried to attack in close. However, this was exactly what Naruto wanted. Timing his attack, he waited until Haku was right next to him and launched an attack, blocking her Senbon before tossing a kunai at her. Haku was forced to swerve to the side, forcing her to slow slightly, and Naruto used the extra time that was granted to get in front of her and hit her. Despite the hit and her shock, Haku was able to get back into one of her ice mirrors. "I've figured out your jutsu, Haku," Naruto commented as he looked at the mirror he saw her fly into. "You're not using clones, or any kind of illusion. You're bouncing from mirror to mirror, using the high speeds it affords you to move faster than most can follow. The copies in the other mirrors are simply the light reflected off the mirror you're in. So long as I can see when you and your reflections disappear, there is no way you can hit me." It's only been 5 minutes since he saw it, yet he's already figured out my attack, Haku thought in slight awe and worry. However, she did not let that show on her face. "That is very impressive, Naruto-kun. No one has ever been able to figure out my jutsu, and even Zabuza has trouble with it." "We don't have to fight anymore, you know," Naruto said, his voice growing soft. "Please surrender. I don't want to fight you anymore." "I can't," Haku told him in a regretful voice, telling him that she did not want to fight either. "For the sake of my precious person's dreams, I have to fight." Haku shot out of her ice mirror, changing tactics as she went into the mirror above Naruto before shooting down at him. Naruto sidestepped the attack and tossed a kunai at Haku, cutting her across the shoulder. Gasping in both surprise and a bit of pain, Haku retreated into one of the ice mirrors. Or at least she would have, had Naruto not appeared right in front of her with a shunshin and smashed a chakra-enhanced fist into her face. Unable to maintain the ice mirrors any longer, they shattered and fell apart. Haku went flying several feet back, rolling a bit before skidding to a stop on her stomach. Naruto ran over to her, gently rolling Haku over before lifting her up and holding her to him. "You okay, Haku-chan?" he asked in a worried tone. Haku blinked a few times before looking over at Naruto. "You beat me." "Yeah, I did kick your ass pretty good too," Naruto said with a foxy grin. It dropped a second later. "Now we don't have to fight anymore. You can't fight anymore." "That's true, I'm nearly out of chakra from maintaining my ice mirrors," Haku replied. Her entire body was sore and she could not move very well. "Naruto-kun, my purpose is now gone. Zabuza-sama has no need for a broken tool. I need you to do me a favor, and kill me." Naruto's eyes widened until they looked like they would simply roll out of his head. "What?" Kakashi grinned underneath his mask as Zabuza disappeared back into the mist. "Well, Kakashi, looks like Haku was right," Zabuza commented. "You rely too much on that eye of yours, and now that it's useless you're nothing." "I wouldn't be too sure about that," Kakashi replied in a smug tone as he pulled out a scroll. Wiping some of the blood from his now cut chest with his thumb, he unrolled the scroll and spread the blood across it. "Well, Zabuza, this has been fun, but let's be honest, we're both busy people and I'm sure you would like to end this as much as I do. So let's end this." "Humph," Zabuza grunted. "Well, that sounds interesting, Kakashi. Show me what you can do." Kakashi smirked under his mask as he rolled his scroll back up. Slamming it on the ground, he called out his jutsu, Ninpu, Doton, Tsuga no Jutsu, Ninja Art, Earth Release, Tracking Fong Technique. Seals spread out from the point of impact. The ground also began to tear up and move across the landscape, as if there was something moving under the ground. "Whatever you're trying, Kakashi, it's not going to work," Zabuza said, knowing that whatever Kakashi was going to do was useless. "You can't figure out where I am. However, I now know where you are. What?" "If your eyes don't work, then just use your nose," Kakashi said as he heard the sound of ground cracking. The mist cleared and showed Zabuza with several dogs latched onto them with their mouths. There was a giant bulldog latched onto his left shoulder, 2 dogs biting each of his legs, 2 dogs biting his thighs, 1 dog attached to his right wrist, another holding his Zanbatsu down by the hole at the end, and lastly, a small pug hanging off his headband. That's what happens when you have your eyes shut in the mist, Kakashi commented, his tone smug and satisfied. This summoning is specifically for tracking down an opponent. When you cut me, I let you cut me so that I could get my blood on your weapons. These are my cute little ninja dogs. Their sense of smell exceeds that of all other dogs. You are the one trapped in my jutsu. Kakashi put a finger to his temple as he closed his one normal eye. The mist has cleared, and do you know what I see? I see your death. My future is death? Zabuza asked, scoffing at the silver-haired jonin, and seemingly not the least bit worried. Though Kakashi could see from the man's change in demeanor that he felt otherwise. I'm sick of your bullshit. Don't be foolish, your death is certain, Kakashi said. You went too far, your ambitions were too great. You abandoned your country and became a missing ninja. Your story even reached Konoha. Your attempted coup d'etat and your attempt to assassinate the Mizukage failed. You were forced to flee the country and become a missing ninja with what little followers you had. You realized that in order to try again, you would need money, and so you ended up working for scum like Gato. Kakashi began going through several hand seals before putting one hand near the ground, the other holding that hand's arm in place. I won't end this with someone else's jutsu. No, you're going to get a taste of my very own original jutsu. Raikiri, lightning cutter. A burst of lightning sparked into his hand, crackling with repressed energy so potent it was visible. Look at that jutsu. Zabuza felt a trickle of fear at seeing the lightning shooting from Kakashi's hand. It's so powerful the chakra is visible, yet he holds it in his hands. You're too dangerous, Zabuza. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at the man as he spoke. Tazuna-san, the person you are trying to kill is this country's courage. The bridge he seeks to build is this country's hope. Your ambitions will sacrifice too many people. That's not what a shinobi would do. I don't give a shit about other people. Zabuza growled as he tried to fight against the dog's hold on him, only to find their grip was solid and he could not move more than a few centimeters. I have my own ideals and ambitions to fight for. And that, Zabuza, is why you will die, Kakashi said, his eyes blazing. Why you can't ask me something like that? Naruto shouted, why would you even think that I could kill you? What makes you think I could ever kill you? Just fighting you feels like I'm tearing apart pieces of my soul. I am nothing more than a tool, Naruto-kun, Haku said, releasing herself from Naruto's grip and standing on wobbly legs. Naruto was too stunned to do anything more than just sit there and stare at her. I am a tool that has now been broken. I can no longer help Zabuza-sama fulfill his dreams. Therefore you moo. Shut up! Naruto shouted as he gave her a glare that would have melted others. How dare you say something like that? If you're nothing more than a tool, then what did all those times you spent with me mean? Was that a lie? Are you telling me that you felt nothing when you were with me? That all those times we had spent together meant nothing to you? Naruto's shoulders dropped and his voice lowered. Were you simply using me to help Zabuza? He asked. Haku's eyes widened in shock and oh! She shouted as she took a step forward. How can you think that? Everything I said was true. I loved being with you. Every minute we were together I felt safe and content. I even spent time with you when Zabuza-sama voiced his disapproval. Don't even think that our time together meant nothing. I thought you were nothing more than a tool, Naruto said as he gave Haku a heated look, watching her flinch. Tools aren't supposed to feel, especially not for their enemy. And tools aren't supposed to aim for non-vital points that would only knock a person out. Haku's eyes widened as she realized he knew that was what she had been aiming for the whole time. You're not a tool, Haku-chan, you're a ninja. But ninja aren't just mindless tools who are used and then thrown away when someone feels they are no longer useful. Be but my purpose, Haku tried. If Zabuza can't see the value in having someone as amazing and willing to go to such great lengths to protect him as you are, then he doesn't deserve you. Naruto's eyes softened. If he can't see what's right in front of him, then you would be better off leaving. But Naruto shook his head, interrupting the girl as she tried to give some flimsy excuse. You don't have to be his tool anymore, Haku-chan, he said, his voice soft, much like when the two would hold each other during their times together this past week. You can come with me, I'll treat you like you should be treated. I want to be with you despite having only met you this past week. You are my most precious person. Haku's breath hitched in her throat as Naruto said something like that. No one had ever told her that before, not since her parents had died. Haku was unsure what to do. She wanted to go with him, to be with someone who could understand her pain better than anyone else. But at the same time, Zabuza-sama gave me a purpose. What do I do? Haku, Naruto said as he held out his hand. Please don't do this to yourself. You hate killing, you hate all this running. I can give you a home, a place away from all of that. Please just come with me. Haku reached out to grab his hand. However, as she did, she stopped, sensing that Zabuza was in trouble. She took a step back. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, I would love to go with you, but it seems I have one more purpose. Naruto's eyes widened as she went through a few hand seals. I am sorry, she gave him a brilliant smile. Know that even if I can't go with you, I will always love you. And with that she disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving Naruto to stand there too shocked to actually move. Haku, Naruto mumbled, staring wide-eyed at the spot that Haku had just vacated. Haku! Makio Hyosho, demonic ice mirrors. Using her Genkai, Haku can create a dome of 21 mirrors made out of ice to trap an opponent. 12 remain at ground level, 8 are placed above the first 12 and angled toward the ground, and the final mirror is above the rest and facing the ground. Haku can then enter one of the mirrors and instantly transport to another mirror. While moving about, she bombards the opponent with attacks at very high speeds, such that the rest of the world appears to be moving in slow motion compared to him. Also, all the mirrors show a reflection of Haku, so it is difficult for the opponent to discern which mirror she is in. If the mirror Haku is in is broken, she can leap out of one of the fragments and continue her attack or move to another mirror. The technique requires a large amount of chakra to maintain, so Haku's movement becomes progressively slower the longer she maintains the mirrors. Hijitsu, Kori-Kiri, secret technique, ice mist, a technique where Haku infuses her chakra into a very fine ice-like mist. This technique is used to freeze mass amounts of opponents, though it can also be used as a wide-scale attack on a single opponent. Katon, Kakakyu no Jutsu, a technique where chakra needed inside the body is converted into fire and expelled from the mouth in a massive orb of roaring flame. The scope of the attack is altered by controlling the volume of chakra that is mustered. The released flames will engulf their target and leave a crater on the ground's surface. The fireball is normally blown through a ring made by the thumb and index finger of the user. However, Sasuke and Itachi are seen doing this technique without making a ring over their mouth. According to Kakashi Hatake, the fire release, Great Fireball technique was originally created by the Uchiha clan, becoming one of their favorite moves with which they became very adept. The Uchiha clan also uses the fire release, Great Fireball technique as a coming-of-age technique. This technique apparently requires more than average chakra reserves and most genin should not be able to do this technique. Teppadama, water release, gunshot, the user needs chakra, and converts it into water, and then spits it out in the form of condensed balls. The high-speed water ball attack possesses just as much power to kill as an actual gunshot. While this is a water release technique, it can still be employed someplace where no water is available, which is a great advantage. It's also possible to increase the power of destruction of the balls themselves by building up the chakra inside of them. The number of bullets is determined while needing chakra. By taking advantage of gravity, the bullets can brutally increase in power. Sensatsu Suisho, 1000 flying water needles. Using this jutsu, Haku gathers some water from the air and surrounding environment into 1000 long needles. She then directs them to a specific target at high speed, leaping backwards before impact so she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. While the needles do surround a target from all sides, they don't appear above the target, creating an escape route. Haku is able to perform this jutsu with one-handed seals, allowing her to pin an opponent's arm and attack while they cannot use any techniques themselves. Ninpo, Doton, Tsuga no Jutsu, Ninja Art, Earth Release, Tracking Fang Technique. This jutsu allows Kakashi to summon his own personal Niken to perform special tasks. After he marks an opponent with his blood, Kakashi rolls out a scroll and smears his blood across it. Afterwards he places it between his hands and makes the seals before he slams the scroll into the ground. The Niken are summoned there and travel through the ground following the scent of the blood. When the target is found, they erupt from the ground and hold down the opponent with their mouths. Kakashi uses this to immobilize an opponent for his lightning cutter. Raikiri, Lightning Cutter. the lightning cutter is an enhanced and concentrated form of the Chidori with the same effects and drawbacks. According to Might Guy, it gained its name after Kakashi split a bolt of lightning with it. Because the Chidori is already powerful on its own, the lightning cutter requires better chakra control, which is exemplified in its appearance. The Chidori appears as simply a mass of white electrical chakra in the user's hand, while the lightning cutter is more focused and blue. In Part 1, Kakashi is limited to using it 4 times a day, but in Part 2 he can use it at least 6 times. Chapter 12, The Sea Dyed Red. Kakashi stared wide-eyed as blood splashed across his face and clothing, his arm shoved elbow-deep in the person's flesh and moving out the back. He was so shocked that he could not even think of removing his arm from said person's chest, and instead watched as blood began to stain the cloth covering his arm. Everything seemed to stop in that single instance as Kakashi, Sakura, Tozuna and Zabuza all stared at Haku in shock, having had used herself as a shield to protect Zabuza and taken the silver-haired Jonin's assassination technique. None were more shocked than Zabuza himself, who could only stand there with his eyes wide and Haku's blood splattered all over his face. He had known of the girl's devotion to him, having been the one to take her away from the hellish life she had been living in Mizu no Kuni. But even he had not expected or even thought she would have taken her desire to protect him this far. He was so surprised that he could not even think of using everyone else's distracted state as an opportunity to kill Kakashi. Haku! The near animalistic scream tore everyone's attention away from Haku and towards Naruto, who had stopped running as soon as he saw his sensei's arm through Haku's chest. No, he mumbled before breaking out into a run. Naruto, Kakashi tried to say, only to be ignored as Naruto grabbed Haku, pulling his sensei's arm out of her and sinking to the ground and as he attempted to shake Haku awake. No, 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 and no. Haku! Wake up! Naruto shouted, his voice frantic and his eyes looking into her now dull ones. Come on, Haku, you need to wake up. I need you to wake up. Naruto's voice choked. Don't leave me. Naruto stared into Haku's eyes looking for any sign of life. Only to find them dull, lifeless, like what you would expect of a doll. No Kami, no tears came from Naruto's eyes, even though he didn't notice. Not like this. I never wanted this to happen to you. Why? Why did this have to happen? Damn it, Haku! The blonde shoulders began to shake as sobs racked his body. Heedless of the blood that was pouring out of the wound in Haku's chest and began to stain his clothes, Naruto pulled the now still Haku closer to him, and began to rock back and forth as seeking, hoping to find that warmth that he had always felt from her before. It wasn't there. All he now felt was the fading warmth that she had held when alive, and it was soon replaced with the cold feeling of one who had just died. Naruto, Sakura mumbled, completely shocked at what she was witnessing and not at all sure what she should think at seeing the sight of the person who, even after his increase in intelligence and skills, had always seemed to be an idiot to her. Naruto, who had always been fairly cheerful, even with his recent changes, the boy had still carried that near indomitable optimism and enthusiasm. Now he seemed to be almost broken, tears were streaming down his face as he held on to the raven-haired kunoichi, and was seemingly ignoring the world around him. His lips moved, whispering apology after apology to the girl he was holding, even though she was no longer alive to hear them. The sight of Naruto breaking down so utterly was so foreign that the young pinkette did not know what to think. Her thoughts were broken away from the sight as she remembered someone else who had had his own battle here on this bridge. Sasuke-kun, she mumbled as she stood and began her search for the Uchiha heir. Spinning around, she went to search for Sasuke, and found him unconscious and heavily bleeding under the body of one of the now dead Akuma brothers. Sasuke-kun! She ran up to him and tried to push the body off of her crush. The rest of the world forgot about her. The two Jonin-level ninja looked over at each other, each trying to determine if there was any real point in fighting anymore. A few minutes later, which were only broken by the sounds of Naruto's cries, the stare-down ended, and both nodded as a silent agreement passed between them that the battle was now over, at least for the moment. The two ninja turned their attention back to the distraught blonde. Thonk! 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 The pair's heads snapped over to the end of the bridge to see Gato grinning at them, along with a large horde of thugs behind him wearing the same grinning expression only tinged with bloodlust, no doubt from the thought of killing the group here and then moving on to pillage the village. Look at you, Zabuza, all beaten up and getting your ass handed to you by a bunch of brats and a scarecrow, Gato said with a smirk, feeling pretty confident now that the battle was ended and he had a large group of mercenaries behind him for backup. Zabuza growled. He was already angry at the death of Haku. He did not want to deal with this fat, greedy midget. What do you want? Such a temper. Zabuza grinned that showed how much he was savoring this moment. I forgot to mention there's been a change in plans. You see, missing ninjas like yourself are simply too expensive to pay for. I never planned on actually paying you. It's always been my plan to simply get rid of you after you did the job and were too weak to do anything. It's so easy to get rid of you, missing ninja. You abandoned your village and now no one will come after me after I kill you. Hell, I usually get a bonus with your bounty when I hand you over. Zabuza growled at the man. I see, so that was how you always wanted to do this. Of course, Gato smirked, and now you're not going to be able to do a thing to my boys. PFT, Kiri no Kijin, more like Kiri no Koinu, puppy of the hidden mist. I doubt you could take down even one of my boys here, though I would be appreciative if you did at least try to kill a few of them. After all, while they may not be as expensive as you, they still cost me some money. Looks like my quarrel with you is well and truly over, Kakashi, Zabuza grunted as he grabbed the handle of his sword and prepared for another battle. It does seem that way, Kakashi agreed, readying a kunai. He did not know how many he could take out with how exhausted he was, but he was not about to go down without a fight. Gato laughed as they prepared themselves. However, he blinked when he saw Naruto holding on to Haku. Oh, so the kid died, eh? That's too bad. I was hoping to kill him myself. There was a spike of killing intent that went unnoticed by everyone except Kakashi and Zabuza, both of whom turned their eyes towards Naruto, who had looked up sometime during the conversation and was now glaring at the man. Hey kid! Gato shouted as he walked up to them. I don't know what kind of gay circus this is, but hold on a minute. The fat midget got a closer look at Haku. Despite the amount of blood covering Haku and the blonde holding her form protectively close, the fat frazzle-haired businessman could see something that he had not seen before due to the bindings Haku had been wearing. Now that they had come undone, he noticed she had quite a nice set on her. Oh ho! So he is in fact a she. Gato grinned lecherously. Well now, I'm really depressed she's dead. I could have made quite the killing after I made her my bitch. Though, she is quite the looker, so maybe I'll give her over to my boys so they can at least get some fun in before her body starts to rot. So why don't you be a good little boy and hand the bitch's body over to me? Naruto glared at the man through bloodshot eyes, his killing intent slowly rising. This monster was talking about having a bunch of filthy pigs degrade Haku-chan's body. This person was the entire reason Haku was dead in the first place, for hiring her and Zabuza for this job. Without Gato, Haku would have never come here, would have never faced him in battle, and would have never gotten hit with his sensei's technique. In the blonde's mind, everything that had happened to this point was that man's fault. Kill them. Naruto blinked when he heard the voice from inside his mind. It had an odd inflection to it. The voice sounded like two people were speaking at once, though he could not tell who. That man is the reason she's dead. Kill him. Gato stopped a short distance away, not wanting to get too close to the two shinobi. Hey! Are you deaf or something, you stupid fuck? Kill him. Naruto snarled as he looked back up at Gato, whose eyes widened as he took a step back in fear at the eyes he was now staring at. The eyes were no longer blue, nor did they hold any of the warmth they usually did. They were blood red, with a single black slit running down the middle. They were eyes belonging to a demon. You, Naruto whispered. His voice was harsh and ragged, carrying such rage and unbridled hate that everyone, even Zabuza, could not repress the shudder that ran down his spine. This is all your fault. Because of you, Haku's dead. And now you want to desecrate her body. All of it, it's your fault. I'm gonna kill you. A powerful bloodlust and killing intent crashed onto the bridge, being so powerful that Gato had fallen on his ass and was crab walking to get behind his men. Meanwhile, a powerful red energy began to swirl around the blonde. The energy began swirling around him before shooting into the air to form a column of red energy, which lashed out around him in a violent manner as if it had a will of its own. The energy covered the area around and above him, and at the top the energy took a shape. It took the shape of a grinning fox head. Is the seal breaking? Wondered a frantic Kakashi as he jumped away from the blonde, the red energy burning his skin. No! He realized the seal is perfectly stable, It almost seems like this was supposed to happen, but I'll need to be careful since I don't know what Naruto will do in this state. What is he? Wondered Zabuza as he was forced to jump away from the blonde, after getting his skin burned from being near the energy. Such bloodlust and unbridled killing intent far more potent than my own. This much intent shouldn't even be possible. The others on the bridge were not faring nearly as well. Sakura, who had been facing away from Naruto and trying to futilely wake Sasuke, had been unable to do anything more than pass out on top of the Uchiha. Her body was spastically twitching and drool coming out of her mouth. Tozuna was on his hands and knees, breathing heavily and unable to even move, since staying conscious from the feeling of power and bloodlust around was a challenge in and of itself. The thugs who were with Gato were all shaking, some were already on their hands and knees like Tozuna. A few of the weaker-willed ones had already passed out, and as for Gato, the man had fallen onto his ass, his entire body shaking uncontrollably as he lost all motor functions and had already released his bowels. His breathing was strained, and he could see images of his death at the hands of the blonde. Images of his head getting ripped off, of getting torn to shreds. Out of all the people there, the killing intent was affecting him the most, being the one it was directed at. Never before had he felt something so vile, and it was enough that he almost wished he were dead just so the feeling of his impending doom would stop. Within the swirl of energy, Naruto began to transform. His whiskers became jagged and thick, his hair stood up even spikier than before. Claws formed on both his hands and feet, and his canines turned into long fangs that jutted from his upper lips. Naruto gently set Haku down on the ground, caressing her face before he closed her eyes. Standing up, he stepped over her prone form as the energy coalesced around him. His head was down, shadows covering his eyes as his ragged breathing filled the air. Finally, he looked up at the man who was responsible for Haku's death. Gato and the mercenaries that he had brought with him took a step back in fear. Naruto took a step forward, and then disappeared. He reappeared right in front of one of the bandits, plunging his hand into the man's throat without preamble, impaling two of his fingers all the way through and out the back while seemingly not caring about the blood that was beginning to stain his hand. Rotating on his heel, he swung the corpse around, smashing it into three others, knocking them off balance before throwing it off and disappearing again. Naruto appeared behind another bandit and plunged both hands straight into his back and out his chest, palms facing away from each other. The man's screams filled the air before Naruto roared and ripped the man in half, letting the blood splash across his face only to be burned off by the malevolent energy that only one person there could identify as the Kyuubi's Yoki. A moment later, the whiskered blonde set his sights on the others that Gato had brought. The sounds of screams soon filled the air as Naruto tore through Gato's men, not just killing them, but brutally slaughtering them. Many had limbs torn off, arms, legs, heads. Some of the men were even ripped to nothing more than chunks of flesh that could not be recognized as having ever been human. Naruto spared no one in his gruesome quest to massacre every single individual who had come with Gato. As far as he was concerned, they were all guilty of what happened to Haku, and none of them deserved any form of mercy or compassion. When Naruto had killed all of the bandits, he turned his eyes to Gato. Said man was currently curled up into a ball, somehow still conscious despite the overwhelming bloodlust and killing intent coming from the blonde, and began to stalk over to the sniveling little midget. "PP pleases spare me," Gato begged as Naruto stopped in front of him. "I'll give you anything you want. Just let me go." The whiskered blonde stopped short at Gato's words and looked at him with a sort of absent curiosity, like a lion might look at an antelope that was pinned under its paws. For a moment Gato was not even sure the blonde would speak, as all Naruto was doing was staring at him. Finally, "Anything?" asked Naruto, his voice deep and guttural, no longer sounding human but taking on the pitch and timbre of something demonic in origin. "Yes. Anything," Gato said enthusiastically, feeling certain he could buy off this demon. "Just name it. Money, wealth, power, women. Anything at all." "Very well," Naruto tilted his head at the man, seemingly in thought of what he wanted. "I want you to bring Haku-chan back." Gato's eyes widened and his face paled. "I can't do that." "No? A pity," Naruto said with a shrug before lifting the man by his throat. Gato gasped and latched onto the hand now holding his neck in a vice grip in an attempt to pull it off. He continued to beg and plead, telling Naruto of all the things he could give the blonde. "You know what I want, Gato." The demonized Naruto asked, not expecting a response, and ended up squeezing Gato's throat even tighter so he could not get a response. I want you dead. Naruto reared back a clawed fist. Before launching it forward, grabbing onto Gato's face, the man screamed as the red chakra began to burn his face off, melting it like wax. With a roar of finality, Naruto channeled the red chakra into his hand as he squeezed Gato's head, making the corrupt businessman's head explode in a shower of gore. Naruto dropped the now headless body unceremoniously as the red energy began to leave him. His transformation reversed, his eyes changed back to normal, his claws reverted and his canines shortened while his whiskers went back to their original state. With his mind now clear of the bloodlust that had taken over it, he looked at the devastation he had caused, then down to his hands, his eyes wide. Despite all the blood having been burned off by the chakra, he could still see it on his hands. He could still remember what he had done. He could see how he had slaughtered all of the thugs Gato had brought and the man himself, and could recall everything he had done in picture-perfect clarity. What have I done? Naruto dropped down onto his knees and vomited the entire contents of his stomach, as his stomach began to rebel. Even after he had finished, the whiskered blonde was still dry heaving, his mind and body both still feeling the overwhelming sense of nausea from what he had done. There's that monster. You are not to go near that boy again. He's nothing but a monster in disguise. Demon! You are the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto began to hyperventilate as the voices of the villagers washed over him. He tried shutting them out, but that only seemed to make the voices louder. He tried ignoring them, but the voices were not to be denied, and no matter how much he tried to tell himself otherwise, he began to feel disgust for what he had done. Oh, Kamathiri, right, I am nothing but a monster, a demon. Naruto the blonde froze as a hand landed on his back. Looking up, he saw Kakashi, his head band back over his Sharingan, looking at him in concern. Kakashi-sensei? He choked out, are the villagers right? Am I really a demon? Kakashi's eye widened slightly before going back to its concerned look. No, Naruto, you are not a demando, not think like that. What you are is a shinobi. A shinobi? Naruto asked unsurely, his eyes clouded and lost. Yes, Kakashi answered with a nod. But I killed all those people. Tears began to form in his eyes. They didn't stand a chance. I just tore through like they were paper. It was so easy. How can I be anything but a monster? How could anything other than a monster do those things? A shinobi, Kakashi replied. As a shinobi, you will always be called upon to do things you may not like, things that, to a civilian, would make you seem like a monster. This is the world we live in, Naruto. It's what we signed up for when we became ninja. It's the same for me, and the same for Zabuza and his partner. Partner Naruto's eyes widened as he jumped up. Haku. Kakashi watched as he ran back towards Haku's body and sighed. He was going to have to talk with Naruto soon. He's not going to be doing well after this. Dealing with the guilt of killing other people in such a violent manner, and using the Kyuubi's chakra to do it. No doubt his mind will be unstable for a while after this. He looked over where Naruto was now cradling Haku. And then there's that relationship. I'll definitely have to talk to him about that. I can only hope I or maybe the Hokage or Anko can help him through this. Naruto gently lifted Haku into his arms. Standing up and ignoring Zabuza, who was watching him curiously, the blonde began to make his way off the bridge. The crowd that Inari had gathered to help had only arrived a few seconds ago to see the aftermath of the battle, but could only part themselves for Naruto, staring at the blonde in shock as he walked right past them. Several hours after the battle, Naruto stared at the newly dug grave he had just made for Haku. It was in the small clearing the two of them had first met, and continued to meet for the rest of the week. The grave was not much. Naruto had used his fledgling wind ability to create a wind blade and carve out a tombstone for her. The cuts were jagged and uneven, and the writing was sloppy and showed that he had cut the writing out of the stone without the use of any kinds of tools. He promised himself he would get a better tombstone for her when he came back here to visit. His face was now set in an emotionless mask as he stared at the grave. Reaching a hand into his shirt, Naruto pulled out a small chain that was attached to his neck. Taking the chain off from around his neck, Naruto gazed at the centerpiece of the metal necklace. Attached to the chain was an odd green crystal that shined brilliantly as it was held in the middle of a snowflake. Haku had given it to him on their last night together. Flashback. Taking a deep breath, Naruto began to tell her something that no one in his age group knew. The day I was born, the Bijou known as Kyuubi attacked my village. Many of our ninja forces had been killed, even a lot of our civilian population died. The Kyuubi attacked without warning, just appearing in the middle of our village before going on a rampage. Just when all hope seemed lost, the Yondaime Hokage arrived and, through the use of a powerful self-sacrificing jutsu, killed the Kyuubi. Haku looked up at him as he paused in curiosity, wondering where her companion was going with this. She knew of this story. It had been one of the few major incidents that had spread across the elemental nations, even reaching Kiri. At least that is what the history books and our teachers taught us. But that story couldn't have been farther from the truth, Naruto said in a quiet voice. You see, the Kyuubi, like all Bijou, was simply a mass of malevolent chakra with a conscience, and was the strongest of the 9. As such, the Kyuubi cannot be killed. He looked down at Haku to see her staring at him with wide eyes. The only way to defeat a Bijou is to seal it. And the only thing that would work against something as strong as the Kyuubi is a person. Haku gasped as she continued listening. She already had an idea where this was going. However, she continued to listen, knowing that it would be better if he told her himself. Naruto plunged on, fearing that if he did not continue now, he would never be able to tell her, and so the Yondaime took a newborn baby, who had just had its umbilical cord cut, and used it to seal the demon. Just before he died, the Yondaime asked that the child be seen as the hero that protects Konoha each and every day by ensuring that the Kyuubi could never escape again. He paused for a second and took a deep breath. Suffice to say, the villagers did not honor his dying wish. From the moment the boy was born, he was treated like he was less than dirt. At the orphanage he was in, the matron refused to let him play with the other children, fearing that the monster would taint the others. He was only fed the scraps other children left after their meals once a day if he was lucky, once a week if he wasn't. And on his 5th birthday, they kicked him out. Closing his eyes, Naruto missed the tears that were already falling from Haku's eyes. For nearly a year this child lived on the streets, going through the garbage cans in order to find sustenance. On many occasions he would get tossed away from them by the people who owned the shops that used them, causing him to starve. He would live wherever he could, often in cardboard boxes, and even living in the sewers of Konoha for several months just to stay warm during some of the colder seasons. It was only by chance that he happened to come upon a little ramen shop, and even more amazing luck, that the Hokage happened to be there. The Hokage, after hearing of what happened to this child, gave him an apartment of his own and a monthly stipend for his necessities and the utilities of the apartment. However, even then, it was not enough. The apartment owner could not raise the price high enough so he could not pay, but she did make it so that he was nearly broke all the time. Not that it would have mattered. The boy was unable to buy the bare necessities anyways. Shops would kick him out, or sell rotten goods to him. Clothing stores kicked him out, or charged triple the price for nearly ruined clothes. And no matter where he went, people would either glare at him, or try to ignore his existence entirely. The boy also had no friends since parents had told their children to stay away from the boy, saying that he was dangerous, and could not be trusted. Eventually, the parents' hatred was passed on to their children. Even when he went to the academy to become a ninja, it was no different. Teachers would yell at him when he tried to answer questions, or throw him out for trying to outdo clan heirs. Nothing he seemed to do helped improve his standing in class, and eventually the child turned to pranks, hoping it would get him the attention he wanted. A stifled sob and the feeling of a body pressing into him caused Naruto to stop his story. Looking down, he saw Haku crying into his shirt. Deciding that she knew enough, he stopped there and got to his point. I don't think I need to tell you who this child was. Haku shook her head as she looked up at him. I don't understand how anyone could do something like that to an innocent child with such a burden. It's because they don't understand, Naruto said quietly. Humans have always held a fear of the things they don't or can't understand, and when they fear something, the basic instinct of all humans is to lash out at it simply to prove that they don't fear it. You should know this better than anyone since the same thing happened in Kiri. Still, Haku said as she placed her head on his shoulder, I don't know how you could handle something like that without breaking. And I don't know how you could deal with your parents' death, or the fact that you were forced to kill one of them without breaking, Naruto replied. I can handle it because I understand why they're doing it and want to change their opinions of me. Before I found out why, I had used my pranks and hid behind a goofy smile and upbeat attitude to deal with it. I guess I figured that if they were going to ignore me, or hate me, I would give them a reason to with my pranks. The whiskered blonde ran a hand through his hair and sighed. It wasn't until a traitor tricked me into stealing the forbidden scroll of sealing that I found out why. But now I do understand, and I'll make them change. I'll become Hokage and show everyone that I'm not the demon they think I am. Haku smiled as she looked up at him. You really are an amazing person, Naruto-kun, she said. Naruto blushed. Well, I'm not really all that special. Haku shook her head and smiled. You're just too modest to realize how amazing you are. Reaching into an inner pocket where she normally carried saban, Haku pulled out a beautiful necklace with a green crystal being held in the center of a snowflake. My mother gave this to me. It was a family heirloom, she said. The raven-haired girl placed it in Naruto's hand and closed his fingers around it. I want you to have this. Naruto looked at Haku in shock. Looking down at the necklace, he shook his head. I can't take something that important from you. Haku smiled. You can't take something if it was given to you freely. Please have it. I want you to have it. Booty feel kind of bad, Naruto said, though he did end up putting the necklace in his pouch. I mean, I don't have anything of real value to give to you in return. I know one thing you can give me, Haku said with a small blush. Naruto tilted his head to the side quizzically as he looked at her. Really? What's th? Naruto was cut off and his eyes widened in shock when he felt a pair of warm, soft lips press against his own. His entire body froze in place, and it felt like someone had lit him up with the Amaterasu flames. Every single nerve ending felt like they had been hit with a jutsu, causing him to stand ramrod straight. When she noticed Naruto was not responding, Haku pulled back and gave him a pout. You know when someone kisses you, you're supposed to kiss back. Well, if it is to say weaned Yuka-san, and Naruto tried, the red on his face increasing several shades. Haku sighed at how embarrassed and shocked the whiskered blonde looked, even though she knew how to kiss. Looks like this is something we're going to need to work on. Feeling that there was nothing left to be said, she claimed his mouth with her own, and even after Naruto started to respond, their lips had remained locked. Flashback end. Naruto clenched the necklace in his hand as he tried not to let any of the emotions he had been feeling overtake him. He had never imagined that after everything he had been through in Konoha, there would be something else that would hurt even worse than his loneliness. Honestly, the thought that he could feel a pain more keen than he had felt in his home village, especially after learning why he was so hated, was almost laughable. He could no longer see any amusement in that lie of thought. So this is where you've been, brat? Naruto turned around as he heard the gruff voice to see Zabuza walking up to him. The whiskered blonde turned around, not really caring what the bandaged-faced man wanted, or that he could kill him if he so decided. What do you want? Naruto asked in a dull voice. Zabuza shrugged as he stopped next to the blonde. The others have been looking for you since you've left. He paused for a moment. Well, Kakashi and the people of Nami are. I think the pink-haired girl and that Uchiha kid are still unconscious. At least, they were when I left. Naruto said nothing as he turned around and looked back at the grave. For a while the two said nothing, choosing to simply stare at the small monument that the Konoha shinobi had created. You know, when I found Haku, she had really been nothing more than a scrawny little thing, Zabuza said after several minutes of silence. I had found her huddled up on a bridge with people walking past her, ignoring her existence like she wasn't even there. She had looked like she would keel over any moment. I'm sure that had I just left she would have died from starvation within a month's time. Despite that, I had felt there would be some kind of use for her, and so I took her with me, and trained her to be my weapon. Naruto's fists clenched even tighter and blood began to trickle from his palms as he heard about Haku training to be used as a weapon. He would not deny that a part of him blamed this man for Haku's death as well. After all, if he had never found her, she would have never died, at least not here. Still, he did not speak, not feeling the desire to talk and let the man continue unhindered. I trained her to be the best, and, in many ways, her abilities in combat had surpassed even mine. But the one thing she had never lost was her pure heart. Haku hated killing in every form. Even to this day she had never killed someone. She would always knock them out using pressure points, and her den instead. Yet for some reason she stuck by me through everything, even when I was killed. I had always told her that her mercy was a weakness, but no matter what happened she wouldn't kill. Zabuza sighed as he closed his eyes. Despite my disapproval of not killing an opponent, I couldn't bring myself to make her kill. Why are you telling me this? Whispered Naruto after several minutes of silence. Because, kid, I have known Haku ever since she was little, Zabuza answered. I had trained and raised her for a long time. I saw her grow into the person she was, and watched as she grew in strength. Zabuza turned to look at Naruto. I have seen her at both her best and her worst. However, in all the years I've known her, I have never seen her as happy as she had been this past week, and I know she was like that because of you. Naruto let out a small stifled sob, but otherwise didn't react. This past week you made Haku happier than she had ever been, and for that I want to thank you. Naruto shook his head as he looked away from Zabuza. I don't deserve thanks. I betrayed Haku-chan's memory by going on a rampage and killing all those people. You said it yourself, she hated killing. Haku-chan would have never wanted me to do something like that. Zabuza snorted. Kid, I think Haku would understand. She had always been extremely understanding of others, and I've done far worse than what you did in my lifetime. She still accepted me. Booty killed all those people. I really am nothing more than a demon. Naruto bit the bottom of his lip to keep more tears from spilling out. Zabuza laughed at him. Gaki, I go by the title Kiri no Kijin. I have been called a demon ever since I slaughtered an entire graduating class in Kirigakure and earned my place in its shinobi ranks. So I think I would know a demon when I see one, and you are too soft-hearted to be a demon. Naruto looked at the man before turning back to the grave. I suppose you would know. Zabuza made a humming sound but did not say anything. For several more moments they stood in silence. Kid. Yeah? Asked Naruto. I want you to do me a favor, Zabuza said. Naruto frowned. What kind of favor? Well, two actually. Zabuza paused. I want you to always keep Haku close to your heart. Make sure you never forget her. I see the same kindness and pure heart in you that I did in her. Never lose that. You don't have to make that kind of request. Even if I wanted to, I could never forget Haku-chan. Not that I would want to. Naruto looked down at the necklace in his hand. And the other request? Find people who are important to you and protect them, Zabuza said simply. Haku had always believed that true strength came from protecting the people important and precious to them. I've become more inclined to believe her after today. I want you to find that source of strength that Haku cherished, something that I couldn't do until it was too late. Zabuza walked in front of the grave and planted his zanbatsu in the ground. Pausing for a moment before he turned around and began walking away, as he did, he passed a parting comment over his shoulder. My one regret was never telling Haku how much I loved her, that she was the daughter I never had. Do not make the same mistakes I did, or you'll live a life of regret. Naruto watched Zabuza leave before turning back to the grave, and the sword now planted in front of it. Haku. The door to Tazuna's house opened and everyone looked to see Naruto walk in. Tazuna, Tsunami and Inari were all sitting on the large couch, while Kakashi was sitting in a chair with his books surprisingly absent. Naruto, Kakashi said as he stood up, are you feeling all right? Yeah, Naruto said, his eyes looking down at the floor. I'm fine, sensei, sorry for worrying you. Kakashi walked over to Naruto and put a hand on the boy's shoulder. Listen, Naruto, if you ever need to talk about anything. Naruto looked up at his sensei and smiled. Thanks, sensei, but I'm feeling fine, really. Naruto and Ai-san, Inari shouted as he came bounding up to Naruto. Everyone's saying you're the one who defeated Gato on the bridge. Is it true? Naruto winced almost imperceptibly but put on a smile for Inari. The kid didn't need to know the gruesome details or how he hated what he had done. Yeah, it's true, he ruffled the kid's hair. I told you I'd send him packing. Suga, Inari said as he looked up at Naruto. That's so cool. I'm gonna train to get stronger just like my two-san and you, Naruto and Ai-san. Naruto gave Inari a large smile. If you want to be as strong as I am one day, then there is something very important you need to remember. What is Nisan? Asked Inari. When a person has something important to protect, that's when they become truly strong. Haku, Naruto looked at Inari with a smile. It's only when a person has something important to protect, that's when they become truly strong. Remember that. Inari nodded enthusiastically. I will, Ni-san. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair one last time before looking up at Kakashi. So sensei, where are Sakura and Sasuke team? Sasuke has a bit of a concussion, so he's upstairs resting, Kakashi answered. Oh, Sasuke-kun. Let me help you fluff your pillows so you'll be more comfortable. Get away from me. Why won't you just leave me alone? Wait. Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei said you shouldn't be moving right now. Naruto, Kakashi and everyone else in the room sweat dropped as several loud bangs and the pair's screams could be heard. Well, maybe he's not getting as much rest as I thought. Kakashi's sweat dropped at hearing a particularly loud scream of "Get the fuck away from me, you crazy bitch" from Sasuke. Speaking of, you should probably get some rest too. The bridge should be finished by next week. Until then we still have a job to do. Naruto nodded as he headed up the stairs. Then I'll see you tomorrow, sensei. 1 week later. The passing week had been fairly hectic for the three genin. With Gato gone and the battle of the bridge having ended in victory only because of Naruto losing control of the Kyuubi, Kakashi had decided to start training them harder than before. He had started teaching Sasuke the water walking exercise since he had already gotten the tree walking down. Sakura was still on tree climbing since her reserves were simply not large enough to use water walking. Both of them had been run slightly ragged by their Jonin sensei, Sasuke even more so since he now had his Sharingan, something he had taken to turning on and off every chance he got. For Naruto things had been even worse, though it was by his own doing rather than his sensei. He had taken his training to a whole new level, pushing himself far beyond anything he had ever done. To him, his time in Nami had shown him that he was too weak to protect the people he cared about. He felt that he should have been able to do something, anything that could have saved Haku. That feeling of guilt and the pain of loss was channeled into his training. Now, instead of his usual 200 clones, he had summoned up 300 and began to make them work on further developing his fighting style. Naruto wanted to incorporate the use of high-speed attacks into his style. Hopefully it would give him an edge over others since was an obscure art. However, it had been his physical training that Naruto had worked on the most. While he had not upped his training seals, he had nearly quadrupled his workout routine, and was often so exhausted and sore that one of his clones had to take him back to Tezuna's. Kakashi and Tezuna's family became somewhat worried for him when they saw a clone carrying his bloody and beaten form into the house, but he assured them that he was fine. Despite assuring everything that he was fine, Naruto knew the truth. He knew that each time he reassured someone when they were worrying over him after finding out he had his clones beat the crap out of him on a daily basis, that he was anything but fine. But he knew that he could not stop. The moment he stopped training, the memories he had made with Haku over this past week would come back. And each time they did, it felt like someone had taken a molten hot kunai and shoved it in his heart. That was why he trained himself into the ground every day, the true reason he could not stop training. Why did he came to Tezuna's home every night nearly unconscious? Because the moment he stopped, the pain he felt set in, and he did not want to acknowledge the gaping feeling of loss he could now feel. So long as he kept busy, he could ignore it, so that's what he did. Another thing Naruto had done was talk to Tezuna about making an orphanage for the orphans he had found and helped. Tezuna along with a few others had helped Naruto build the orphanage. Of course, all they did was get supplies. Naruto had used his ability to produce ungodly amounts of clones to build the orphanage himself. They had also managed to get a few people who were childless to help take care of the orphans when Naruto left. At the end of the week, the bridge, with more help from Naruto's clones, had been completed. Now all of the people of Nami were there, not only to celebrate the completion of the bridge, but also to see off the heroes of the wave. Naruto in particular had been subjected to many looks and whispered mutterings much different from the ones he received in Konoha. Unlike in Konoha, where people would call him a monster behind his back, or glare at him with hate-filled eyes, the people here were staring at him in awe. The whispers were about how strong he was, and how he had freed them from Gato. The first time he had been seen inside the city after the Battle of the Bridge, as it was being called, had been an interesting and frightful experience for the young ninja. He almost understood what Sasuke had to suffer through during the academy while having to deal with a horde of fangirls proclaiming their love for him. Thankfully for the blonde, it was not quite that bad. But ever since it had been made known that Naruto had been the one to kill Gato and his thugs, the people had been giving him looks of awe, and many of the girls would blush and giggle as he passed, tossing shy waves to him while a few of the bolder ones would try to get dates. One incident in particular stuck within Naruto's mind. Flashback. Naruto was walking back to Tezuna's with said man and Kakashi after working on the bridge. As they did, the blonde noticed many people staring at him, giving him odd looks with star-filled eyes, and some of the women had hearts in their eyes. The look reminded him of the way Sasuke's fangirls looked whenever he passed them by, and it was really starting to creep him out. The way they were talking about him did not help either. Is that who I think it is? They say he's the one who defeated Gato and his thugs single-handedly. Wow, really? But he's so young. Who cares how young he is? He's so cute. Naruto tried his best to ignore the stares and whispers he was receiving, as he was not really sure how to handle them. In Konoha, when people did this, the whispers were ones of hate, calling him names, talking about how he should have died, and other hateful remarks. These were the exact opposite, and because of that he had no clue how he should react. Excuse me? The three stopped and turned around to see a group of girls around Naruto's age standing behind them. Is it true that you're the one who beat Gato? Asked the girl in front, a girl with black hair and green eyes, wearing a light blue yukata. Well, I had help, Naruto finished lamely, a light blush staining his cheeks as the girls were eyeing him like a piece of meat. So it's true. Oh, that's so amazing. You're like a hero. That seemed to break the floodgates as all of the girls began to crowd around him, asking him what it was like to be a ninja, how powerful he was, if they could get a date, and one of them even asked if she could touch his whiskers. Throughout the entire exchange, Naruto just stood there frozen stiff with a look of shock and confusion on his face. While being with Anko, Tenten and the rest of Team 9 had helped him get a little better at socializing, he still had no clue what to do in a situation like this. It was fortunate that Tazuna and Kakashi were there to bail him out, grabbing him before running off, or he likely would have died from embarrassment. Flashback end. Thanks to you four, we have finally completed the bridge, but do you really have to go so soon? Tazuna said with a large smile as he placed a hand on a nearly tearing up Inari's head. They, along with the entire population of Nami, were standing next to the now completed bridge. This included the many girls who had tried to mob Naruto when he had been seen in public. Said blonde only took one glance at them to see the group holding up signs proclaiming their love for him before looking away with a shiver. Unfortunately, Kakashi replied with his book out as usual. Hokage-sama will want a report on what happened here as soon as possible. Naruto moved over to Inari. Kneeling down, he ruffled the kid's hair and gave him a large grin. Don't worry, we'll be back to visit sometime. Inari sniffled as his eyes threatened to spill. Promise? Grinning a little wider, Naruto held his pinky out to the kid. Promise of a lifetime. Inari looked at the pinky before bringing up his own and shaking with it. It's okay to cry if you're happy, you know, Naruto commented as he noticed the kid looked ready to burst. As if on cue, Inari smashed against Naruto, latching onto him and crying. In return, Naruto just hugged the kid who had begun to call him Nisan. Standing back up again, Naruto gave them one final grin. We'll see you guys later. Be sure to look after this place. And remember what I said. I will be Nisan, Inari promised. Then I guess this is goodbye, Kakashi said as he and the other ninja turned around. See ya later, kid, Naruto said as he tossed a wave over his shoulder. Goodbye, Naruto-kun, shouted the horde of girls that had shown up to see the blonde off, causing said blonde to freeze up in fear before walking just a tad faster. That boy, Tazuna said as he looked at the retreating figure of Naruto. That boy not only defeated Gato, but he changed Inari's heart, and Inari changed our people's hearts, allowing us to build a bridge called Hope for our dying country. Oh yeah, speaking of the bridge, one of the people there said. What should we call it? Naruto. The entire group of the newly created Naruto fan club shouted. Tazuna had to hold in a wince from all the voices shouting at once, but it was not as bad as it would have been several weeks ago. He was now almost glad he had gotten used to someone whose screeches were louder than all of these girls combined. As his equilibrium and hearing came back, he thought about the name for a second before laughing. The Great Naruto Bridge. It does have a nice ring to it, doesn't it? That does sound like a fitting name, Tsunami said with a giggle. Yep, I have a feeling that name is gonna bring this bridge good luck, Tazuna stated as people began to cheer for the new bridge and the genin who made it all possible. Who knows, it may even bring other people good luck. Chapter 13. A Healing Hand or Snake. It was late in the afternoon that Team 7 trudged through the gates of Konoha. The trip home had been rather quiet and awkward for the three genin. Naruto had been silent the entire way, not even making the usual snide and sarcastic remarks to anyone in the group as he was wont to do, and had seemingly withdrawn into himself almost as soon as they had left Nami. Sasuke had switched between continuously playing with his Sharingan and glaring at and or trying to goad Naruto into a fight. Having heard that the blonde had single-handedly decimated Gato and his forces that had shown up after the battle, the raven-haired Avenger had been disappointed that he had not gotten to prove himself against the horde of thugs Gato had come with, and jealous that Naruto had been able to do that while he had been knocked out. And so now he wanted nothing more than to fight Naruto and prove that he could beat the blonde, feeling secure in his chances of winning now that he had his Sharingan. Sakura had also been surprisingly quiet, switching between looking longingly at Sasuke and worriedly at Naruto. She was still going through some minor shock at having seen the blonde cry. It did not help that Kakashi had chosen to read his book instead of trying to engage in conversation and make sure his students were all right. Though that was mainly due to the fact that Kakashi had no clue what to do or say, having never had to deal with this kind of situation. Naruto refused to talk to him, or anyone. Sakura only tried talking to Sasuke, and she did not really get involved in this mission enough that it had any effect on her psyche. And Sasuke did not seem to be bothered at the fact that he had killed two, focusing his attention on either his new red eyes or Naruto. The silver-haired now had even more respect for his sensei than he had previously thought possible. The man had made this seem so easy, but apparently it was anything but. Ah! Kakashi-san Kotetsu, one of the gate guards who had become known as the Eternal Chunin along with his partner Izumo, greeted them as soon as they entered the gate. I see you've returned. I trust the mission went well? Kakashi grimaced on the inside. Well, it would not be how he put this mission, but he kept an indifferent face as he showed them his and his team's identification papers. As well as can be expected for my team's first time out of Konoha, Kakashi replied in a nonchalant voice. Izumi, who sat next to Kotetsu, nodded. Yeah, I remember my first time out of the village. Not quite the experience I had expected as a genin either. That's because you accidentally sat in poison ivy, Kotetsu snickered. Shut up, man. Izumo shot his partner a small glare. Did you have to bring that up? Yes, Kotetsu answered with a grin. You sat in poison ivy, and then you had to have a specialized ointment for your ass. Kakashi ignored the two as they began to squabble since he had grown used to it by now. Turning around, he looked at his team. I'm going to report to the Hokage. Since this mission was a bit more than we had anticipated, you three can head home and rest while I give my report. Sasuke nodded and left as soon as he said that, hands in his pocket, and his I care about nothing, I'm an Uchiha attitude in place. Sakura gave one last look to her sensei and the unusually quiet Naruto before leaving as well, following after Sasuke in the hopes of maybe getting a date. Sensei, Naruto said in an unnaturally soft voice, getting the attention of the Cyclopean Jonin. Can I go with you? I need to talk to Ajisen. I see, he still doesn't quite trust me, Kakashi thought with a sigh. He should have known that Naruto would want to talk with the Hokage about what happened in Nami. Given how close the two were, it was only natural. Kakashi had tried to talk to Naruto about it, but the genin had rebuffed his advances with what Kakashi now recognized as his old mask, that cheerful smile he always gave. I guess it will take a bit more to get him to open up to me. Sure, Naruto, let's go, Kakashi said, turning around and walking off. A few seconds later, Naruto caught up and walked by his side. Sarutobi giggled perversely as he sat on the couch next to the pictures of the four Hokages and read his book. Over at his desk were two Kagabunshin diligently working on the paperwork that he had. He really did have to thank Naruto for finding out such an ingenious use for the jutsu. Truly, the boy was a genius like his father was. He was knocked out of his thoughts when a knock came at his door. Hokage-sama, Kakashi and Naruto of Team 7 are here to see you. Sarutobi sighed as he heard both the hesitation and the disgust that his aide had when she said Naruto's name. He was going to have a talk with her. And if she can't change her opinions about him, I guess I'll just have to fire her. Standing up as his clones dispelled, Sarutobi sat down in his chair and addressed his aide. Send them in. The two opened and Kakashi walked in with an unusually subdued Naruto. Sarutobi queried an eyebrow as he saw the boy's solemn and fearful expression. He shook his curiosity off and looked over at Kakashi. Ah. Kakashi, Naruto-kun, it is good to see you two back from your mission. However, I must ask, where are Sasuke and Sakura? The mission was a little more than we anticipated, Hokage-sama, so I sent them home to get some rest, Kakashi answered, giving the aging Sandaime a meaningful glance as he snapped his book shut. Naruto here came because he wanted to talk to you. Understanding the look, Sarutobi held up a hand. The A and BU who were hiding in the corner of the room appeared and then walked out of the door. Sarutobi used some chakra to activate the silencing seal that Minato had created when he had been Hokage. There was a soft glow that filled the room for a second before going back to normal. I take it there was a lot more to this mission than simply an escort and protection detail, Sarutobi said, gesturing for Kakashi to give his report. Hi Hokage-sama. The mission was much more than we expected. It started on our way to Nami, when we ran into 2 Chunin-level missing ninjas from Kiri. Kakashi began explaining what had happened on the mission, making sure to be concise and to the point. When he got to the part where Naruto had used the Kyuubi's chakra, Sarutobi stiffened and Naruto flinched. Afterwards we left Nami and headed straight here, Kakashi finished. I see, Sarutobi said, puffing on the pipe he had gotten out of some time during the report. To think that such a thing could happen on a mission that was supposed to be a simple C rank. This is what we get when we have a bad case of misinformation, both from our client and apparently our network outside of the village. Still, to hear that a squad of genin were able to complete a mission that was easily A-ranked is astounding to say the least, even if the jonin with them was a ninja of Kakashi's caliber. Sarutobi looked at Naruto, who was emitting so many emotions it was hard to tell what the boy was thinking. Thank you, Kakashi-kun, you may go now, Sarutobi said, knowing that Naruto would want to speak with him alone. Hi Hokage-sama, Kakashi bowed a bit. He briefly put a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder before leaving. When the door shut again, Sarutobi left the silencing seals on as he stood up and moved over to the couch, gesturing for Naruto to follow him. Sarutobi said nothing as the boy sat next to him, knowing the boy would speak when ready. You already know I used the fox's chakra, Naruto began. Why don't you start at the beginning? Sarutobi said in a kind voice after Naruto stopped speaking. The boy nodded before beginning again. It started when I met a girl in the woods, her name was Haku. As Naruto started his own story, Sarutobi paid close attention to the boy's emotions. It was obvious this was a painful experience for him, even more so than learning about the fox. As the Sandaime listened, he found himself surprised again. He had never heard of 2 enemy ninja falling in love while on opposing missions, and he had experienced and heard a lot of things in his life. It seemed that the boy would always be able to find some way to surprise Sarutobi. However, as the boy reached the part where the girl had died, Sarutobi knew, at least partly, just how hurt the boy still was. And then Gato showed, Naruto began, his fists clenching as he thought of the man. I can't remember all that was said, I wasn't really paying attention. However, when he started talking about Haku-chan, and how he was going to desecrate her body, he choked a bit on the words but forced them out. I got so angry, and then a voice came inside my head. Sarutobi stiffened at that as Naruto looked at him. Kill, it said. It told me to kill, to take revenge on those who had forced Haku-chan to fight and those who would. I remember being overcome by rage after that, of slaughtering all those Gato had brought with him, and Gato himself. I had literally squeezed his head hard enough that it exploded. Sarutobi nearly gagged as he got a mental image of Naruto simply squeezing the man with such force that his head literally blew up. Now, being a man who had lived through all 3 wars, he had seen acts that were far worse than what his surrogate grandson had described. He had seen countless acts of brutality, and had even laid witness to the power of a Jinchuriki while using their bijou, as well as having fought 2 of them in his life. However, the fact that the person who had killed a man in such a violent way was the young boy before him was enough that his normal desensitization to the violent lifestyle they lead to be overridden. Naruto looked down at his now shaking hands. But that's not even the worst of it, Gigi. The young blonde took a shuddering breath. What was that? I had loved every minute of it. Sarutobi looked at Naruto sharply, but his eyes softened when he saw the tears in the blonde's eyes. It was horrible. Like another person had taken over. My mind knew what my body was doing and rebelled, but my body loved it. The feel of blood on my hands as I killed them, the feeling of squishing Gato's head. I feel like I've become a monster. As the blonde began shaking even more, Sarutobi realized what had happened. Naruto got so angry that the fox was able to make a connection to him and influence the boy. For something like that to happen, he must have felt intense emotions. That Kyuubi could actually talk to the boy is disturbing. I'm going to have to call Jiraiya here. Looking down at the shaking genin, Sarutobi felt his heart breaking. But not now. Right now I need to help Naruto. Naruto-kun, look at me, Sarutobi said softly. Naruto looked up at him, and the old Sandaime placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. I want you to listen to me. You are not a monster or a demon. You are a hero. Do you know why Yondaime chose you to bear this responsibility? Naruto shook his head and the old Hokage gave him a smile. He chose you because he knew you would be capable of controlling the fox's chakra, and using that power to protect everything you cherish. It was a small stretch of the imagination. Minato had not had much of a choice in the vessel. Sarutobi was still not all that sure what had happened that night when he found Naruto crying beside the corpse of his mother and dying father. But he knew that Naruto had really been the only choice. However, it was also well known that Minato had been able to come up with plans several years into the future, and so Sarutobi knew that he had sealed the fox and his son for a reason aside from the obvious ones, when he could have just sealed it back into Kushina, who had been the fox's previous Jinchuriki. Really? Naruto asked with a small sniff as he wiped his eyes with his cloak. But how can I possibly control such a monster? Kyuubi is supposed to be the strongest of the Bijuin. That bloodlust. Naruto shuddered as he remembered the feeling he had gotten when he had used the fox's chakra. Truthfully, I do not know how Yondaime-sama planned on having you control the Kyuubi, Sarutobi frowned. Perhaps he thought you would make some kind of deal with it, or perhaps he thought you would be able to subdue it. But I do know that he felt you would be able to use its chakra to protect the people you love. Naruto was silent for a moment as he stared at Sarutobi. Every time the man talked about the Yondaime's faith in him, it felt like there was some kind of hidden meaning, though he could not fathom what that would be. Do you think I can do it? Naruto asked in a quiet voice. Sarutobi gave him a smile. I know you can do it. If anyone can, it would be you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled a genuine smile as he gave his grandfather a hug. Thanks, Ji-chan. Sarutobi chuckled as he hugged the boy back. You are most welcome, Naruto-kun. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Do you think Haku-chan would be disappointed in me? Asked Naruto after a few seconds. Sarutobi sighed. Truthfully, I don't know. I do not know anything about this Haku girl except what you have told me. However, it sounds as if she loved you just as much as you love her. I do not think she would be mad or disappointed in you. I believe that so long as you keep in your heart, and continue to grow and protect the people who are precious to you, her soul will be able to rest in peace. Naruto nodded as he stood up. He still felt a little scared, still felt the pain of losing Haku. But at least it felt a bit more bearable now. Standing up, he plastered a smile on his face, deciding that his old look was needed for the moment. I'll see you later, Ajisen, Naruto called out as he left. It seems I'll need Jiraiya to come sooner than I thought, Sarutobi frowned. If the seal is weakened enough that the fox can influence the boy, for now I will have faith in Naruto's will. I believe he is strong enough to resist the fox. Sighing a bit as he walked up the stairs to his apartment, Naruto reached out a hand and was just about to channel some chakra into the security seals when he heard a noise that made him freeze. Eyes widened, he channeled chakra into the seal, and as soon as the door unlocked, burst in, only to see a sight that made him pale. WHWH, what the hell are you two doing? Lying on the couch was Kian in nothing but a pair of boxers, and Akira wearing only a pink thong that the blonde knew for a fact his clone had not been wearing when he left. Kian had one hand on Akira's left breast and his mouth had been latched onto her neck, at least, until Naruto had barged in, and was now hanging open wide enough to fit one of the faces on the Hokage monument in. Likewise, Akira, who had been moaning previously, was staring at him in shock and embarrassment. Kian tried to speak. However, Naruto stomped into the room angrily as he glared at his two specially created clones. I asked you a question. What the hell are you two doing? Naruto ground out, his face completely red, though whether from embarrassment or anger not even he knew. It just sort of happened, you know, Akira said, her face also red. After we got the memories of you and Haku from your other Kage Bunshin, we grew curious. What the hell? I know clones are capable of independent thought, and these two can even be considered people in their own right, but I never thought something like this could happen, Naruto said with a mental scream. Slowly he took a deep breath. How long has this been going on? Naruto asked before he held a hand up. Wait. Never mind, I'll find out for myself. Kian looked at him confusingly. What do you mean? A puff of smoke signaled Naruto, giving the mental command to dispel them both. Naruto's eyes fluttered as information came to him. The progress the two made at their jobs, along with how much money he had from them. Akira's shopping spree where she bought several pairs of female clothes, Kian's hobby of collecting unusual manga, and finally his 2 clones eventually getting into some heavy petting. That information was so overwhelming and embarrassing, not to mention disgusting, especially since he saw it from both sides, that he passed out and hit the floor with a thud. The next day. The next morning found Naruto waking up wondering what hit him. Looking around from his position, he realized 3 things. 1. He was on the floor of his apartment right next to the entrance, which was still open and hitting his left leg. 2. It was already morning, meaning he had slept on the floor of his apartment all night. And 3. His special clones were going to need some serious reprogramming to make sure this didn't happen again. Standing up, he shuddered a bit as the information of his 2 clones filled his mind, and he was forced to resist an intense urge to vomit. Thankfully, they had not had sex. If they had, he most likely would have died of shock, embarrassment, and disgust. But that they had started actually getting into each other was repulsive to say the least. And it was worse for him since he saw what was happening on both sides, making the experience all the more disturbing. It went without question that he would be doing his best to fix them when he made the pair again so that they did not remember their intimate encounter. Sighing, he decided to get his day started. After getting ready, Naruto found himself at Training Ground 10, where he hoped to find Team 10 training. His sensei had given his team the week off to recover from the ordeal they were put through. However, Naruto felt an intense need to keep himself as busy as possible, feeling that so long as he was busy, the memories would not bother him. So here he was looking for some help in his elemental training. Of course he did find them, though training did not even seem to be on the mind of their team. Shikamaru and Asuma were seated under a large tree, a board situated between them. The 2 would move pieces back and forth. Occasionally Shikamaru would take a piece and Asuma would look at the board in frustration. Chuji was eating a bag of potato chips, an act that the Akimichi genin was always doing at just about every time of the day. He was sitting down next to Shikamaru watching the match going on between his best friend and his sensei. And Inoa's complaining, loudly. What she was complaining about Naruto didn't know, she was talking so fast even he could barely make it out. Not that he cared to find out, since the girl was always complaining about something. With the people, or in this case the person he had been looking for, Naruto set off in their direction. "Come on, why do you guys all have to be so lazy?" Ino yelled as she tried to get one of her teammates, or her sensei, to do something. Shouldn't they be training to be ninja? How could she impress Sasuke if all they did was sit around here being lazy? Aren't we supposed to be training after missions? Ino, we are training, Asuma said as he took a puff of his cigarette. Shogi requires a tactically sound mind and is a good way to come up with strategies that the team might employ. And yet, only you and Shikamaru ever play the game, Ino said with an angry huff. Asuma frowned and was about to make a retort when a voice called out his name. Asuma-sensei. Turning their heads, the 3 genin and Jonin sensei saw Naruto running towards them at a light trot. When he got near them he stopped and grinned, "Just the person I was looking for." The 3 genin looked at him in confusion. Well, Shikamaru and Chuji looked confused, while Ino just looked disgruntled. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" she asked, placing her fists on her hips and looking at him in a haughty fashion. "In case you haven't noticed, this isn't your training ground. You can't just waltz around wherever you want." Raising an eyebrow, Naruto looked at Ino for a moment, before he shrugged and turned his attention to Asuma. "I was actually coming here to ask you for some advice, Asuma-sensei." While Ino fumed at being ignored, Asuma and the others looked surprised, but the Jonin merely shrugged. "Shouldn't you be asking Kakashi for whatever help you need?" he asked. "He is your Jonin-sensei after all." "I have," Naruto said with a small shrug, "however he doesn't have enough knowledge on what I want help with, and Ajisen suggested I talk with you about it." Asuma's eyebrows rose a good deal. Kakashi was exceptionally gifted and hailed as one of the strongest ninja under the Hokage. There were very few things he could not do that Asuma could, so what is it that you need then? In response, Naruto gave a grin and held up what Asuma noticed as chakra affinity paper. The man raised an eyebrow in curiosity, only for them to widen in shock as the paper was torn to shreds. Looking at the grinning Naruto, Asuma took a deep puff of his cigarette to calm the surprise he felt. "You have a wind affinity," he said slowly, "and a strong one at that, if the torn paper was any indication." Naruto nodded. Yes, I'd been working on the leaf cutting exercise but have only been able to get it halfway. You're the only wind user in Konoha, so I was hoping you would have some advice. Nodding slightly to himself, Asuma stood up and reached into his pouch, pulling a trench knife. Holding it up so Naruto could see it, the Jonin channeled his wind chakra into the base to create a green glow. When I channel my wind chakra, I often think of it as two sharp edges rubbing against each other in order to create a sharp razor blade. Taking the knife, Asuma threw it at a tree. Naruto watched, his mind going from amazement, to awe, to shock, as the weapon cut through a tree, then the rock behind it, before coming out of the rock and embedding itself on the ground. Asuma looked at Naruto. The trick is to make the two edges as close as possible to create a sharp blade of wind that can cut through the leaf. Naruto nodded before running over to get the trench knife. Picking it up, Naruto walked over at a more sedate pace as he examined the knife. The blade looked extremely sharp and well maintained. The back edge looked slightly serrated, and the handles had hand guards. It was very simple, yet Naruto's time spent with Tenten had taught him quite a bit about weapons. This is excellent quality, Naruto said as he handed the blade back. I'm guessing the metal used to make his chakra conducive? It is, Asuma said with a raised eyebrow, the only indication of his surprise at the boy's knowledge of weaponry. The other three were not doing as well at hiding their surprise. Ino was looking between the two, her face somewhere between shock and curiosity. Chuji while still eating threw glances at Naruto. Meanwhile Shikamaru had his eyes narrowed at Naruto, as if trying to solve some sort of puzzle. My Two-san told me that elemental manipulation is a Jonin-level ability. So why is Naruto already working on it? Shikamaru wondered, his mind trying to come up with an answer, only to find none. Hey, is that a shogi board? His attention was diverted from trying to figure out how the blonde, who had been dead last of their class, could already be working on such an advanced ability. Yeah, it is, Asuma said as Naruto examined the game that was currently in play. You play? Not very much, Naruto admitted with a sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. I've only played with my clones, but trying to beat yourself is an exercise in pointlessness. Are you interested in a game? Asked Asuma. I haven't been able to beat Shikamaru yet, it's getting rather frustrating. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked over at Shikamaru. Said Jen and shrugged, I don't see why not. Naruto nodded and sat down as Shikamaru rearranged the pieces. Since Naruto was just starting out, Shikamaru gave him the first move. Naruto watched as Shikamaru went after him and moved his next piece almost immediately afterwards. His opponent looked a little startled but moved another piece. Again Naruto moved one of his pieces almost immediately afterwards. Shogi was a game that was purely strategic. When playing you use traps, making plans and strategies to take your opponent's pieces and eventually placing your opponent's king in checkmate. It required a knack for thinking several steps in advance. The farther ahead you could plan out your maneuvers, the more likely you were to win. 13 moves into the game, Shikamaru was sweating. Having already used his thinking pose 7 times in just as many moves, he was beginning to feel desperate. He looked up at Naruto to see his fellow genin staring at the board impassively. Looking back at the board, Shikamaru calculated the best strategy he could before moving his piece. Naruto then moved his piece right after. Shikamaru looked at the board carefully and moved another piece. Less than half an hour later, Shikamaru was down to 1 gold general, 1 knight, his bishop and 6 pawns. Meanwhile Naruto had only lost a gold general and 2 pawns. It was only 15 minutes later that Shikamaru leaned over the board in shock, trying to figure out how he lost. He lost, Chuji murmured, having stopped eating a while ago as the intensity of the match had begun to heat up. But Shikamaru's never lost. Asuma was also gaping at the scene. Having spent so much time trying to beat Shikamaru himself, it was rather hard to see someone else beat him. And for it to be the dead last of his students' graduating class, and his first time facing him, was even more shocking. Ino, who did not know much about shogi or care enough to find out, was the only one who was confused about what happened. I don't get it. So he beat Shikamaru, so what? Ino, shogi is a game that requires an incredible amount of strategic thinking, using traps and combat maneuvers to eventually get the king into checkmate, Asuma said, trying to explain the significance of what happened. Huffing, Ino crossed her arms. I know that. I just don't see what the big deal is. It was probably just luck. I don't think so, Shikamaru said to himself as he replayed the match in his mind. I've never seen some of those maneuvers before. He managed to beat me and only lost 3 pieces himself. That kind of thing can never be considered luck. You're pretty good, he complimented the blonde. Maybe we can play again sometime. Naruto grinned as he stood up. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, thanks for the help, Asuma-sensei, he said as he turned to look at the son of Sarutobi. No problem, it will be interesting to see what another wind user can do, Asuma said. Naruto nodded. Well, thanks anyway. I'll see you guys later. Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke, signifying that they had been talking to a clone the whole time. Kagebunshin? Asuma thought as he took a drag of his cigarette. I had heard he could use it, but I didn't realize he knew its secret. Definitely an interesting kid. Hey, what was that? Asked Ino, once again the only one who was ignorant. How did he just disappear like that? Everyone except Choji, who was eating, just sighed as Ino began to ask questions in a loud voice. Within the clearing of Training Ground 43, all of the Naruto clones who were currently working on cutting a leaf in half looked up and blinked as the information came to them. With the new knowledge available, they got back to work on trying to cut a leaf. The original Naruto had also stopped his workout routine for a second as he received the memories of his Kagebunshin. Grunting from the exertion, he began doing push-ups again, counting down as he finished his set of 300. He continued doing his routine until one of his Kagebunshin dispelled, giving the knowledge that it had managed to cut a leaf in half. Nearly a second later, the sound of mass ripping was heard as all the clones cut their leaves as well. Yada! The clones shouted, causing Naruto to actually wince a bit. They weren't normally this excited, but given that he had been trying to learn to do this particular exercise for several weeks, it was quite an accomplishment. Standing up, Naruto began giving his clone orders. All right. You know the drill. Dispel in groups of 10. After getting a unanimous yash from his clones, Naruto walked over to one of the trees and sat down in a meditative pose. It was not necessary, but Naruto found he could sort through the information much easier if he was meditating. For about half an hour he went through the information his clones had on cutting a leaf with wind chakra. It was actually kind of interesting since his clones had independent thought. They did things differently from each other, giving him different perspectives from each clone. Once all the knowledge he gained was sorted, Naruto picked up one of the leaves that had fallen from the tree he was under. Channeling his chakra, he imagined 2 edges grinding together and sharpening. He nodded in satisfaction as the leaf split in half. Standing up, Naruto went back to his physical training. Smiling a bit to himself, Naruto entered the small ramen stand that had been one of his safe havens from the world when he was younger. After finishing his morning training, he decided that since he had not been to Ichiraku's for a while, he should go ahead and splurge. Tuchiajizan! I am Chan. How about some ramen for your favorite customer? He shouted as he sat down in the stool reserved for him. Hey Naruto-kun! I am greeted with a large smile as she came out of the back. It turned into a frown, however, as she placed her hands on her hips. You know, you haven't been in very recently. Sorry, I am Ne-chan. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and gave a sheepish laugh. I was out on a mission away from the village. I just got back yesterday. I am pouted for a second more before grinning. Well, I suppose that's alright since you were out of the village. So the usual? You know me too well, I am Ne-chan, Naruto said with a grin. Alright then, it will be coming right up, I am said, enjoying the odd new nickname he seemed to have added to her title. As she began making Naruto's ramen, said Blonde decided to make some more conversation. So where is Tuchiajizan? Asked Naruto, curious about where the old man was since he was usually the one to greet the blonde. He's out of the village getting some supplies for this new ramen he's trying to concoct, I am said as she stirred the pot with ramen noodles in it. So I've been working on my own for the past few days. Naruto nodded as I am brought his first bowl of ramen. Thanks Ne-chan, he said, snapping his chopstick and saying a quick itadakimasu before digging in. Oh ramen, how I miss thee! I am giggled at Naruto's antics. She went back to making some more ramen, knowing Naruto would want at least 6 more bowls before feeling even remotely full. Naruto slowed down his eating a bit as he savored their flavor. Ramen from Ichiraku's had always been his comfort food, ever since he had found the place. He was so caught up in his eating that he did not notice the presence behind him until it was too late. You know, you should have told me you had returned. A pair of arms slid around him and Naruto stiffened at the contact. An image flashed through his mind. He was sitting in the clearing, spreading out the things he had prepared this morning for his and Haku's picnic. As he reached into the basket, a pair of arms slid around him. Despite knowing who it was, he turned around and laid eyes on the beautiful girl he had come to know so well in the past 3 days. Anko frowned when she noticed Naruto's reaction. The way he reacted was similar to how he always did, getting stiff as a board, except this time he did not blush and got all flustered like usual. Instead, he was pale and looked like he was barely holding himself together. You alright, Gaki? Anko asked, releasing Naruto and noticing how he seemed to sag afterwards. Why yeah, Naruto said, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. When he felt himself calm down, he opened them again and gave Anko his typical grin. So I'm guessing there's a reason you came all this way to find little ol' me? Anko frowned as she watched Naruto for a moment. He seemed tenser than before. Shaking her head, she decided not to bother with it. It wasn't any of her business. Well, Kakashi's been so busy bragging about you to the other jonin in the lounge, I figured I had to see you and figure out what the Cyclops seemed to be so proud of. He's bragging about me? Naruto asked, blinking a bit. That Kakashi would brag about him was surprising. Well, Team 7, Anko corrected, but mostly you. He says you've improved quite a bit, and that you were an integral part on your first mission out of the village. Once again she frowned when Naruto winced. Are you okay, Gaki? Why yeah, of course I am, Naruto lied, not ready to let Anko in on what happened. Why wouldn't I be? Anko's frown deepened. Because you're not acting like yourself. Did something happen on the mission? You really don't want to talk about my recent mission, Anko, Naruto said, looking away from Anko. Why? Anko asked, sounding confused. I want to know what happened. Kakashi won't tell us anything about the specifics, but... I said, I don't feel like talking about it. Naruto glared at her as he spoke. Anko was taken aback for a second as a look of rage flashed through his eyes, but there were many other emotions as well, though they were too fast for her to pick up. Sorry, Naruto said, sagging in his seat a bit as a concerned Ayam brought him another bowl of ramen. Please just drop it. Anko sighed. Well, I suppose I can. She looked over at him with a smirk, trying to get a lighter mood in the atmosphere, but only because you're my favorite, Gaki. Naruto gave her a smile. Thanks, Anko. Finishing up his ramen, Naruto paid for his meal. I'll see you later, Anko, he said, tossing a wave over his shoulder. Anko once again frowned. There was something wrong with Naruto. Normally she would not bother with something like this, but she was concerned by the way he had acted. She was going to find out what was wrong with him. 1 month later. Naruto. Naruto turned around and grinned as he saw Haku walk into the clearing. Hey Haku-chan! How are you doing? He blinked when he noticed that her chest was decidedly larger than last time. Haku, noticing where he was looking, blushed, and despite being fully clothed, covered her chest. You know, it's kind of embarrassing when you look at me like that. Huh? Naruto looked at her face before his eyes widened as his face took on the hue of a tomato. I'm so sorry. I was surprised because of yesterday and all. And I. Haku giggled as Naruto got completely flustered. It's okay, I suppose it would be surprising. I usually wear chest bindings to hide them. Oh, Naruto said in realization. So about we start again? He asked sheepishly. How are you doing? Haku brought a hand to her mouth as she giggled from Naruto's behavior. I'm doing well, thank you. And what about you? Did you have a nice sleep? I am sorry. She gave him a brilliant smile. Know that even if I can't go with you, I will always love you. And with that she disappeared in a burst of speed. Haku, Naruto mumbled, staring wide-eyed at the spot that Haku had left from. Haku! Haku! Naruto shot up in his bed, his eyes wide and his breathing far heavier than it should have been for something like sleeping, or even training. He pressed a hand to his face and closed his eyes. His face, and most likely his entire body, was covered in sweat. It was that dream again. The same one he had been having since the battle at the bridge. How many times have I had this nightmare? 31? I've had this nightmare every night since Haku-chan's death. Naruto shook his head and looked around, his eyes blurry and unfocused because of the tears that were in them. Turning his head, Naruto looked at the clock. 5:30 a.m. That's earlier than the last time I woke up from this nightmare. Was it yesterday? The blonde wondered. I doubt I'll be going back to sleep now, Naruto mumbled before sighing and getting up. He headed into the bathroom, taking off his boxers on the way. Closing the door behind him, Naruto walked towards the shower, turning on the water. As soon as the seal on the shower head sensed the pressure, it began to glow with a soft green light as it began to use the ambient nature chakra around the village to heat the water. Stepping in, Naruto groaned as he stepped into the shower. Pressing his hands against the wall, Naruto hunched over, letting the water hit his back. He stayed that way for nearly an hour, trying to soothe his frayed emotions. After a while, he stepped out of the shower, grabbed a towel, and went back into his room. He looked out of his window as he changed into his shinobi clothing. The sun was just beginning to rise, painting a light golden red glow across the sky. I guess I'll just start doing my own training, Naruto frowned as he tried to think of what he should do. I suppose I could try to improve my elemental affinity. I'll have to come up with my own exercises though. Cutting a leaf doesn't seem to be doing anything anymore. He shrugged off his thoughts and decided to wait until he got to the training ground to figure out what to do. Hiya! Naruto gave a loud shout as he brought his bow's staff onto the head of one of the giant spiders in the Forest of Death, lacing his staff with wind chakra and using it as a bludgeoning factor to smash the spider's head. It was late in the afternoon, and Naruto had been in the Forest of Death for nearly 3 hours already, fighting any of the animals and plants he could find. Most of the time he would take on the spiders, however, since they were more numerous than the others and bred like rabbits, though he had also scuffled with a few of the tigers. He jumped back just as another spider came in and tried to impale him with its legs. Naruto thrust out his hand and used a free-form wind blade to slice into the creature's eyes. It was something new he was working on, using free-form wind attacks rather than ninjutsu. It was a theory he came up with, that if his control over wind was good enough, he would not need hand seals to use a jutsu, and instead rely on pure manipulation of the element. Though since it didn't kill the spider, or even get close to killing it, he knew it would require a lot of work to complete. Still, the creature reared its head back and let out a pained screech. Using the distraction, Naruto closed the distance, and slammed his staff into the spider's now unprotected belly. He used wind chakra to enhance the amount of blunt force trauma done from the blow, cracking the creature's carapace and also sending it flying off the tree branch and into the forest below. Seeing several more of the creatures coming towards him, Naruto put his staff away and began doing hand seals. There were a lot more hand seals than usual, about 50 all total, since this was his most powerful wind jutsu, and one he had just recently learned. Futon, Kamikaze no Jutsu, Divine Wind Jutsu. A huge gale force of cutting wind shot out from Naruto, slicing anything that got within its perimeter apart. Said perimeter was fairly small, being about 30 feet, since he did not have much control over the technique. And the winds could not cut all the way through the trees, however the spiders that had been about to get near him got diced up just fine. Naruto panted a bit as he looked around the clearing, and noticed that the area was officially spider-free. He nodded to himself as he replayed the effects of the jutsu in his mind, trying to see where he needed to improve. You know that's a pretty nasty jutsu. Naruto whirled around to see Anko standing on a branch several meters above him, her arms crossed under her breasts and a rare serious expression on her face. Anko, Naruto greeted, something I can help you with? Anko jumped off the branch she was on and landed next to Naruto. You can start by telling me why you're avoiding me. Naruto stiffened a bit but otherwise maintained his composure. I haven't been avoiding you. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't give me that crap, Gaki, Anko scowled at him. I tried finding you in your usual training field, and all of your clones told me you're not there. I tried searching for you in the Forest of Death before, but you never showed yourself. Hell, I even went up to Training Ground 9 to see the spandex-wearing wonders and that little chick you seemed to be fond of. You weren't there either, Anko leaned into him with a threatening gaze. I haven't been able to find you for an entire month. And it was only luck I ran into now, so why don't you tell me why you're avoiding me, or I swear the next thing you'll feel is my snakes biting your ass. Toucan, Naruto shook his head, not wanting to break down again. He had done that more than enough times in Nami no Kuni and did not want to do it now. Anko sighed in annoyance. Damn it, Gaki, you know how frustrating you are sometimes. Naruto turned his back to her and was about to walk off when Anko spoke again. You know I talked with Sandaime. Naruto stiffened. He told me about your last mission. Look, I don't blame you for being all hurt and whatnot. Fuck, I'd probably all hurt if all that shit happened to me too. But this is the world we live in, and you need to move the fuck on, or quit being a shinobi. Naruto turned to her, his lips set in a thin line. You went behind my back to get this info on me? Because I was worried about you, Gaki. Anko defended herself, not believing that the kid was actually getting angry at her. Because you haven't been talking to me or anyone else for an entire month. You've been avoiding everyone like the plague. Even that scarecrow Kakashi is getting worried, and that's saying something. Naruto winced a little bit at that, but his face reset its scowl soon after. I don't have to answer you. You're not my. He stopped, finding that he could not say mother. He didn't even know who his own mother was, much less what having one would be like. He shook his head and started again. You're not my boss, so I don't have to answer you. He turned around to leave, but several snakes wrapped around him and lifted him off the ground. Hey! What the fuck? Let me go, you crazy bitch! Naruto shouted as he tried to get himself loose. It didn't work as the snakes constricted, making him lose his breath and wince in pain as his ribs creaked and compressed on themselves. They brought Naruto back around so that he was facing a very angry Anko. You better damn well believe you're answering me. Anko's snakes brought Naruto so close that their noses were almost touching. To anyone else it probably would have almost seemed intimate. But with the snakes crushing his ribs, Anko's eyes glaring at him in anger, and the sound of her teeth grinding, Naruto knew that was not the case. I may not have been friends with you for long, but we are friends, and if you don't tell me what's wrong so I can fix it, I swear Kami as my fucking witness I will beat the shit out of you. Naruto tried to laugh, but it came out somewhere between a chuckle, a sob, and a pained groan. Naruto shook his head. Sighing, Anko put Naruto back on the ground and her snakes dispersed. Gaki, I already told you I know what happened. You need to learn to move on. I get that you fell in love with this chick, I understand that. But seriously, you need to let it go and move on. I don't want to let it go. Naruto growled as he looked up, his tears no longer able to contain themselves. Haku-chan was the only person who ever showed me any love. She gave me more happiness than I thought I would ever get. Even after she learned about the damn fox in my gut. So you're saying I don't care about you? Asked Anko in a mild voice. That's completely different, and you know it. Naruto countered. You're right, it is different, Anko said with a shrug. But that doesn't mean I don't care. I've accepted you, nine-tailed fuzzy, and all right? But that SI Naruto looked down at his feet as he shook his head. I don't want to lose anyone precious to me ever again. So you're going to push us away? Anko asked in an incredulous tone. Do you realize how stupid you sound right now? I thought you were smart. Naruto grit his teeth. That's not. And if you don't want to lose others who are important to you, then that just means you need to get stronger, Anko continued. That's. The question I think you really need to ask yourself is what you think Haku would want you to do. Anko said, her voice was far more quiet than normal, showing just how serious she was. I think you're so afraid of someone replacing your memory of this Haku girl that you're trying to distance yourself from others so you don't get over her. Naruto winced, mostly because Anko had hit the nail right on the head. While Anko was the first female to be nice to him, and Tenten was actually the first friend his age, neither of them had given him what Haku had, and he felt like he would be betraying her memory if he allowed himself to get close to either of them. Do you think Haku would want you to be like this? From what you told the Sandaime, she would probably stick you with Saban or something, Anko said. Naruto, in spite of himself, let out a small laugh, even though it was strained. Yeah, I suppose she would. Now are you gonna be all Uchiha emo brooder on me? Asked Anko. I wasn't that bad, Naruto defended himself, only to stop at the deadpan look Anko was giving him. Okay, so maybe I was a little emo there. Kid, I think I saw a brood of fangirls following you on your way here because they mistook you for the Uchiha, Anko said, grinning as he scowled. His scowl gave way to a smile as he surprised Anko and gave her a hug. Thanks, Anko-ne-chan. Since when am I a Nachan? Asked Anko in an embarrassed voice. Since now, Naruto mumbled as he gripped her tighter. Despite her lack of moral scruples, Anko blushed in embarrassment at the fact that someone was calling her Nachan. Having been alone most of her life after Orochimaru abandoned her, she was not used to others being this close to her when it was not her messing with someone. Even more embarrassing was that Naruto had called her Nachan, essentially stating she was close enough to be considered his family, an honor only her friend Yahi Kurenai ever gave her. It's alright, Gaki. Anko patted him on the back and tried to play it cool. They stayed like that for a while until the snake mistress of Konoha began to relax, which was a few seconds before Naruto decided to ruin the moment. Who knew that Konoha's snake bitch was such a softie? Naruto said with an unseen grin. Kid, if you tell anyone about this, I swear I'll feed you to my snakes, Anko threatened, actually feeling the blonde's mind turning. You're no fun, Naruto pouted as he pulled away. I bet people would really change their opinions of you if they realized you had such a soft, gooey center on the inside. Gaki, I'm warning you, Anko threatened. In fact, maybe I should tell Kakashi just how soft you really are. Naruto grinned as he finally saw Anko blush. Meanwhile, Anko cursed at herself for ever thinking that teaching the talk about the birds and the bees was a good idea. Gaki, you better start running, Anko warned, her hair overshadowing her face. 'Cause I'm gonna feed you to my snakes. Feeling revitalized from his talk with Anko, Naruto just grinned as he took off. You'll have to catch me first. You fucking brat. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. There was a giant puff of smoke and Naruto suddenly found a very irate Anko on a very large snake chasing him. Sick him, Sasha. Eat the bastard alive. Knowing that Anko might actually have her summon eat him, he took off even faster than before, dropping his resistance seals and weights. Without looking back, he blasted through the forest, Anko hot on his heels. The next day. It was Saturday in the afternoon when Naruto entered the Higurashi weapons store. He noticed with some relief mixed in with disappointment that Tenten wasn't there. Disappointment because he missed her, and relief because he had no desire to get any kunai or saban stuck in his ass. Instead, her father Kaido was sitting at the register. Said man looked up as soon as the door chimed. Naruto, he greeted, standing up and moving over the blonde. How have you been? I've been good, Kaido-san, Naruto replied with a small bow of his head. You know, I haven't seen you in my store for quite a while. The comment was made casually enough, but Naruto sensed an underlying meaning that made him shiver. My daughter has been awfully worried about you for the past month. Naruto winced, too was having some personal issues that kept me from others. Kaido looked at him for a moment before giving a nod of understanding. I suggest you speak with her sometime soon. Alright, Naruto said, slightly intimidated by the man's stare. As if summoned by their conversation, Tenten walked right into the door. Dad, I'm home from. She trailed off as her eyes landed on Naruto. You. She stomped over to him. Naruto paled and began to back up as Tenten began poking him in the chest. I haven't seen you for over a month. And you're just coming in here now, when I'm not working. Naruto found himself backed up against the wall with nowhere to go as Tenten continued poking him. Thankfully there were no weapons on this one, or he was sure this would have been painful. I had to find out that you had returned from some lady named Anko because she had been looking for you. Do you know how worried I was when I found out that you were essentially ignoring me? Tenten Naruto tried, but Tenten cut him off. Don't you try to talk your way out of this, Uzumaki Naruto. You have a lot of making up to do to get me so worried. Tenten placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. Well. Naruto felt sweat trickle down his forehead as he stared at those angry brown eyes. He had no idea that Tenten could be even scarier than Anko at times. Well, what do you want me to do to make it up to you? Tenten frowned for a second before smiling. Naruto instantly paled as he recognized that smile from the one time he had let her use ranged weapons during a spar. Kami, save me, Naruto mumbled, crying anime tears as Tenten began dragging him to a training ground. Futon, Kamikaze no Jutsu, Wind Release, Divine Wind Jutsu, A-Rank Elemental Jutsu. The user creates thousands of wind blades around themselves before sending them flying with a gust of wind around the user's entire body. The amount of blades and cutting power behind the jutsu depends on the amount of control the user has. Used for area-wide destruction when surrounded by a large number of enemies. Kuchios no Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, rank varies depending on the size of the summon. When a human signs a contract with a summoning animal, it binds them to that clan of summons. By drawing one's own blood and going through a set of hand seals, the user is capable of summoning creatures from giant frogs to snakes, slugs, salamanders, and more. The type of creature summoned depends on the contract signed: snakes for the snake contract, toads for the toad contract, etc. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!